I must not pod. Pod is the cast killer. Pod is the little cast that brings podbliteration. I will face my pod, and I will permit it to cast over me and through me. And when it is gone cast, I will turn the inner eye to see its pod. Where the pod has cast, there will be nothing. Only Connor will remain.
Dune. We're doing
Wow.
Dune.
I imagined you standing on the precipice of a chasm in a desert, and a giant like XLR worm is like shooting out.
That's really fucking good. I love that imagery. Yeah, everybody, welcome. You're hearing a mysterious voice here saying some fucking amazing shit right off the bat. But as you know, we got my good buddy Connor here on the mic with me as well, my fellow co-host.
Hello, everyone. Very excited about today's episode.
As Connor said, we are doing Dune, and welcome, of course, to Cinema Forecast, the movie podcast where every month we are randomly assigned a category with 4 movies attached that we feel fit said category, and every week we take a deep dive into one of those movies and talk about it in the context of that category. Category of the month is desert movies. Save the best for last, and boy have we, because we're doing Dune. And when we say Dune, we say every film adaptation of Dune, as in we watched David Lynch's Dune, and we watched Denis Villeneuve's 2-part epic as well. And I did that all within the span of 24 hours. And I was amazed that I was able to do said thing and still stick to my morning routine, which is to listen to the fresh episode of No Dunks. Shout out to my favorite basketball podcast, No Dunks. And now, a very tasteful segue into me asking our guest, my good friend Juan Inghart, who's here with us, our childhood friend. I want to ask you, what's your morning ritual like, sir?
My morning ritual? Well, my morning ritual is I doom scroll for about like 15 minutes as soon as I wake up. I'm like, what time is it? What day is it? Oh,
Of
God.
course.
Here we
Necessary.
go. Another one. And then, I like to meditate. I like to do some morning prayer, some spiritual stuff, and then I like to make a nice cup of throat coat for my deathcore vocals practices that I do on the way to work. So yeah. That's basically my morning ritual. There you go.
That was a lot more fleshed out than I was expecting. That's pretty awesome.
Sick. So how do you feel about Dune? What's your relationship with the wild piece of media that is Dune?
For me, I've heard about how all these people have like grown up with Dune, but not particularly for me. It always felt like out of reach. You know?
This is not a kid's story by any means.
No. But it from what I've heard, a lot of people like looked up to the story of Paul, and then sort of as like a coming of age story, and like power and like masculinity and stuff like that, you know?
I don't think that's what this story is about personally, but
No, it's not intended, but that is definitely a byproduct, which is, I think,
For sure.
like the
Which I also
commentary
think-
Herbert is trying to make himself.
Right. And that also plays into like the whole like Lawrence of Arabia sort of theme that we'll probably get into later, but yeah, it was always like it just wasn't in my bubble like growing up. It like what was in my bubble? I don't know. But yeah, just wasn't into it as a kid. Didn't really get into it really ever in my life. But I always respected it. I always heard of it as like, the pinnacle of sci-fi. And so I think I also like kind of put it on a pedestal in my periphery,
Yeah.
And but yeah, I haven't really like dove into it until probably like this podcast. But
No way. Okay, that's so interesting to me because
I mean, I've seen it, but I've never
have to
been
ask.
super into it. I haven't read the books.
Sure.
But
to
this
ask
has
then.
probably been the most inspiration to get into this story.
So then why was this the episode you were like, yeah, that
Damn,
one?
dude.
I have to ask. I'm so curious.
No softballs here, dude. Fuck. We're all
Well-
three. We're all three. Just as background, we're all three very, very close
Because
friends. So
I think-
I just want to say gloves are off. Gloves are off. I guess.
I'm coming for you. Coming for you, Will. Juan.
I mean, it's just I do enjoy that it's like a huge just like crossroads for a bunch of people like in,
No, I love that.
fantasy
I think
and
that's
literature,
so cool.
and it's like yeah, I don't know, something about that like made me want to like be a part of that,
I think that's
Like
so awesome.
you use this as the motivation to finally give it a deeper dive.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I saw them all when they came out,
Yeah.
but I don't think I really like dissected it as much as, when I signed up
Interesting.
for this. Which is,
Cool. No, I
just
love
what
that
I've
because
kind of wanted to do. And I've also maybe I've lied a little bit. I've also consumed it a little bit through like, reviews and stuff like
oh, sure.
I really like I listened to the Feminist Frequency take on the first one. The Villain Vow? Is that how do you
Villeneuve.
say it? Villain I don't know why I'm
Denis
throwing extra V's
Villeneuve.
in there. But yeah, that is also what kind of sparked my interest in it too.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'll give my background with Dune. I, like Juan, did not really get into it as a kid. It was one of those things I'd always heard of, and I think like I did love Lord of the Rings growing up, and I think it was like on that kind of caliber in conversations when people would talk about like the great fantasy literature of our like time. And yeah, Dune was always up there. So I was always super curious about it, and it wasn't until I was a teenager that Ryan Kessner, our good friend, showed me this movie, the David Lynch one, and he was so into it, and he had read the book, I believe, and like just knew a lot about the lore and everything. So he was like trying to explain what the hell was happening, and the David Lynch movie is a freaking wild acid trip. That movie is so strange, so hard to follow if you are not familiar with the story at all. I would argue, at least. And yeah, so that was my impression of it for a long time. I was like, huh, that was cool. I don't really I didn't get so much of what the heck was happening in it. But yeah,
Right.
it had been on my radar ever since then, even more so. And then my ex-girlfriend and I started reading the book together, and I loved it. It's extremely philosophical, extremely trippy. And then we broke up like halfway through reading it, and I like just never finished it because of that.
No.
And then, now I totally want to go back and read it. And yeah, and then the Villeneuve movies came out, and I loved them. They're great. I've only seen. This was my only second viewing of each of them, and I'm happy to say that I am the most excited about Dune that I've ever been as a fan of Dune after these recent watches, and now I'm like very hyped to go read the books. I want to find out what happens in the second book.
Yeah.
I think to just sort of accelerate the Sisyphusian task we've undertaken, which is essentially talking about two movies but mentioning a third repeatedly, I will just say I've read the first two books. I loved it very much, was introduced to it. I think I watched the David Lynch movie when I was like 15 because my friend Josh Rickena had always talked about Dune, and I believe I might have read it then, and then I read it again as a teenager, like later on in my teenage years, like from 15, like the first time I read it, maybe like 15, second time I read the first, and the second one, I think I was like 19. And that's when it really connected with me a lot more. I have watched lots of YouTube videos about lore. I love Dune. I think it's one of my favorite sci-fi worlds. And to further evidence this, like I told Connor, I want to give a little bit of background, what I know about this sort of the development of the book. But before we do that, I do kind of want to shout out themes that we've been talking about when we're talking about desert movies. I'll go ahead. I'll cede the floor to Connor. He has his 9 sort of themes, to which I've added because I think my sort of thematic things very much align with yours. I think I've been kind of focusing on some of the technical aspects, and I'll tack those on.
Yeah, absolutely. These 9 themes are just what I jotted down before we started doing Desert Movie Month. I just like what came to mind to me, what was evocative about the desert, what did I want to see in a desert movie. And number 1 is hopelessness, futility. Number 2, isolation. 3, sanctity of water. 4, spiritual desolation and awakening. 5, the beauty of nature. 6, silence. 7, man versus nature. 8, Lovecraftian horror or indifference of the universe, feeling like an ant in a wasteland. And number 9, insanity. And
I think in this film, additionally, I think we get a lot of subversion of man versus nature in the Villeneuve movies. We see how man can work with nature as well, which I think is a fun take throughout these.
Yeah, I think if I could sum up one of my favorite things thematically about this rewatch, and I think spiritual desolation and awakening has been kind of a through line, except Tremors, that was but between No Country for Old Men and There Will Be Blood in this movie, spiritual awakening and basically spiritual desolation, but there was always like moments of awakening within there. And this movie, these movies in this story, I love so much that it's like it's walking this line where it's about spiritual awakening, but it's really like this inverse, like cynical look at human nature at the same time and our like destiny to destroy each other. So it's like awakening leads to desolation at the same time.
Yeah, it is very. I love the interplay of those two things, and then to add on sort of technical aspects. Big wide scenes to evoke these sort of feelings of scale, of isolation, the idea of the vastness and indifference of nature reinforced through these. Yellows and blues have been in the color palette throughout and definitely super present throughout these films, though I think there's some really cool uses of some shades of green, as we saw in No Country for Old Men. Sound design, that sort of reverberation from Tremors is like back again. And even there was some
with
of it,
Hans Zimmer composing like just absolute mad soundtrack. He's so good at these like trippy sci-fi like big industrial sound, like lots of burrs and things that just add like this big droning sound over everything. It's pretty cool.
It's funny that you had said silence in what you imagined for a desert movie, because I actually don't think there is a lot of silence in these movies.
No.
It's like a lot of like you were saying,
I
ambient drones.
Yeah, that's a good point. This is probably the loudest of the 4 movies we've watched.
Dude, No Country for Old Men, pretty quiet, dude. There is some silence in that for sure.
Dune gets F in the silence category. Sorry, guys.
Sorry,
wow.
nerds. In terms of big themes, though, sanctity of water in this story.
Yeah, absolutely.
The way the Fremen revere and worship it. Like, there's so much stuff around that.
I was also talking with Daniel Plainview and There Will Be Blood about like the like resources and like who controls resources and how they represent power. And there's a lot of that here again, and this sort of like very scarce, like very like dead landscape that is holding this like precious thing, and that's why people must like learn to survive there.
I'd also say really quick, insanity. Like there's so like the Harkonnens are like the embodiment of like madness, right? Like just absolute corruption of like what a person is, and that really shows throughout the whole movie is insanity. Like the Harkonnens and their madness and their obsession with power.
Even the fundamentalists that like follow like Paul, like especially in the second one, there's a
That's
madness,
a really good point too.
A madness to even Jessica to like it's like this insanity brought on by the struggle to like survive and like just having this insane will to like live, just like Daniel, dragging himself back into town.
Totally. And Lovecraftian horror, like a difference of universe, feeling overwhelmed, like in terms of the vastness of the worms and how like they just feel so impossible to imagine their actual scale. Like, and I think this movie does a great job of capturing what's there. But that and just the sense of foreboding destiny that you can't escape. And it feels like there's this, especially for Paul, Paul more than anyone else. This like he can't get away from like he's thrown into his future, his what he has to
Yeah,
be, and he can't
for
really
sure.
get out of that.
Absolutely, because as we will talk about later on, like he accepts it at the end of like he accepts it at the. It feels like he's accepted at the end of the first movie, but then you see the
Right.
hesitance again, and it's almost like he just accepted part of it. I wanted to mention a couple of inspirations for the book. Frank
Yeah.
Herbert from Tacoma, Washington. We are the
Oh, I
three of
forgot
us, you know,
that. That's
Washingtonians, and
right.
he started to like formulate the idea for like the planet Dune. He was visiting the like Oregon dunes, and they were like apparently like moving and like expanding, and he had heard about these different like ways that they were trying to like contain that sort of movement. But that sort of started the idea in his head, and when he was already thinking of like this next sort of sci-fi story, he even had thought about setting it on Mars apparently, but he wanted it to be like something like that's not so known. He wanted it to have that mystique to it. But he was he exchanged letters. One of his best friends was this guy Howard Hansen, who was raised in the Quileute Reservation, which is up in the northwest part of Washington, the peninsula,
Wow.
like way
Yeah.
up in the northwest there. He had been talking about how logging was affecting the like region. He was writing a sort of like article or a book on this, and he had commented that like white men are eating the earth. They were gonna turn like all of everything is gonna look like North Africa, and Frank Herbert said it's gonna be a big dune, and and this along with I think we know about the historical like Lawrence of Arabia and the Arab Revolt is a big influence, but so is this book, The Sabers of Paradise by Leslie Blanche. We get a lot of like the language stuff from this. It's about like conflicts between in the Caucasus between Muslim tribes and the expanding Russian Empire, and that's where we get words like Chekopsa, and then Kanli, Sich, and Tabir, all of that. And I just love how wide this is all expanding, because like for the like linguistic influences, I have a list here. I'm not going to list them out because there's so many of them. But
Yeah.
it's really cool how he's taking from the real world to evoke these sort of senses, and religious influences as well, from like Sufi mysticism to Judaism, Islam, all of that stuff. And I will just end it with this, which I think is really kind of informed my viewing this time. There is this mycologist, Paul Stamets, and he wrote a book called Mycelium Running: How Mushrooms Can Help Save the World. And he talks about meeting Frank Herbert. And Frank Herbert told him that the premise of Dune, like the magic spice is like spores, and the bending of space is like tripping, because Frank Herbert was super into taking psilocybin mushrooms.
Wow.
And like
I mean, that makes all the sense in the world. Like,
Yeah, and then like apparently even how like there's the giant sandworms that kind of mimic these maggots that digest mushrooms. The eyes of the Fremen are the color of like the cerulean blue of psilocybin mushrooms.
wow.
And
Depending on what psychedelics he's taking, like the traveling through like space and time, that's like, at least for me, totally a part of like DMT, right? Like,
yeah, it sounds like he was mostly interested in mushrooms, because the Bene Gesserits were also based on like this woman, Maria Sabina, who had this and these like sacred mushroom cults in Mexico, and like the sort of fungal life cycle was very much like in the forefront of his mind when thinking about spice and the relationship it had to like the
Yeah.
universe.
Yeah, if I may, I would just say like that's one of the things that's just so cool about the lore and the world. I mean, you already touched on it with just the linguistics, but like there's so much pulled from so many different sources here to tell such an interesting like political drama with so much like philosophical underscores, and a lot to say.
I think I really wanted to mention it because I think it is important because one of the amazing things about Dune is that it is a human story. There's no
Yeah.
AI. It's ruled out completely by the
Yeah.
Butlerian jihad. And what we have is a story of like what humans are like that many years in the future. And I think one of the cool things about it isn't just like what we look like pushed to the limits, but what happens when everything really starts to mix together, right? Because that is really the world of Dune is this like melting pot of all the old cultures of Earth, right? And I think it's so cool how he pulls from all these places to like really represent that.
Totally. Juan, do you have any themes or anything you had in mind going into this, or were you just like, I'm gonna just like look at it through a clear lens?
I think from no, I was not intentional about that. I don't think as to what lens to view it through, but I think looking back on it as you say that, I think I was viewing it more through the lens of, I guess, what's kind of presented in the film, like this whole interplay between like oppressor and oppressed, and I think, yeah, that jumped out to me
Mm.
the
Yeah.
most. I think during viewing both
A
the
little
parts.
bit, a little bit of a white savior situation. A little bit of a white savior situation.
Definitely.
Yeah, but it's
definitely.
also like
I
that's
couldn't.
the commentary too, right? Like
Yeah. I mean,
because this is all
It's
manufactured by the Bene
complicated.
Gesserit, right? That's like the thing
Yeah.
about everything that's happening. And I think that's a big part of that kind of Lovecraftian horror I'm
Right.
talking about, of just like this is totally out of your hands, and like there's way higher things at play here that are just going to shape every aspect of your life around you. And the whole movie's about Paul resisting that until he decides it's the only way.
Yeah, yeah.
That is interesting. That is interesting. A cabal of mysterious women pulling the strings in society. I don't know what
It's very
that's
trippy.
supposed to say, but
It's very trippy.
it's interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I think that his intention is like seeing the places that he draws inspiration from, like, and knowing some of the lore is that women do have more strength of will to take this position on and to be able to wield these powers than men are able to. That's why, like, the whole water of life thing, like, no, you will die. Like, so but I do think that even in positive, or what we think of as positive portrayals, we still can like continue to I was gonna say, fuck, what's the word for when you continue something? But you like continue to
Yeah.
promote these sort of like some of these stereotypes that, or like ideas of like women, which are maybe,
Right.
not necessarily like healthy ones to have. But I think the Bene Gesserits
Yeah.
are bad. All that to say, I think the Bene Gesserits are hella badass.
Yeah, well, that's the
Indeed,
thing is I
indeed.
feel like in terms of portrayal of women in this film, speaking as a dude, there's so many different types of women characters, and there's so many different types of strong women characters, right? I mean, between Chani and the Bene Gesserit, Jessica is this force of nature. I guess that's the main women, but like all extremely powerful.
There's
women.
a Chani's friend with her name is like Shil. Oh my god, dude, I have
Yeah,
it
I
written
liked
down.
her. I didn't remember who it was the first time I saw her die, and I was like, oh no, I like her. that's a bummer.
She's really good. I also really, jumping forward to
I
the second
mean-
movie, really love the princess as well. I think she's
The-
Oh
a good
yes, yeah,
character.
yeah. The princess is great too. Yeah.
Disclaimer: I liked this movie. Okay. I thought it was good. I like Dune. I like the world. I like Frank Herbert. I think he's a good writer. I think, there's like obviously like so many talented, like awesome people, things involved with the story, the book, the movies. But yeah, that was the one thing that like irked me with this viewing. And just as like a disclaimer for you guys that like I'm going to like push back a little bit
Oh hell
on
yeah.
this stuff, because I wouldn't say that the female characters were particularly strong in this movie. in these
Interesting.
movies.
Interesting. I'm excited to get into that.
If we can right now, or sorry, am I blowing the momentum, or were you going to talk about something else?
No, I think that we totally can break it down now, or we could go because usually our format is we kind of go through the whole movie and we could talk about it as the scenes go by.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I'll just say this. I think a lot of the female characters are strong, quote unquote, in relation to Paul and like how their roles basically like exist to further the story of Paul, and how it's not necessarily their stories, or like it's not even like independent of Paul's, really. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the entire. I mean, I think
that's the thing. Is I feel like that's kind of the
sort of
point.
plot.
Yeah,
he is a very central figure for sure.
I mean, it's all about prophecy interweaving to this one this one moment, right, of him basically taking control. And I don't know exactly where Dune goes either, so I don't know what that's all. I don't know what the Bene Gesserit want exactly, which is extremely interesting to me.
They want to control the universe through the use of the Kwisatz Haderach. He's a
but they already do kind
of
control it, you know? It's like...
Yeah, but I think it's like fully like, you know, just like the Emperor, you see, he like, I mean, he like trusts them, but there's like some resistance, the Harkonnen push pull, right?
Yeah.
I believe
big
so.
power play.
I'm not 100%. I think also they think this person, because of the genetic sort of like, is like going to be like a perfect leader, right? I think that's one of the hopes as well. But yeah, I mean, this is definitely not a film which I think, it feels like every character is really serving Paul. And yeah, I mean, I can like, yeah, I mean, if it is like, I think like this sort of genre, like psychedelic, philosophical, like contemplation, and that I enjoy. But I think it's like some of the characters. I think a lot of it works for me, but I can see it where it can fall flat.
Sure.
Because there is this distance, this sort of like, you know, I don't know. I guess I perceived like the coldness as like this sort of like future sort of vibe. But I think maybe watching the David Lynch one first, I was very like, oh man, I'm so happy with these performances. They're so much more nuanced. Like
it's pretty crazy watching them back to back. That's for sure.
I like seeing the sort of push pull in Jessica of like her son, like how she really wants to push him to the forefront, but she's scared of like what's happening. And there's moments later on in the first movie where you see her like sort of like becoming like fearing of him. But all that to say, I respect it. And I think if we get into it, go like play by play, like it'll really open up the moment to like call those out and really like point it out.
I'm very excited to talk about it more.
Yeah, because I'm so like, you know, I'm not just like, I love this director and shit, and like I love this material, but I'm not I'm like, nothing is above like deep analysis and critique, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. Right? Yeah, we can all be critical of things that we love.
Right? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Where do you want to kick this whole thing?
Yeah. So that
off?
being said, I don't know if we've properly explained this to the audience that we're doing all three of the Dune movies, but we're mostly focusing on the Villeneuve movies while referencing the David Lynch movies. And that being said, it's still probably going to be many hours long. So let's I'd say we just get into it because we got a lot to get through. I have 17 pages of notes. There's no way we could do all of that.
No.
So, you know, here we go. Well, that's including the 1984 one as well, but you know, between the three movies,
I'm gonna do a very quick crew thing. All right, Villeneuve, my fucking guy. Cinematography done by Greg Fraser, guy who did Rogue One, Zero Dark 30, The Batman. Music, as we already mentioned, Hans Zimmer.
Nailed it.
Editing done by Joe Walker. Production design by Patrice Vermette. Love all of this shit. Another very amazing little fact about this is shot on digital, then printed to 35 millimeter, then scanned back to digital. First movie was shot 40% on IMAX. Second movie was shot 100% on IMAX.
Oh man, I wish I would have seen it in IMAX. I felt like watching the second one last night. I was just like, oh man, I wish I could have seen this in IMAX or I didn't see it in theater. I saw this on 4th of July last year, only one time. And it blew me away. The second one especially. But let's get into it, right? We got so much.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I love how that we
so-
start with the sound design too of this movie is immediately set up before any of the fucking production logos even appear. It is really, I love that sort of step of like immersion and just immediately that sound. And I forget what the quote is that comes up, but that and like the steady thumping.
Oh yes,
That's
I
gonna
was
be
Right?
Yeah,
yeah, a lot of throat singing. Yeah, the
the
music
Sardaukar.
in this movie is so freaking cool. The way again, they are like the way Frank Herbert pulled on all these different pieces of culture in order to make the story. Like Hans Zimmer's doing that with the music in this.
Not
'cause,
ju-
like we got
Not
bagpipes.
even just
we
that.
got
The
marching
entire
drum-
production design is like
yes, all of
pulls
it,
from
all
like
of it,
all
yeah.
sorts of cultures to like
Guys-
execute that.
So cool.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I a Debbie Downer? Am I just a fucking
No.
buzzkill? Because
No.
I'm gonna say I did like the music. I wish there was just more going on. You know
wanted
what I mean?
more
At
Toto?
some points. More Toto, please.
The ripping guitar solos are pretty.
I
ripping.
did actually really like that main Toto theme.
Brian
in-
Eno
in
also.
the 1984 dude.
Brian
It was
Eno
really
worked.
fun.
Yeah.
Brian Eno
Oh,
wrote
fuck yeah.
the prophecy theme in that movie.
Yeah.
It's just like
I hear you, Juan.
to me, it's
I
like
hear you.
they got a soundboard. Someone was like, watching it with no sound, and then they have a soundboard, and then there's buttons. One button says like Paul does something prophetical, and it's like.
We can't hear you. You're cutting out, but you like the like you're talking about the high singing women.
And then they got another button that's like Paul does something epic and dangerous, and it's like the fucking like symphonic like metal that plays over like him riding the worm. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I think in terms of diversity, 100%, I could hear you because I like it's definitely like subtle within what's happening, but not subtle when you're actually like paying attention to it. It's like a very droning soundtrack, and I feel like that kind of works for this kind of like I don't know monk meditation vibe that so much of the story has.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say. I think it
that's a
opens
good
it up
point.
to contemplation. It's I think sort of like doing like the singing bowl or like that sort of like of a raga sort of vibe where it's putting you in this trance like state to like more kind of identify with it. I also thought that it was labeled in the closed captions lamentation like song or something like that. And it plays after people die too, which it is like it is a little comical like when it hits, but like
It is.
but I love it, dude. I love it because it feels I think it's because it just I love that it's dude, I don't know, man. I think I'm just like so corny. I just love the multiculturalism of the like production. Where I'm like, look at this. Look at all these different people, all these different aspects of different culture. Like that sound is like so like it should be like I should really. Typically, I would be so much more critical and be like, "What the fuck is this bullshit? This shit is like, is this borderline offensive?" But dude, I've been sitting there in the darkness watching this, and I am fucking eating it up, dude. Like, shove it down my fucking throat, dude. I love it.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I know what you mean.
I mean, things like that. This is based on like a lot of like Middle Eastern philosophy and like like historical events in that area. So connecting your mind sonically to that, I think is a good call, right? Like it does put me into that place of like, oh, I'm like in a place I'm not familiar with, but like there are people that are familiar with this kind of vibe more, you know?
Yeah, I mean it is like I think because of the like how very droney it is, like when those parts come in, there are times where like, whoa. Like I think it like I was fine with it. Like I said, I'm eating it up. But question, what did you think of like the overall like look, like of like the costumes, the different sets, like
Oh my god.
I love it. It's so cool.
It's a million times better than there's one
the David
scene
Lynch one.
in the Lynch one where I was like, that looks like a one of those like Mexican restaurant bar, like it's got like the colorful tile on the bottom and then like the wallpaper on top.
that was
like there's a bunch of goofy
dude, I like
but at the same time I also like really loved the practical effects.
I love the matte paintings in the David Lynch one. All those background paintings I think are really charming and cool.
There is a lot of charm.
I will say, dude,
in that fucking movie.
I used to really champion that movie, man. And I even watched because the whole thing with this one is David Lynch didn't get final cut, and he said it like fucking broke his heart. So when
That's right.
when the Denis Villeneuve one was coming out, he said he had no interest because he had basically like too much trauma around making that movie, like because he really tried. He put himself into it, and so I've watched like this like version that on like Vimeo or something like a long time ago, like over 10 years ago, and I remember being like, yeah, but this time watching this one, dude, I was like, because I had a note where I was like, low key gonna be a comfy watch for me, and it wasn't. I actually like ended up being like coming back and be like, I don't really know why. Is it because the new one fucking like rips the fucking production design so hard that I dislike it?
I
like,
think that's part of it.
One of the big things for me is those sets are so tiny, dude. They're so small, and it's like they're supposed to be these like, it's like that sort of era of like aristocracy, you know, where like just huge, like just doesn't give you the sense of like scope or the epicness of like the tale with like the use of space at all.
Right. Sorry to interrupt you. I was watching it and I was like, this is so charming. I could just tell like he didn't have the means he needed to do this. He didn't have the time he needed to do this. I will say I did look up a bit of a damning fact, which is that this and Empire Strikes Back came out the same year. Empire Strikes Back had a budget of $30 million. This had a budget of $45 million.
Yeah.
It's like,
no,
wow.
there's a lot, dude. There's a lot, dude.
And it's like this. I don't know. When you compare those two movies side by side, it's like the charm suddenly is like, wait, what? How does Empire Strike Back look so much better than this?
Yeah. It's...
that being said, there's a lot of really cool looking stuff.
Yeah.
And
I
did enjoy it.
too.
I did like it. I had a good time with it.
All the VO gets a little clunky sometimes, especially seeing how like efficiently it's done, like by a different director. And dude, I love David Lynch. I think he's great.
Me too. Yeah, it sucks to hate on his movie because he just
R.I.P.
passed away. I know, and I'm a big fan
Indeed.
too. And we're doing
Rest in
him
peace.
in other categories as well, or at least one other.
Oh, but there is a pug. There's
so
a pug.
He'll come back.
There's a pug in his movie. No pug.
Yeah, that was a big
in
win.
Denis Villeneuve.
Patrick
exactly.
Stewart with a pug. Yeah.
Yep. And then the English bulldogs it's in the scene where the Emperor's talking to the Spacing Guild right at the beginning after the whole intro, which, you know, just now that I'm thinking about it, I kind of like the exposition, the really obvious exposition in the first one.
Did not.
I understand that it like totally goes against like the fundamentals of like movie making. Right?
Yeah. Well, we've talked about this a couple of times.
Telling, not showing, right? But you know, I mean, with such a fucking dense like source material, like.
Yeah, well, that's what
I just feel if you haven't looked it up, if you don't know about it, if you haven't read it, then like people are just fucking
Yeah.
lost.
Yeah, the
Like,
problem still
my
though
wife,
is people
you
are
know,
not
she's
going to
like,
absorb
what
all
the fuck
that.
is going on?
Nobody is going to absorb all that on a first listen, and that's why exposition is really
Sure.
bad in
Sure.
this context. So yeah, Alfredo and I have been talking about this a couple times, and like the title crawl of Star Wars, like Alfredo was saying,
Yeah.
like goes against the rules. However, it's so bombastic and fun and iconic that everyone loves it. I would say this
Yeah.
is an example of bad exposition, where
I would
it's
have
literally
to agree,
like it's exposition followed by. There's even a moment where it's her face over the stars. Her face fades out, and then
Yeah.
she fades
comes
back
back
in.
in.
Yes.
One more thing,
Yes,
and then talks
she
for like
literally
another
says
couple
that,
of
yeah.
minutes. What the heck? And then it's not even that.
So
After
awesome.
that, it goes into even more exposition. Like a multiple times. It's like 20
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah,
of,
but
like just explaining what's happening.
and I actually do think
Yeah.
that they give you exposition in the new ones. And again,
yeah.
I think it is like
There's exposition at the start of the new one.
yeah, no,
with,
with Chani.
Chani.
What I
Yeah.
love about
Yeah.
the way she starts it is she says like her planet looks so beautiful when the sun is low, and that's something that comes back, and it's also like contrasted with these very harsh images, like this very like sort of like, but there is this beauty, this grandeur of it. So and it's very funny that there is that both start with VO, like. One, I'm just like, fuck, too much, dude. And the other one, I'm like, no, yeah, I'm fucking with this one. Because I did like Chani. And like how she sort of like explains, like, we have something they want. And I feel like
I think her last line is, "Who will our next oppressors be?"
because the Harkonnen,
which is setting up a lot of this story.
yeah, the Harkonnen Atreides, like, emperor thing that's all going on is the shit that she talks about in the other like exposition, which I think ends up. Well, I don't know. I'll never know what it's like to watch these movies without knowing like the story. But I kind of feels more fun to figure out like, oh, these are two opposing houses. Oh, the emperor is actually sending Leto because he's like gaining. I mean, I know for a fact like because he's gaining too much favor, and so he kind of wants to give him like an impossible task and see him fail. So that he can like
he sets him up to die here. And they never make his motivations super clear, other than that the Atreides were getting too powerful.
Yeah,
And same with the Bene Gesserit. They both turn and there's even a part where they say, I think the princess says like Leto was a son to the emperor. Like he saw him as like someone he truly loved, but he loved power more or something like that.
Yeah,
I think
for
that's in the
sure.
second movie.
That's right.
Yeah, he does.
And
say
it's
that.
like, why? What? I wish that's a small critique of the movie, but as you said, Juan, there's so much to pack in, and if like in service of David Lynch, like this is an impossible movie or an impossible story to fit in 2 hours.
Sure.
That being said, like the things he does choose to show are so bonkers and like so weird and like
well, he basically I felt like
and it's cool. I think it's
is-
cool, but like in terms of if you're having such a hard time fitting this story into this runtime, and you're gonna spend like so long on just showing you weird trippy things that aren't connected to anything, it's like
he
there's
made
so many
when he
strange
did it,
choices.
He made the first movie, and then with the last 16 minutes, he wrapped it all up. He did the second half of the book in like 16 minutes.
Exactly.
Yeah,
They just zerged the emperor at the end.
Man, wild. So
You are Muad'Dib.
So we have we have Paul's planet, Kaladin. This is a really cool shot. All the like visual space stuff are just like showing like high up visuals are all so freaking cool. And there's so much visual effects in this where I'm like, I don't know how you did this. I don't know how you made this look real. It can't possibly all be CGI. Like CGI doesn't look this good. And I'm like, what are you doing here to make this all work and look like this? Amazing stuff. And yeah, I think Villeneuve is kind of like king of science fiction movies right now. I mean, between this, Blade Runner, and Arrival, like he's unstoppable.
That's right. Do we have like numbers on that? Like just how much of it was like CGI and sets?
No, I have not looked into that. Yeah, there's a lot there for sure. Uh, Up next, I have the statue of the troubadour in the Atreides household. That's kind of like a running theme with House Atreides. Is I guess their grandfather was a troubadour, and this theme of kind of facing danger head on and dodging right at the last moment, so you can have a precise, strike.
Are you saying
It's kind of their ethos.
like a matador?
Matador. What's a troubadour?
A troubadour is like a musician.
Oh yes, sorry, matador.
Yeah, the
Statue
the
of
Atreides
matador.
hunting the bulls for sport.
Yes.
I love how huge that bull head is. I do want to say one of the big things I said is those actors better get dusty. They better get sandy. And boy, did these actors get dusty, and did they get sandy right from the beginning. So sandy, so dusty.
Oh, you mean the ones under the sand, literally.
Yeah.
I do appreciate the just thinking about Leto and those opening shots of him like walking with Paul and like talking to him and talking about like how he wanted to be a pilot and blah blah blah. I just appreciate the display of like male affection in this in the first part particularly.
Yeah.
Actually, I thought the relationship between
Leto and Paul,
father and son, was very sweet, and
I agree.
just that moment when he says, "Just try,"
Yeah, he says,
and if you fail, I'll still love you. Basically,
he says,
I just
if your
love that.
answer is no, you'll still be everything I've ever needed you to be, my son.
I think I almost cried when I heard
Yeah,
that.
that was really beautiful. I was like, wow, what a.
I mean, this
Leto's
is
an
stacked
amazing guy.
cast.
And like,
Stacked cast, dude.
yes,
Oscar
oh
Isaacs.
my gosh.
Josh Brolin is back, the first JB, because we also have Javier Bardem, the other JB.
Yes, we get a reunion between
Dude,
Anton Sugar
Zendaya,
and Llewellyn
Aquaman,
from The Country.
the Shalomeister, isn't it? The
I forgot
Shalomeister.
Anya Taylor-Joy is in
As
this.
in
I
second
totally
one, yeah.
forgot.
Oh yeah, what the fuck?
I just want to say Timothée Chalamet, known NBA sicko such as myself, big New York Knicks fan, often seen courtside at those games. But I love the casting for that. What were you gonna say? Sorry.
Oh, well, it's just a silly question.
No, please ask.
It's just a goof.
No, I want to hear it.
Like, can I goof?
Yeah,
May I goof?
goof it up.
Goof off, bro.
What's up with his hair? Why is it the same in literally every single fucking movie?
Because he has beautiful
Except
hair,
for
I
that.
guess.
He's got his thing.
That's so funny. I never thought about it.
I had a note about his hair in this movie though. I actually felt like he looked like he had the messier teenage version of like Leto's sort of like hairstyle. Like I almost like
Oh yeah.
like it felt like, I think it feels like as the movie progresses, I mean it's definitely like down like in his like around like obscuring his face in certain scenes still, but I felt like it was getting more like sort of like windswept back as the movie progressed and as he like sort of like stepped more into his role, but that could just be me being, putting way too much meaning into certain things,
No,
It's
I
an easy
think, I think
movie.
that tracks. I think his hair's pretty long by the end of it, right? Like,
Yeah. It's an easy movie to read too much into or not enough into because there's just this story has so much going on and it's in the hands of master craftsmanship. These are some of the best people in film right now, I think, making this insanely complicated philosophical story. So yeah, there's a lot to get into.
Yeah. I love all the technology in the Dune world. I love how it. I think Frank Herbert does a really good job of explaining how shit works, and I think this movie does a better job than the Lynch one of like working sort of like showing, not telling, like how the technology works. I do love the blocky shields in the fucking David Lynch movie.
No man.
All the rest of the graphic shit
silly
sucks,
way,
but yeah, I still like that.
I miss the leaky vagina space mouths
From the Guild Navigators,
personally.
yeah.
Yes. So the Guild is not in the Villeneuve movies,
It
right?
is. They are. It's the
Where?
people who
They are, but they're
just at the beginning.
right. Yeah, that is the Space Guild, right? That like gives him the dude with the scroll.
Yeah, they're
right?
wearing the orange helmets. Yeah.
Okay.
there at the beginning.
Cool.
But yeah, I do appreciate that Lynch like kind of went there though, and like
I like the monster design. I like how gross his movie is.
hell yeah.
I don't like how sweaty everyone is, especially the Harkonnens are, and they're
Yeah.
constantly spitting, and it's like,
It's
okay, I
too
get it.
gross.
They're gross.
It's a little too gross for me, honestly. But I do like that he took it there, and I like that vision. Like, I like that intention.
Yeah.
But if I do prefer Villeneuve's take. It is. I actually, one of my notes was that like David Lynch goes way gross, but his like look for everything else, like the Atreides and shit, it's a little too like sterilized, like not lived in enough. Like the like
Sure.
even our and again, my whole problem with how much space in these places and Arrakeen and whatnot. But yeah, dude, he makes choices. He definitely makes some fucking choices. Definitely make the fucking Guild Navigator too. Like all the scenes of the Guild Navigator folding the space, like that's what he spends time on too. This like trippy.
Oh, that's what I was thinking of. I was like, what the hell is this? And as someone who hasn't gotten super into the Dune lore, I was like, what? And I did confirm with someone that is how it works in the lore.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They fold
there's worms.
time. They fold space.
But it's worms folding space.
No. That is a Guild Navigator who has been transformed by his addiction to spice.
Okay.
That was
I
a
didn't
human.
understand the context.
A human who was morphed, and he
Gotcha.
is in a tank full of spice at that point.
It's so strange.
And he's got little it's amazing that they created this vessel for him, right? But then it's also like kind of shitty and leaky, so they have people following him with
Mopping it.
vacuum cleaners.
Yes.
That is very good. That's
Juice
very
up.
good. I didn't notice that,
so
but I
glad you
love that so
mentioned that.
much.
The fuck's up with that?
I did like the sparring robot
I love it
in
though.
the 1984 Dune because it's just again so fucking weird. Wait, okay.
They're ridiculous.
That scene is way better
guns-
done in the Villeneuve one, though. I think.
Yes, but the scene with the guns, the guns that make noises, is that in the book?
Yeah, though the
Okay.
fucking
Really?
I think it is.
That's so strange, dude.
I believe
Threw me
it
off the
is.
whole movie.
I
I was
believe
like,
it
what,
is.
is that a voice every time
could-
the gun shoots?
We could check.
It's
We
so
could look it up
strange.
real quick.
Chucks.
My name is a killing word.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. How could you do Dune back then? How could anyone do Dune?
Well, okay,
back
that's
then?
what I was thinking while I was watching this movie, but then I looked up Empire Strikes Back budget versus this
That's
one,
true.
and I was like, well, you could have done
mean-
something though.
Yeah. I just think Dune's more complicated though than
Yeah.
Star Wars.
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
especially for like, because they could just like fucking make miniatures out of everything for like ship battles and shit, and I don't know.
Again, it is a much more
But-
like. It is like a more human story, right? There's no like not a bunch of like computers and stuff. I don't know.
True.
I think like one of the, like the things for me is like that sort of like it really like the sense of scale, the choices for like the costumes as well. Like he like straight up with the Atreides just goes for like fucking like Egyptian, like that looks like what like the English war when they were like waging their like wars across the Middle East in the early 1900s.
Right.
Mm.
Totally. Even more Lawrence of Arabia.
Yeah, so that it's funny you bring up Lawrence of Arabia. I mean, it totally like is what I think. Okay, let me back up. So I had bought 7 Pillars of Wisdom for my father for Christmas, which is the T.E.
7
Lawrence
copies of Dune.
which is the T.E. Lawrence World War I story of him uniting a bunch of tribes against like the Ottoman Turk Empire. And I don't even know if they're tribes. I don't know the full story, but I was like, oh yeah, that's freaking Dune. I wonder if it was inspired by that at all. So it's really interesting. But that being said, and Lawrence of Arabia is based on that. But that being said, I haven't seen Lawrence of Arabia. And Alfredo's dad mentioned we should do Lawrence of Arabia for desert movies, and I'm like, oh yeah, crud. So
We
it's funny
shoulda.
that they're all kind of tied in.
We'll do it
Next
next
time,
time,
next
though.
time.
We got you next time. We got you next time for sure. I do feel like there is some cool like stuff that's just being set up and sort of like moved through very fucking like quickly as well. Like I think like even though we're getting in the weeds about it, there's like very quickly, see Paul studying. I love the way that part is done and like with the, like the narration. The voice sounds really cool. There's like the little like crackles to it that make it feel very like lifelike.
And I enjoyed. There's a lot of exposition at the beginning of the David Lynch one, but I enjoyed that section as well, where I think they're just like showing you. It was a very similar scene, where they're just showing you, like, about the Freeman and stuff like that, and it's cool. Freeman.
Fremen are very sick.
Yeah. I'll just say right now, I'm gonna be mispronouncing a lot of this shit, and I'm gonna try my best. But man, wow, there's a lot.
We also get the setup of the I would recognize your footsteps. Old man or whatever he says.
I love that. That keeps coming back. Yeah.
Shields look great.
While he's training.
Choreography looks great.
Shields look great. Yep.
This kid is tall too, dude.
I love Gurney. I love Paul. I think Paul is a great character.
I think all of these opening scenes are really kind of a great way of setting up what Paul knows and what Paul is able to do, his skills and how he's developing them. We see him dueling with the shields. That looks very good. As we said, the choreography is great there. And then we see him with his mother as well, right? Like trying to get the cup of water from him, sort of developing these like Bene Gesserit powers. Forbidden powers, really.
Yeah, I love this stuff. I think it's so interesting, the Bene Gesserit powers. It feels like Star Wars is very inspired by this, right? The Force powers, being able to control people's minds with your voice. Crazy stuff. Very like, it's just such a trippy. There's so many trippy spins in this story that doesn't feel like it would be necessary to tell the story he's trying to tell, and I think that's why this world is so cool, is that it feels like he's just twisting all these knobs to make this like chaotic, very realistic, immersive feeling universe, and then like the story is about weaving through that chaos for like, to become the master of the chaos. Speaking of the hero's journey, like this is extreme hero's journey, but it's almost like a anti-hero journey.
I think it's
in some ways,
it's a cynical look at the hero's journey. Speaking of which, really quickly, I went to go see Mickey 17 last night, and my friend Jet, when the movie was over, he turns to me and he says, "What did you think of Mickey's HJ?"
Did he actually?
Yeah, he really did. Isn't that great?
Everyone knows HJ means hero's journey.
That's what it means. Never meant anything ever else. I really also like the fucking all the names really highlighting. This is all book stuff, but like that sort of like blend of like cultures. I like the use of like Mandarin too in the movie when we get Yui looking at Paul as well. Like that's a cool use of it. And then immediately you see sign language being implemented as well, which
yes, I love all the sign language. Yeah, there's just so many like little complexities going on, like the way jumping ahead near the very end of part 2, because I just watched this one. The emperor is sitting on his throne, and the Baron is standing before him talking to him, and the Bene Gesserit is like by his side, like interpreting his, like telling him if he's telling the truth or not through sign language, and he's just kind of like watching her hands out of the corner of his eye. It's like such cool little world building moments I really love in this.
Christopher Walken. Why Christopher Walken?
I actually had the opposite response. I was like, yes, I love the Emperor in this, just because he's this kind of like he's the shadow over the whole story, but he has very few lines. He's like barely part of it, and he, like, when you meet him, he's like very quiet, and you still never really get to know him. You're mostly what you know about the Emperor is just like what people tell you about him, and then you see like little moments of his personality coming through, and I really like Christopher Walken as this kind of just like shadow in the background. I don't know.
Who would you have cast, Juan? Would you have cast Salvador Dali like Jodorowsky wanted to?
Whoa. Fucking whoa. Who would I have cast? Oh, man, I don't fucking know.
Josh Brolin.
But like the guy
Ian McClellan. Get in there. You got this.
Patrick Stewart, actually.
Oh, that's a good call too, yeah.
Like, what's this guy doing from like freaking wherever Christopher Walken is
New
from New York,
Yeah.
right? Like, what's how's this fucking New Yorker fucking get here? And this fucking he's on this throne.
I feel like you really, really like. That's a bit of an exaggeration. But I actually recently
Maybe.
watched a very.
Maybe.
I recently
But
watched.
it just took me out of it. For
Interesting,
some
yeah.
reason.
I hear
He's
that.
one of those people he's so distinct and he always does talk with the same voice, so I hear you there. Like, he almost himself is a character as just being Christopher Walken, so I hear you.
Anyway.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if this is. I know we do get a peek at Geedy Prime at one point.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
like
is
a
that
lot
how
of
you
the-
say it?
Yeah, Geedy Prime, and
It's
the
very
architecture
cool.
is apparently based off of like this like plan Hitler had for like this humongous like city as part of like the Third Reich.
Really?
Yeah, some like he wanted to build some huge
Whoa.
like town hall, and that's what they based that sort of like look on it on.
Wow.
I was saying the names are cool because I was thinking of Reverend Mother Helen Gaius Mohim. She's fucking the Gom Jabbar. See,
Yes.
may I just to
Oh,
so fucking good.
yeah. One of my favorite scenes, like, ever. Like, because I read the first half of the book, too, and, like, in the David Lynch one, in the Villeneuve one, in the book, I freaking love this scene. It's where we get the whole, like, fear is the mind killer, which is, like, just one of my favorite monologues in
Yeah.
general. It's so, or, like, mantras. It's so cool.
Yeah, and I like how she's saying it in part
Yeah.
one. Like,
Yeah.
it's kind of cool that it's his mom. And again, I like that sort of like peek into her sort of
Yes.
parental
That's what I love about
anxieties.
Jessica so much is how vulnerable she is. Like, Paul, he has anger, but he's always calm and collected when the moment comes for the most part. Jessica really struggles with like everything that's happening because she's a Bene Gesserit and she knows how many like webs are pulling at all these things and she kind of has a sense of what is going to happen, and it's like
You know what's
terrifying.
funny? I guess the Jessicas from the 1984 and from this one are kind of similar in that way. I mean, Jessica is way more exaggerated in the 1984 one, right? Where she's like, "Oh my God,
Yeah.
oh Miss Caledon," just like completely like
Rebecca Ferguson
overly emotional.
Rebecca Ferguson shows some strength, I think, in her portrayal. Like, there's parts like later on where she like, is like she's constantly kind of like coaching him, and we see this part of her, I think, initially, and then I think this scene is where we first see her like sort of like that like mask she's put up like crack a little bit, and also once she becomes the Reverend Mother, she's like so like she is the most like fanatical zealot, right? Like her like faith is unshakable
Right.
at that point. But I love the whole fear is the mind killer thing. It's classic. I love the holding of the Gom Jabbar, the whole like, are you an animal or are you a man? This whole
Yeah.
presentation of man versus nature again that we've talked about. And as I've sort of proposed, where this movie, it's more of a commentary from like an ecological perspective, because it is Herbert, on like, what if like man worked with nature, right?
Totally. I mean, man versus nature, man with like as one with nature is kind of Paul's whole journey here, right? Where he comes to extract the spice. He's another one of the oppressors, and then he joins the oppressed, and they like live as part of nature.
Yeah. Again, I get real excited about just like words like Kwisatz Haderach, even the name of the planet, Arrakis. It's fucking sick. It's great shit. Again, look, like we were saying, the look of things. Like, I love how the look of the shape almost like resembles the look of like the sandworm as well.
Yeah.
This one we don't get the intergalactic trip like we did in the last one. And dude, that was a trip, dude. That was a fucking
It
trip.
was. Before he starts the Gom Jabbar trial, the when she calls him over to the chair, and it's in the Villeneuve version, it's just this like quick cut, this quick edit, and he's just like in front of her. I thought that was such a cool way to just show like loss of power and like
Yeah,
put you into Paul's mind state. And
for sure.
it's just such good tension, and the vision of his hands like scorched, like turned to black while he's like forcing himself to keep his hand inside. It's just all like really well done, really intense.
That's just in the Lynch one, right? It's not in the Villeneuve one where
No, it is.
There is a shot of his
Yeah,
hand like turning black.
Scorched. Yeah.
Word. Yeah, it is also interesting to place yourself in the position of like what would I do? You know, would I be able to resist?
Do I pulling your hand out? Yeah. And
I know
have a
what I
question
would
about
do.
the Reverend Mothers.
I would be able to do it because I run food at my restaurant, and the cooks do not care about my sensitivity to hot plates whatsoever. So I think I'd be fine.
Well, I can't drop this plate of food. Just gonna get scorched.
You just have to put a plate of food on top of the box.
Yeah, just picturing pasta sitting in there.
Yeah.
What's your question about the Reverend Mothers?
Yeah, so there's multiple Reverend Mothers. Is this one, I forget her name, the one who's doing this test?
Helen Gaius Mohim.
She seems to be like the imperial Reverend Mother. So is there a hierarchy within the Bene Gesserit of who is the top of the Reverend Mothers?
Yes. So what the other ones, like the one that Jessica replaces on Arrakis, these are sort of like the thing that's
like federal.
They've been
Bene Gesserit.
Well, no, they've like. Did you say federal?
Yeah, I don't know.
What happened is like the seeds.
I mean, kind of.
The seeds are sown a long time ago, and people are sent there, right?
Yeah.
Like there was a Bene Gesserit representative, and she just like becomes a part of the population and trains the next Reverend Mother, right? And so there is this just like passing of the torch in that way. But I think this is supposed to be so many years after they originally came that now this is just like a wise woman role that is like in these sorts of cultures that are like not directly connected to the Imperium, there are these sort of like wild Reverend Mothers, but within the houses of the Landsrat, every house has an appointed, for the most part, has like an appointed Bene Gesserit, or can have one appointed to them, I think, if they show enough favor or whatever. So like the Bene Gesserits are like the imperial group, and these like other women are women who are able to like sort of do the weirding way. It actually reminds me a little bit of fucking Robert Jordan, Wheel of Time. That's not what it's called.
Yep.
Yeah, Wheel of Time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck.
You're the one who read it.
I know. It reminds me a little bit of their like magic users. They're these like that there is like the formal school, but there are people who exhibit these powers outside of that sort of like formal setting.
Another inspiration they remind me of the Maesters in A Song of Ice and Fire. Very much like, the keepers of knowledge that are sent to go to these different powerful lords and, might influence them in certain ways. I mean, the Bene Gesserit are much more Machiavellian than the Maesters. But
yeah. I guess what does everyone else benefit from the
They're
Bene
truth
Gesserit?
sayers.
You know what I mean?
I mean,
Like,
They can tell
what
you
is-
someone's
Yeah,
lying
like,
during a negotiation, and they like,
and
and they're super smart. They're like,
yeah, they're just like so powerful. I mean, we see how useful they are. I mean, the amount of situations Jessica is able to weave through because of her powers and her know-all, because she has so much knowledge.
I will say I have enjoyed
Right.
watching. I haven't finished it yet. The HBO show Dune Prophecy. It's
Haven't
about
seen
the
it.
founding of the Bene Gesserits, and kind of feel like it's
Oh,
tackling a little bit
cool.
of like the
Oh,
questions that you guys
shit.
have about like what roles do they fulfill in that sort of environment. But again, like I said, watched a lot of videos. Shout out to Quinn. I can't remember the name of his YouTube channel. Maybe I'll put a little like a link in the description or whatever. But he's got some great fucking long form and shorter form videos about like the Dune history.
Oh, I love that shit.
And I do want to say I really love
me, baby.
Charlotte Rampling as Reverend Mother Mohayim. Is that how you say
Helen
it?
Gaius Mohim.
She is so good, and like she's like throughout the movie she's always behind this veil, but like just like
She's acting
how
through the
cold
veil,
and
dude.
menacing.
She's coming through the veil.
Yeah, it's her like her stare, like she feels like this powerful, like what everything she is, Bene Gesserit. Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
for the for the landing on Arrakis, because I want to. I thought cool use perhaps, and dude, tell me if I'm wrong, Juan. If you think this is way too corny, the bagpipes when they land, but it's not playing like a traditional Scottish melody. It's doing this like very strange sort of like melody. I kind of dug that. I felt like feels like future music.
Yeah, I like the bagpipes too.
It was interesting for sure. I'd be interested to hear like what the thinking was behind that. You know what I mean? And just like how much European influence there is on, like, I think just like House Atreides in general, right? Like,
Yeah.
English names and
That's a good point.
stuff like that.
Yeah, all good shit to consider as well. I do think the casting is better done in this movie. Like overall, like I really do like.
Yeah, I mean,
like
100%.
not even just the main people, but the extras as well. I do really love this idea of like fully embracing like let us get like people who look like they are the peoples of North Africa and like the Middle East, like to represent sort of the inhabitants of Arakeen and the Fremen, and like because like it's hard not to immediately Lisan al Gaib like that. It's very like how do you not immediately think like of Arabic? I do think of my guy Gabe Vincent on the Lakers though. They call him Lisan al Gaib. Pretty good nickname, right?
Yeah, and I'll say
That's awesome.
I grew to like Kyle MacLachlan's performance in the Dune one, but at first, man, I was like, why are you so weird? Why am I getting such a weird vibe from you?
He's like, you're in Twin Peaks still, dude.
Yeah,
but Asian Cooper's not really like that.
But I do like him. I like him in Blue Velvet, I remember, so it's like,
yeah, for sure.
he's a good actor. So it's just like,
Indeed.
what is it about that 1984 movie that's just so freaking like unsettling, uncanny?
I think they really wanted to capture a lot of my thought is they wanted to capture a lot of the subtlety of these like things that are better executed in these new movies. Like I said, like they don't do all of this clunky VO. Like you do get a lot of the things that Kyle MacLachlan says in Timothy Chalamet's like expressions and his way of approaching things without him saying it outright. And I think that's what they wanted to do. And my thought is they probably had to go back and put VO over as well. Like to try and explain more of it, like retroactively,
the
but then
VO,
also
man, there's one scene I thought it was really good in, when he catches I think it has a name, the needle that's coming through.
the Hunter Seeker.
Hunter Seeker.
Yes,
I thought because that's how it is in the book, because I love that scene in the book, like the Gom Jabbar. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead, but
no, it's okay. Go for it. It's necessary, honestly.
I love that scene. And he's just describing every little detail of like, oh crap, I know exactly what this is, and it like all the little calculations Paul is making in his head and really getting inside his head. I think that works really well for that scene. Every other not every other, but so many of the other voiceovers, like there's the part where the guy takes Leto to like in the copter, right, and they go out to the sand mines,
Right,
and when
Liet Kynes.
And when they're leaving, it's a voiceover of the guy who's like, showing them on the tour, and he's like, I think I'm beginning to like this Leto. He's a straightforward man, or something along those lines. It's like, yeah, you could just like act that, right? You don't need to tell me.
There was literally a part where the voiceover didn't match the actor that it was like for. I felt like I was like I was confused.
Interesting.
By it.
I didn't notice
but
that.
I do like the Hunter Seeker scene better in Villeneuve, because I think that he does it so much more efficiently. You get the building of the tension, and you're like, oh, it's like looking for him, and he's like hiding, and then he very quickly just says like, it's a Hunter Seeker. When it like he stops it from killing Shaddai Mapes, he's like, it's a Hunter Seeker. The operator must be in here still. Very efficient, very
Right.
quick. Love that.
It is wild how like 1-to-1 like 1984 and the first part is,
And part
but
one,
there's
yeah.
like
Yeah,
so much
for the first
less
part.
dialogue,
Yeah.
just like exponentially or logarithmically less dialogue.
Yeah.
And
Sorry, go ahead.
just I heard a quote from him one time where he said he hates dialogue.
Oh, I could see that. Yeah. I think that's
Right.
in his filmmaking.
Who said that?
And
Villeneuve?
yeah, the guy, the dude, the man himself. They're just focusing
That's
more
so
on sound and
interesting.
image,
Yeah.
so
and
interesting.
I
which
agree. I
is
do like
evident.
the Villeneuve hunter seeker scene more for that reason that like I said with the the more blatant version I didn't like of the guy saying it in the voiceover, you really don't, you can see it in the tension and like it flying up into his eye, and that he's standing so still. You don't need him explaining why he needs to stand so still. Like that's the beauty of
No,
cinema.
but I do.
Right?
It is like a scene that I always remember for sure from that movie. Where I was like, oh, that's sick.
Yes.
But then you see like it's fucked that like part of this thing is really like Villeneuve does like the same trick like David Lynch did, but he does it cooler, like or he like told his joke, but like quieter, I guess.
Right.
Like in this case, I think beforehand too, when they land and like are greeted by all the Fremen, I love that we get Paul being like, he has this sort of like hesitation to accept the Bene Gesserit and their scheming,
Yeah.
right? Like he's kind of calling out to his mom, like, oh, this is like what you and your fucking like group of sort of like scheming witches are up to. And I like that. I like that there's that aspect to it where he is like sort of like dubious and like doesn't love like the tactics that he will ultimately adopt to like take on his role as like the chosen one.
Yeah, he's very resistant to the prophecy and all of that stuff from the beginning, and I love that. I mean, that's why he's the hero, even though he kind of eventually gives into it. And I just got to point out, we were talking about the costumes. Jessica's costume when they land on Arrakis, freaking amazing. She has like, there's a few others with her with the
The
same,
drama.
the huge orange dress against like the desert landscape, and then she has like the crazy like crossing jewels across her face. It's just like, whoa. It looks so like sci-fi and royal, and also just like visually like striking. It was just one of those costume
like a
designs that
beaded veil.
really stood out to me.
What I kind of liked about it as well. This is gonna sound really silly, but it is also sort of like evocative of like those beaded curtains you would maybe like walk through if you were hanging out with someone doing psychedelics, like it just felt like
Totally. The smell of patchouli.
yeah, exactly. Like, oh, hey, that's Brian. Anyway, I definitely like drew a sort of I connected that in my mind for whatever reason.
Totally. I did the same exact thing. That's hilarious.
I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, so it is, like I like, and that aspect of it in the sort of exploration and commentary on like the Messiah superhero mystique aspect of Dune, I think is cool. Like, because he's gets the chance to examine it and talk about it because it's like a thing that was created in their world, right? Their prophecies, we see the machinations of the prophecies.
Yeah.
And we get those two sides of it where like, oh, we know it's created and planted, but also like,
But then he does it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
he will know our ways.
so
Dude,
tragic.
When Dr. Lietkind says to him, like, your boots are like fitted like slip fashion, like for like the deep desert, dude, he shall know our ways. Lisan al Gaib. It's sick, dude.
All those
I mean,
moments. I'm a big prophecy fan. Like, it's just fun storytelling because we've talked about this multiple times, but we talked about it a lot, especially in Tremors, of just like setup and payoff. And prophecy is just it's like mysterious, poetic setup and payoff. That's like all prophecy is. Yeah.
I think for me personally, sometimes it borders on the verge of like feeling like the Fremen are gullible or something. You know what I mean? And sometimes
I don't know. I mean,
yeah, just viewing that felt uncomfortable for me for whatever reason.
Yeah, that's fair.
Um,
That's fair. I felt like I could see bite into it. How could you not when you have all these signs and you've been taught it your whole life? Like, but like I hear you, like in
Sure.
terms of representation, but it's also a long going journey, and they don't completely buy into him until literally starts reading their minds to them. So
Yeah, there is.
I mean, at a
there
certain
is
point, it's
definitely.
like
Sure.
this guy
Sure.
is you kind of, it's undeniably like a superhuman that aligns with all of our prophecies.
I mean, also,
Right.
like, it is like they are kind of like a closed off society, but they have these very important, like, they're like have their pioneer politeness. They have their code of like conduct. And the princess
Yeah.
even comments on like, to be able to survive there, you have to have a lot of faith, right? So I think that is like sort of commented on later. And I'm going to say this, I think that like Herbert is really sort of trying to be realistic in a way, like in communities that have like, well, I mean, religion is a big part of lots of places, but lots of communities where there are less resources, there are people turn to the church, they turn to
Yeah.
religion, right? That I feel like that's not a wild observation to make, or something that you like. I feel like it's definitely something you see in like America, like especially like
For sure.
poor parts of the population, because it's a support system for a lot of people, and I think it gives them hope and like faith as well. Yeah, I don't know. So I see where you're coming from for sure. Actually, speaking on that, there's the scene with Shadow Mapes where first she gets like picked, and then they're like she has a knife on her person, some more cool like sign language. But
Yep.
like I'm curious what you thought of that, because I thought that sort of like portrayal of like religious ecstasy was
That
really like fed
actor
into the vibe for me.
was really fucking good. I loved that performance, and yeah.
It feels
I'm
like
sorry,
you're
I'm
in like
just,
a
like,
Presbyterian, like
I can't
speaking
see
tongues sort of church.
I can't see anything except the shout out Mapes from 1984. Just like a little like gremlin lady.
Yeah, it's the lady who looks like Edna Mode or whatever from The Incredibles.
Oh, sure. Well, she's got like white hair, doesn't she? She's got like a ponytail, I think.
Edna? Oh, in the movie? Yeah, no. I mean the actress later on in her life. Because have you ever?
Really?
She's
Oh,
in
wait.
She's in NCIS. I think her name's like Hattie or something in that show. My mom watches it. This is an insane tangent.
Oh my god. Okay, now I
I'm pretty
understand.
lost in the sauce right now. I'm not gonna lie.
But yeah, I think that sort of portrayal of like that religious ecstasy, I really dug that. That like it was
Yeah,
really
for
one of
sure.
those moments where on set I would be so nervous, right? Like I'd be like, "Fuck, dude," and then when she like goes for it and she like really like nails it, like, whoa, dude, like round of applause. That was sick.
For real. Yeah, like the way when I first heard that watching it, I got chills, and just like the way like her nostrils flare. For some reason that's sticking out for me when she's like, singing basically. And yeah, just amazing performance.
I'm sorry, guys. I do not know what scene we're talking about. Where's the
The one where where Jessica's interviewing all these
The
women
housekeepers.
for a housekeeper position, and she's like, "Hey, I see you got a knife."
Yes,
up with that?
yes. She gives her the Chris knife, right?
The Chris.
Oh yes, yes.
It's
Singing in
Chris
yep,
knife.
yep. It's the maker. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's like excited because she's like, wow, she knows. Like,
So
that's-
wait. The Bene Gesserit, like, they knew about worms, like they weaved like their propaganda into like the
Well,
the
presumably
lore of
they've
the planet
all
with the worms. Like
they've
how did
been
that
drinking the
pan
water
out?
of
Yeah,
life,
I don't know.
right? So that's like how they have their powers, I believe. So Spice comes from the
well,
worms.
no, the I
No?
think that she said. I think Jessica says there's different ways to do the ceremony at one point.
Okay, I missed that.
I don't remember
Oh,
this
that's
100%, but I think Jessica just knows because like I think maybe just because she's educated, and because I like because I think it isn't like a sort of like. Yeah, I mean, when you really like go into it and analyze it a lot, it's like, oh, like the like weapon of our people, like which is something that people have like probably written about and stuff. It is kind of a little silly, but I feel like the like emotion of the scene is
Well, doesn't she know the prophecy? Isn't this part of the prophecy? I'm pretty sure she knows the whole
yeah,
that
no, for
cataract
sure, yeah.
prophecy, right? And this is the Chris knife
Okay.
will be given. Like I think the story that she is telling back to her is the story that Bene Gesserit gave them.
Yeah, no, Shadow Mapes is she believes that Paul is Lisan al Gaib.
Yeah. Speaking of sacred water, watering the palm trees. They have these palm trees and they point out that 20 palm trees is equal to 100 lives. That's how many people could drink. And the guy tells them, or like I like that Leto asks, like, oh well, should we cut them down?
This is
It's like,
Paul.
no, these are Oh, it's Paul. Sorry. He asks if we should cut them down, and he says no, they're sacred. I did have a small thought of just like, this guy just really needs this job. He's like, no, they're sacred.
No, you can't make them take that away from me. Yeah. I think
He
around
says-
this. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, he also says, he's like, oh, these are sacred. It's old dream,
Yeah,
doesn't he?
yeah. It's
Yeah.
because
What the fuck does he mean by that?
I mean, I'll tell you if you want me to. I was really curious when some of these things were gonna start coming up, but like it's lore within the like Dune universe that's
Oh,
said before, and they talk about it. They do say like that. Well, first of all, they do talk about how they were going to develop the planet and they were going to turn it green, but then they found spice, so they stopped trying to do that because they found spice. But Dune used to be like a luscious, like a lush planet. Like it wasn't always a desert planet. So I think his and the Fremen have this idea of paradise being like the greenification of their like land. So that's what I think he's saying is like. And I think maybe also pointing to maybe that the project, the ecological project of like making Dune green again, because Dr. Liet Kynes talks about it when she takes them to the ecological station later on.
Right.
And speaking of Liet Kynes, I think there's some things setting up with Duke Leto, and we get Thufir Hawat, who I fucking love, sick character, love the concept of mentats and human computers. Also, the Duke's Council is very, very beige and blue. Just want to bring up the like color palette thing again. Love like the way his eyes roll back when he makes the calculation too. Very, very, very
okay,
cool.
yeah.
Looking.
Explain these guys to me. These are also the big eyebrow guys in the 1984 one, right?
I love
Is
the
that
fluffy
canon?
eyebrows. I love the fluffy eyebrows.
Big eyebrows are canon, and the wine of Safu.
Yeah,
Is it?
Safu, yeah. They do take this drug, I think, that improves their like mental performance. And their lips are stained by it. They are stained red. That is like why they have something to do with the lips in like both movies.
Wow. That's also in A Song of Ice and Fire with the mages who drink the nightshade or whatever. So I'm seeing some more
So the
relationships.
idea is that they're human computers and master assassins. And this is because what I believe is that the ability to calculate they're mental math wizards essentially. And I think that feeds into the idea of like executing a logical step-by-step plan to like
This
murder
is the
someone.
replacement for computers too.
One of because there's also the Spacing Guild, which replaces
Also,
like navigational like computers.
Man,
Right.
there's a lot of fucking overlap with Warhammer 40k as well.
Oh, is
now
that
I'm
right?
thinking of Adeptus Mechanicus.
Not familiar, but I'm very curious about that lore.
Yeah,
Oh,
I feel
man.
like they have like a Balerian jihad type thing, right? At the beginning of the Warhammer,
Yeah, there's
in the
like
Warhammer
a
40K lore.
isn't there like a space pope, and he's like the center of
the emperor basically.
yeah, he's like emperor
Um,
pope.
Right, but he's also like a psyker, which is like a powerful like telepath, and he's like one of the reasons for space travel. Like the Carrion Lord is their like space engine basically, and also like folding space goes through hell. Oh my god, that's
Oh, yeah,
cool
fucking,
stuff.
like 6 hour fucking
Discussion.
podcast, dude. Oh my god, did you know there's like fucking 600 books or something that are like canon
Oh my
in
god,
Warhammer? This is fucking
pretty wild.
ridiculous.
it's insane.
Jump
Anyway.
in. That's what we're gonna
But
do
yeah.
with our extra 4 episodes a year. We're gonna just discuss Warhammer.
But there, I wonder if they got that idea though, because like in that universe they also ban AI, and they also have people who are like more one with computing rather than like the computing being control and the human like being separate, and like
Yeah,
you know. So that's interesting.
it's very cool. I
Yeah,
love
I
that
mean,
touch. I would assume
there's a reason-
they were inspired by it for sure.
Yeah, like I said at the
Right.
beginning of the episode, like what I heard growing up was, Lord of the Rings was the like king of fantasy, and Dune was like the king of science fiction. So like, and
Yeah.
I think a lot of that comes from its legacy, where so much is inspired from that. Because like, yeah, I think Star Wars is
Right.
inspired by Dune, and how much is inspired by Star Wars, right? It's like this
M-
cascading effect.
Maybe that's also why I get kind of like a cheese factor from these movies
It's
in
so
terms of its
overplayed.
like epic and like proportion, because it's like, well, duh, it's where it all fucking came from.
Yeah, yeah.
All these fucking tropes, right?
It's like
Or at
somebody
least,
showing you the
for
Bible.
modern touchstones, right? Like,
Somebody be like, "This is a story
Totally.
of Cain and Abel," but like but like the names are like, "This is Stan and Johnny," and you're like, "Yeah, wow, he betrayed and killed his brother. Yeah, seen it a million times before, Bucko."
wow, original.
Yeah, I think the reason the epic scale of it works so well with how like classic hero's journey is like for me fits so much into that kind of perversion of the hero's journey like we were talking about, where it's like it is so like grand and epic and like feels so heroic, but at the same time there's this dark sinister undertone underneath every scene that's like, I don't know, it makes you think constantly for me, right? Or
For sure.
constantly like recognizing that it's playing with my emotions.
The next big thing I kind of wanted to talk about, it's not a huge thing. Well, I don't know. Dr. Liet Kynes, we have mentioned this character. Max von Sydow plays Dr. Liet Kynes, who is a man in the book, in the original. I thought it was a really cool choice to kind of do like the essence of the character. And I read a little bit about the actor and Denis Villeneuve kind of like came together and were just like, yeah, like let's just, like he was like, I don't care about that aspect of the character. I just want like to get across who is this sort of classic figure of someone who has gone to like learn about a culture and has completely become like taken in with it, right?
Okay.
I think the term that people use
Oh,
a
did we
lot.
even shout out Jason Momoa? Like he's great.
Oh, yeah.
as Duncan.
Aqua,
Yeah.
I
Oh,
did
yeah.
say
Oh, you
Aquaman
did
is
say
here.
Aquaman. That's right.
Aquaman's here.
The love between Jason Momoa and Timothy Chalamet is so fucking
Yeah.
cute.
He calls him my
I
boy.
love the relation.
Calls him my
Yeah.
boy, Paul, my boy. But
Oh my boy.
I think she did a great job, and yeah, I don't know. I really like that sort of like when you're adapting something, like don't get so caught up in those things that people often get caught up in, and like just
Right.
try to capture the essence of the character. Oh, I was gonna say, I don't know if I finished saying it, but I think people often use the term like going native. I think they even say it in the movie as well. I think this is very
They do,
classic,
yeah.
classic example of that.
Hell yeah.
So what scene are we on? Because we've been jumping around a little bit.
We're probably at when they're going on the Thopters to see the spice harvesters, right? That's kind of what's next.
I think this is. I'll lay it down. I kind of have a good idea of where it is. So we've seen the like scene setting up with like Duke Leto Atreides and with Thufir with his little parasol. The whole thing about the
Love it.
spice production and like how they're having difficulties with it. So they like we need to talk to the judge of the change, which is Dr. Leah Kynes, this anthropologist who serves the emperor. And then what we get introduced to her character, and then that's when Javier Bardem appears as Stilgar, who is now we see that these sort of efforts to communicate with the Fremen are being like are like starting to bear fruit.
I like
And
when
we
they all
get, like,
spit on the
this-
table.
Yeah, I
Hell
love
yeah.
that. That's always been a sick
I
part of Dune for me.
Just
I
imagine
honor you with
lying
my
at,
water.
I just imagine lying on that table in that scene.
That's what you imagine.
And like no one like you know, no one acknowledges me. Like the scene just
Yeah.
plays out.
Dude, I
I'm
did
naked.
have a note about how we have JB versus JB once again. Josh Brolin, Javier Bardem.
Yes, man. They're
Didn't even notice they have the
reunited.
same initials. It's pretty wild. Gurney, I do love Gurney. He's silly, and I kind of like that aspect. I like him and like Duncan Idaho have a little bit of levity to them, and some of the Fremen characters as well. We like Stilgar, definitely in the second movie.
Yo,
Stilgar,
yeah.
like straight up like comic relief when he goes,
Yeah.
"Lisan al Gaib."
Dude, Gimli energy, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
From
That's a
Lisa,
great call.
from Stilgar, I don't know about to that extent. I mean, he's still pretty like grounded, willing to die for what he believes in, kind of a tragic character,
Sure.
I feel like in some ways.
I mean, he's as Gimli as a, you know, religious fanatic can get, I guess, you know?
Yeah, okay, yeah, I see that.
Yeah, he's just kind of like he's like a little
He is
grumpy,
funny.
but
Yeah,
like
he is funny.
like when they run into him later on in the movie, it's really funny. He's like, he's young, he can learn our ways, not you. And then she like has a fucking knife at his neck, right?
Yeah,
It's just like,
Jessica
and there's comedy in that
manhandles
movie.
him. Yeah, it's great.
And he's like, whoa, sorry, I miscalculated. He says something like that.
Yeah, well, he's so good, dude. Like, he's just such a good actor. The way he plays everything, where he comes across is so realistic to me in that he is this kind of like he feels larger than life and realistic to me at the same time. Like in this role, where
For
he's
sure.
Yeah,
Man,
he's
can
like-
you imagine if you just like fucking looked and spoke like that in real life? And like
yeah,
you could just like I don't know, just speak with such like gravitas and like I don't know, he just looks so
yeah, he's definitely a standout performance for me. He's
pretty
a powerhouse.
fucking cool guy. I also love that. What really sells the spitting scene is the awkward part of it, because in the book it feels like that. There's that
Really?
sort of like tension.
Well, yeah, because they're
Yeah,
about to draw their weapons on him. And you just spit on our Duke's table. Like, what the hell is that? Duncan is like, nope, and then he spits, and then Leto's like, okay, yep.
The line as well, "I recognize you,"
Yep.
that Stilgar says to him in Chakobsa,
Love that.
was fucking. I love, yeah, that just that little. "I recognize you," just that little thing.
And we've already kind of gone over Paul like wearing the stilt suit for the first time. I do really love this scene where they're explaining the stilt suit. Like you were saying earlier, the technology is so cool in this, where you have the thimble full of water a day is all you lose from wearing the stilt suit. So it's like you're just recycling all your own water. It's like so
yum.
specific and interesting. I just really love like specifics like that when you get into like
Yeah,
sci-fi technology stuff, you know.
the
And-
urine and the feces too, baby.
Hell
Urine
yeah,
and the
brother.
feces.
Hell yeah.
And it's powered by your movement. It's
yeah,
very cool,
it's
like
super
very
cool.
thought out.
Yeah.
And of course, his boots are set desert slip fashion.
Yep. He knew how to dress in their way. The
It
prophecy.
just felt right. He says, dude.
Yep.
He will know our ways as if he were one of us.
And I gotta say, the Firefly helicopters are so
Yeah, I think they're based on dragonfly. wings.
dragonflies. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
The
man.
ornithopters are awesome.
So
And
cool.
the sound design for
What
it too. I watched a video
amazing-
about the sound design for that, and just like how much thought they put into it.
There's quite a few things like that in these movies. The Villeneuve one specifically, where I'm just like, that is like some of the coolest sci-fi stuff I've ever seen. It looks so cool.
Yeah.
Oh, yo. I just saw something I had written down in my journal, and I wrote, that spider had ass cheeks. Did we already get past
No,
the?
I don't know if we mentioned the spider. Yeah, the
That's
one
in
on
this-
the with the Harkonnens, right?
Yes, in the Cone of
Yes.
Silence.
that
Have
in
we
the
got there
first?
yet?
No, we passed it. It was right after the hunter seeker scene.
That's
yeah,
right.
it is
okay.
so good. The way that I want to say the suspensor belts are like so much cooler in this movie, and the way he like floats with the fucking like
Oh yes, I did want to mention this too.
like
yeah.
the
I actually-
long trailing cloak.
Dude,
Yeah.
the Baron is for me some of the most visually striking stuff in this movie. Just the way he moves is like haunting and it feels like it's out of a nightmare. Like it's so cool. I do love the
Yeah.
big floaty one from the 1984 one too, but
The
yeah,
way this guy floats is just much more like menacing, and the way the lights
Yeah.
turn on and they're like really, and like the sound for those too, fucking sick.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
But then again, I love
Yeah.
that. Yeah, just the reinforced of the more scheming. We were talking about cleverness, dude. This reminds
Oh,
me again
yeah.
of There Will Be Blood. All this scheming, but people are flawed. I love that aspect of it. I love the like everyone's smart, but like no one's perfect, like
Yeah. Yeah, everyone's got games within games. And that's one of the things I was saying about the chaos earlier that Frank Herbert set up here is you could very easily just make this a story about the Atreides and the Emperor. And the Emperor tries to kill them and they rebel against the Emperor. And that's like a story that's been done so many times, but to have this extra layer of the Harkonnens, and they've had this feud for hundreds of years, and it turns into this Game of Thrones thing of like, the Bene Gesserit controlling all the strings, and everyone has their own motivations, and then you got the guild in the background, and the Emperor has all his things that he's trying to accomplish, which is mostly through the Bene Gesserit's manipulations, it seems, but still like just such an intricate, cool web of chaos, and like so much to like think about and like try to understand, and it makes Paul's domination over all these plans that much more satisfying, because like it's all building up to like everyone's got their schemes and their plans, but it's just like no, he just cuts through it like warm knife through butter.
yeah, for sure. I feel like it's almost one of those things that does reinforce like his sort of like fate, right? His fucking destiny is that like sort of like intense yeah, I don't know. I think one of the like
Everything.
like I was saying before, we're setting up like his skills, and like the way his leadership develops throughout the story is very cool. I think the like moments where you see him growing in those ways are like they like really
Yeah.
do kind of work off one another.
Yeah, totally.
We were talking about the ornithopters and the sound of the wings and the rhythm of it. And I do remember after they go out, they talk about when they're out, they're talking about shielding the things. And I just want to say with the shields, I love that idea too with Frank Herbert, where he's like, guns don't really work in like a close combat situation anymore because we have these shields. Like the ships have these wild missiles that like will move slowly and shit. That shit's wild. But like now we're going back to hand combat, which is a much more fun way. I think even Star Wars does it too. Like there's
Yeah.
something about melee
Yeah, they brought the
combat that's
lightsaber in.
so good
And then-
for like narrative.
I mean, it's one of the
Right.
reasons I love fantasy, like medieval fantasy so much, is that hand-to-hand combat prowess with the blade, it's so personal. Like the action scenes are so
Wasn't-
tense because you're face to face, eye to eye with your enemy.
And then lasers are also ruled out, right? Because this is what I've heard. I think my cousin told me this in passing, but thanks, Patrick. That if a laser's shot at those shields, then it can like create like a nuclear
yeah.
explosion, basically, and it's like really like
that's
chaotic,
cool.
like way to fight because the lasers
I
interact
love how
with the
much
shields in this
how
really,
much
like,
he thinks of that shit.
chaotic
And then
way.
we have these shields have become such a part of the society that it's like, oh, like why don't you just shield them? And they they work on frequencies, They're like that's what's so sick. Because immediately when she was like, no, it attracts worms, I'm like, oh, because they're emitting a consistent frequency that's like the thumping, right? Like that attracts them.
Right.
So And it makes them freak out even. I love that because it's probably a very high frequency, right? Like that, just like they hate to hear that, and that's very intelligent. And now we're establishing, oh, so like combat, hand-to-hand combat out in the desert is even more dangerous. And it is this almost way of like, oh, well, then why don't they fight with guns? And then at one point they do have a gun, but who cares? Because I want to see people fight with swords and knives.
The knife or the tranquilizer gun ended up being pretty effective. If you can get him in the back, I guess, you know.
Oh yeah.
Well, he catches it at one point, right?
No, I don't think he can reach it.
Or but he like tries to, right? I think
he's reaching for
think
it.
that's
You
a
just
thing too,
can't.
yeah.
You just can't get to it. Yeah, and it's that perfect spot.
I think he deflects one.
Duncan
I
Idaho
remember
definitely like
somehow.
deflects
Oh, I was talking
one
about
at one
Leto.
point.
Oh no, it's Duncan,
Yeah.
Idaho. That's right.
Yep.
But it is cool. And I do love that later on there's a really awesome scene where we see a lot of flashing of the shields, but I love how visually it's set up. Blue means like, the shield is on. Red means like something has penetrated the shield. And it comes into play and is used like really well,
Yeah.
I think, like throughout the film.
Yeah, just all the tech stuff. So cool.
Yeah.
And adds so much like nuance to what's happening. And it's just immersive, It's just good. Good stuff.
Yeah, and
good
then
world building.
The sandcrawler, whole sandcrawler scene. This is different from the book. The Lynch one is actually how the book happens. You know how the carryall never shows up because it was like sort of like
Right.
It was what's the word? Hijacked. It was hijacked by the Harkonnens. That's what happens in the book as well.
I had
But
forgotten
in
that.
these movies, yeah, it just has like a failure
Yeah.
to attach.
Right. Yeah, very epic scene of you see how awesome Leto is, like leading the charge. They don't have enough room, but they make room anyway. Getting 21 guys out. Damn the spice, he says. Love it.
Yeah, you can really see how he's gaining these people's trust too. Like when the way like Dr. Kynes looks at him and
Right.
it
just needs a
like, they're so
voiceover.
surprised.
To tell me how he's feeling about him at that moment.
That's so fucking funny. Really fucking funny.
Yeah, I mean, there is also like sort of this theme of like, well, of course it reminds me of Game of Thrones, but like sort of like honor as weakness,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's a big
Right.
theme. That's
That's
what the Emperor tells
says,
to Paul at the end about his father. I guess he does. That's why he says he did this whole thing. He
that's
thought his father
right.
was weak.
Yeah.
Yep.
He says that you should rule with the heart. Yeah. Love that. It's weird though. It is weird, but it's also good, which is how I feel about a lot of things. Weird, but good. I like the first interaction, Paul's first interaction with the spice, Lynch versus like Villeneuve. I feel like Villeneuve really let Timothy Chalamet, I keep wanting to call him Timothée, like take full sort of control over the performance. And he does like really do some cool like sort of like intercutting of like psychedelic visuals.
Yeah.
But I just love he's just like sitting there like kind of like stoned. And
I was
and
just
Gurney
thinking of
Halleck
that.
walks up to him and he says the same thing again where he says,
I recognize your footsteps, old man.
I love that callback like of that quote again
Mhm.
in like this sort of complete change where he was like super aware. And what's interesting now is like it'll be alluded to later when Chani says like you were a good fighter once you woke up, and he said I wasn't sleeping, like I was awake.
Right.
And this is because he is like more awake to reality than he ever has been.
Right. Throughout a lot of the David Lynch one, you hear whispering, "Wake up," or like something along those lines. That's a big theme in that one. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It's like this is very like opening your third eye.
In the
I mean, even
Villeneuve
the whole
ones
idea.
too. He even has
Oh
the
yeah,
whispering.
absolutely.
Kwisatz-Haderach.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. Yeah. Creepy, weird, cool stuff. I like it.
Yeah, I also like that there starts to be this sort of idea like, oh, he's like sensitive to it, he's like allergic to it, sort of thing that's like presented as well, and I like that too. Like I like that it's
Yeah,
not
well,
immediate.
he starts getting visions. I think he was already having visions before this, right?
Yeah, he has been
He's having
having
dreams.
dreams. Now he's
Yeah,
now
about
he's having,
Chani, and
yeah.
now he's having proper visions. Yeah, and it's the tragic thing about Paul, right? Like, we find out basically he was genetically like bred to be this person over what, hundreds, if not thousands of years of Bene Gesserit, like
Generations upon generations. He's meant to be one of the halves, or like to end the feuds, right? Like the feuding of the houses. Like they basically, yeah, I think they want to like fuse like the most powerful bloodlines so that they can like have the best of the best take over.
and the Bene Gesserit have the ability to shape their fetus within them to choose their sex. And Jessica was ordered not to, was ordered to have a daughter,
Yeah.
and she chose to have a son, which is so interesting.
In the book, I think it is like kind of like what she says in the Lynch one, where I think it is that he like really wants a son, and so she wants to
Leto.
give him a son.
Oh, I think you're right. Yep, that rings a bell.
That's why like she does say like
Yeah.
you were like you had the hubris to think that you could produce the Kwisatz Haderach, and I think like the truth is actually much more like of like a like sentimental
He loved
reason.
Leto.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's also a very interesting detail.
Like, he doesn't marry her.
Well, just like from a world building standpoint, where Frank Herbert Hewitt was like, yeah, and then these witches are gonna control men with sex. Like,
yeah, to an
who-
extent, yeah.
who hurt you, Frank? You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, it's an interesting point.
It is very interesting. It is. I love it.
Who hurt you, Frank?
I mean, I don't. I haven't read anything about him and his wife, but I mean, he has a son, so who knows? I did.
Sex.
He
It
was
was supposed to be a daughter.
for an environmentalist and a guy who does a lot of mushrooms. He was surprisingly like an active member of the Republican Party.
Oh,
What?
interesting.
Yeah.
Why does that not surprise me?
So this is around the time we meet the worm for the first time.
Yes.
And I mean, speak of Lovecraftian horror. Oh my God, these things are horrifying in both movies. But yeah, especially with the special effects now. Just the
when
way it when it comes up to swallow the miner.
Yeah.
What's it called? Yeah, the harvester.
The crawler. I think that what I really like about it too is that it has it looks like a rounded brush on the inside, which reminds me of the whale teeth thing. And Herbert, although he was inspired by Arabic cultures and like all the other things I said, he was also, like I said, he was from Washington, like the Pacific Northwest, and was friends with like members of the like indigenous population up here, and the Fremen are heavily inspired by like Pacific Northwest like Native American tribes. And
Wow.
that whole harpooning whale thing translates into like them like,
Wow.
riding these huge like sandworms.
Oh, that's so awesome! I never made that connection. How cool!
That's
I love
wild.
that.
Pacific Northwest pride, baby.
Yo,
Hey,
what up?
It's cold. It's cold up here.
Is cold
Up here.
up there?
There must be some spice in the atmosphere.
Hey,
we get a vision of Paul and Chani kissing, and then she stabs him, which is, I think, the first time. That's something they kind of touch on later when he actually gets his powers. But at first, it almost seems like he's just seeing the future, but really, his prophecy will lead him to be able to see all paths of the future, like, right, all the different routes that can happen.
I would not. I don't think I would have taken as much from those scenes if someone hadn't explained to me kind of what was going on, right? Because I watched this with my cousin and my uncle, and when he's having these visions and we're learning that he sends spice, my uncle told me, like, he's not saying what's going to happen proper. It's like what could happen basically, or what happens in
Yeah.
like all these
Well, I think
alternate universes.
and I think
And that was that would have been really confusing for me if I
right, and
didn't
I
know
think
that.
that's
You know,
I think that's part of what he's trying to do for the first movie, especially because they do explain it more in the second movie. Like Paul
Yeah.
straight up says, "I could see all the different routes, and there's one specific path," and he
true.
like even does the whole hand thing. But in the first
Yeah.
movie, I think they're setting it up that they're going to kiss and then she's going to stab him. It's like setting up intrigue and like because he's trying to make you think basically that it is just seeing the future and like this is
Yeah,
what's
and I
going to
mean,
happen.
Right.
the end of the
Yeah.
first movie really sets up that, like, you realize, like, oh, this shit is actually, these visions are fallible. And what I think is the, like, very cool thing in the book is that you realize, like, he's not just learning from his experiences, he's learning from what he didn't experience. It's almost like the things you don't do are as important as the things you do. It's the jazz thing. It's the negative space thing. Yeah. But I really do love it'll come up later. But his
Yeah.
whole relationship with Jameis is his friend, his mentor,
I
who taught him
know.
the Fremen ways. But like that never happened.
But
it
that was
did.
the most powerful thing I think throughout any of the movies. When I first saw that scene, I know we're fucking skipping to the end. Is that okay?
We can talk about it for a second and then jump
okay.
back. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like, just how powerful that was. Like, just the amount of like hurt and like, just sorrow he felt for like
Yeah.
ending this like thread into this beautiful relationship and friendship.
Yeah. And
Tragic.
I love how hard he tries to fight against it too.
Yeah.
Like I think that's what makes Paul such
And that
a
just
like
makes him
awesome
angrier too.
protagonist. Yeah, it's just like how hard he's just trying to resist this destiny that he's like forced into.
Well, and he's
yeah,
like,
that's the real heartbreak of the story,
do
right?
you
Is
yield and shit, and the guy
Yes.
gets angrier. He's like incensed. He's like, how, like, because he doesn't like truly know their ways. But I think it is also the idea of like this is his friend, and he's so reluctant to like end the life of someone he thinks of as like a friend.
No.
yeah, and
But it's so necessary
and
as a step.
Stilgar is saying, is he playing with him? And Jessica's like, no, he's never killed a man. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
that's some good stuff, dude. That's some really well written stuff. But let's jump back before we get too carried away with that whole sequence because we'll touch on it again.
For sure. I think the part where Paul says that she's pregnant and he does that weird
Yes.
subtle smile is unsettling. It's creepy,
Yes.
but it really works for me.
Yes, it's very creepy. And he tells her someone will hand him a blade, and she already. So like now she's Jessica. Like that's part of the fun of this movie. It reminds me of The Matrix, where like you're slowly watching everyone realize that Neo is the one, and Neo doesn't believe he's the one. But it's like again like this perversion of that story, where it's like. In the Matrix, you're like, yes, Neo, you can do it. You are the one. You can do it. And then with Dune, it's like, yes, Paul. I think. I don't know. Is this good? Wait, how many people
Better
are
than
gonna
the
die?
Baron.
Better than the Baron. Yeah, get him, Paul. Yeah.
Right. Oof.
I
Which
also
I love that push and pull.
it's a movie that calls its shot. It's one of those classic like you see it in heist movies too. Where this is the plan. And it is fun with prophecies too. Where like this is what has been told, and you're like as a viewer, you're like, of course I know I'm gonna watch this happen. But then like when you watch it happen, you're like, whoa, like you're in the mind of the audience, like of the people in the movie. They're like, whoa, that confirms what I thought about you, or I wasn't convinced. Now I am.
Listen al game.
And, yeah, that's why it became such a meme, I think, too, because it is like there's the good sort of visual or sort of like using these moments to like heighten his like sort of like power, right?
Right.
We also, I think, get very soon after this the Sardaukar chanting. I don't know what
Yes.
language that's based on, but it's like
The,
Mongolian
like,
throat singing.
Yes, I love it. It's so cool sounding. And so yeah, the how do you say it? Sardaukar. They're the emperor's
Sardaukar.
like, private army. Am I understanding that correctly?
They are the most fearsome warriors in all of the galaxies and the known universe.
Yeah. So actually, that was something I wasn't quite sure. This is a universe story, right? This isn't a galaxy confined story.
Yeah,
Or
they
are
are
they confined to-
traveling. I think they travel intergalactically by folding
Okay.
space.
That's awesome. Love that.
Wow.
Because he's the
Love
emperor of
space.
the known universe, right?
Right.
Right.
That's another choice in these films. There's no aliens.
Yeah.
At least in these books. I think later on with his son and stuff, there's...
Which I always have a bit of a hard time believing when it leaves the galaxy, where I'm like, at some point there's something out there, right? But like maybe not, and it's an interesting
Sure.
take, you know.
Yeah.
Leto gets mad at Jessica because she believes Paul is distracted, and then you can tell here Leto kind of senses his doom coming. He knows he's been set up.
That's
He
right.
asks Jessica if she'll protect Paul. And we see the Matador statue again, and he tells her, "I should have married you."
Yeah.
And
I also just want to point out how hardcore it is to fucking cement a person into a wall. Like, that's
Yes.
the level of planning that's going on.
yes, yeah, with the hunter seeker controller. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
waiting from the previous administration, which is absolutely insane.
That's
we didn't bring that up.
basically what the guy did. The second guy to shoot Trump, right? Like
Oh
he
yeah, you
just,
waited
like,
in the bushes overnight, but we're talking like weeks here, if not longer, right? Or like at least like
sure.
well, maybe like a week or two. I think they say in the book. I can't remember.
Maybe days even.
Yeah.
I feel like this first part really happens within a pretty like quick period of time.
I think they're there for a while because they have to be there long enough where they can fail to be mining enough spice. And Leto's talking about how none of their equipment is good enough to be mining the spice, so the spice production is like stalling out. So
Yeah.
I think the Emperor's whole plan is to give him some time to like fail and then have the Harkonnens come in and clean up the deal. What I don't get is why doesn't the Emperor just personally seize Arrakis? I guess it's because the houses would
Yeah.
turn against him. Yeah. Right.
Because all the other houses love Atreides. The Emperor is a jealous man.
Yeah.
He's a bad guy.
Again, it's so interesting that she's like his concubine. Very
Yeah.
interesting choice.
So does that make
I think
Paul a bastard technically, or how does that work?
no, he's acknowledged as like the son. He is
Yeah,
like
I don't
he
know
is
if that-
the heir to the throne.
Maybe they just don't have that
Right, that
terminology.
doesn't
Like concubines can still have
exist.
Yeah.
proper heirs. I think which has been a thing throughout history too.
Yeah, like I think the Khan, like right, that was a thing for the Khans.
Yeah,
as
I
well,
mean
like,
they had main wives, I think usually, but like, or a main wife. But if you didn't have any heirs from that wife, then you'd probably legitimize a concubine, which sounds like what happened to Paul or to Leto. He wasn't initially planning for her to be the love of his life out of like duty.
He
I
was
guess.
He was waiting for a political marriage
Right.
that
Exactly.
could like
yeah.
position the house for a better place. Very interesting, subtle touch to all of it. I also think what's interesting, as you see at the end of the movie, and then when you pick up and if you read Dune Messiah, you see it in action that he ends up keeping the love of his life as a concubine, like Chani. But it is different with because he's married to Princess Irulan at the end. But I just think
Right.
there's this mirroring there that perhaps is like being set up here. But yeah, just an interesting touch that he was like Duke Leto was this. Shown him as like this pure guy, but you know he still had to maneuver and left that sort of piece on the board, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
And
really
then
interesting stuff.
I think after this is the whole epic sort of like raid of the palace.
Yeah,
but
Dr.
I
Yui
like
shoots Leto, shield goes
the
down.
beginning. Well, even before that, just Shadout Mapes' red handprint on his white shirt. I felt like it was great visual storytelling for like this betrayal that's about to happen.
Right, yeah. Dr. Yui's really like great little villain too because he has a small part to play, but he's totally relatable. Like you can totally understand if someone took your wife and was like, "You have to let us do this, or your wife will die." And then like, what choice do you have? I don't know. Like,
Yeah, we got the whole poison tooth thing too.
Yeah, I love that
that's really
she
cool.
still tries to set up a
Yeah.
situation to get the Baron and all that. I love his little part he plays in this, even if it's like, even if it does suck and he is a rat.
So sad.
Yeah, he is a very tragic character to me. Like I really feel for him like a lot. I feel like he's one of those people who's been locked in place by maneuvers, you know? Like
Much
and I
like
think
Paul.
that's fun to see as well, you know, where it's like someone just like, damn dude, yeah. You shouldn't do that, but if I were you, I might end up doing the same thing.
Right?
And then of course it's just like, what does it get him? Death. You know, and at least he knows that his wife is free because she's dead too, you know?
Yeah.
That's also so fucked up, dude. Like, that, like, the Baron, the Harkonnens are so evil, dude. Like,
yeah, they're bad
they,
guys.
like, keep people and, like, slowly dismember them.
They remind
Yeah,
me of got more Warhammer 40,000 actually. The Dark Elves.
Oh, yeah.
Warhammer 40K. Super scary.
I love their Dark Sun planet. The 1984 dude with the like freaking little like blood pouches that you could pull out of them, and then
The
they
heart
just
plugs.
Oh
the
yeah.
heart plugs, bro. And
That
there's a scene where
makes
the
me-
Baron, yeah, that scene was so freaking weird, man. He comes up and he pulls out the heart plug
Yeah.
of some like sacrifice to him, and then just kind of
Little
like
boy.
bathes in it momentarily, and that's
Yeah.
it. It's like, whoa,
I mean,
dude.
That's a whole rabbit hole, you know, with how that iteration of the Baron is just like very perverse and like probably a little homophobic, right? Like
I think it's just a bit too much overall. Everything with the Harkonnens in the Lynch version,
yeah.
not everything, but most of it is just like a little too much, or sometimes a way too much.
I mean,
But-
fuck, that's also like fucking David Lynch, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
you've seen
I
Blue
think-
Velvet.
I think that you're actually like I think it might be part of like the lore as well.
the
Because
heart
like
plugs.
no. The Baron and like
Mm.
him potentially being gay. I
Mm,
think that because you notice they're his nephews, right? He has one child that we know of, and it's Jessica.
right, that's a good point.
So it is like
Was Jessica's mother a Bene Gesserit, and like she also seduced the Baron?
yeah, I remember
Wow.
reading something about this, but like there is like that is definitely something that is out there, and I think there's definitely like a place to be like weird that like the
What the
one
fuck?
the one instance of homosexuality in this story is like portrayed in like a very sort of like is attached to like
Right.
a very negative,
Very,
like a
very
very
evil
gross
person.
person,
And,
yeah.
Bad. Not you can't get much worse. What's up with his face in the 1984
with
one,
all
man?
the
He just got
boils,
like,
yeah.
I mean,
oh
yeah.
my god,
Just to
It's
add
so
to
awful,
that
bro. And what's I kept
disgust
forgetting his
factor.
name. Rabban. What's
Rabban.
his nephew or
Yeah.
his Rabban?
Dave
He's just
Bautista?
constantly like eating and not. I'm talking in the 1984 one. He's just like
Oh, yeah.
sweating and spewing everywhere, and he's just like, it's just like too much, bro. It's too much.
It really is. It truly is. They really do it's so much more tasteful in the Villeneuve depictions. Just real, like, still like deranged and so evil, and there is a lot of that senseless violence, but like, more tangible. You know, definitely more tangible.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it feels like more like a real, like heightened sci-fi, like a fascist regime that
yeah.
that controls things with an iron fist, and they've been ruling for centuries. And
Harkonnen
Do
in
whatever they want.
1984 gave me like
Industrial Golf Club vibes.
or Tim Burton like Batman like it's like some Joker shit. I don't know, like you know what I mean?
yeah,
They're kind of silly. They're kind of
It's
campy.
so silly.
yeah,
that
it's all
movie's very campy.
oh yeah, it's all pretty campy and silly, but it's still fun. Like again, like
Yeah,
the
oh, yeah.
Toto theme, the rock guitar is like It's really cheesy, but every time I came in, I was like, hell yeah.
It's also it's in the same compartment as The Last Unicorn. Have you guys seen that one?
Oh, that rings a bell.
I
It's
don't think I
great.
have.
Oh,
It's based on the
yeah.
book.
I don't think I have,
and
actually. I might be thinking of someone else.
and America the band does the entire soundtrack. Christopher Lee produced it. Fucking
Wow.
and he voices it, and like it's
That's
That's
amazing.
sick.
it's
We're gonna have
like,
to do that one on the pod sometime.
It's also like it's one of those movies that a bunch of people like thought was like for kids, but it definitely wasn't, and it like ruined a bunch of kids' lives.
Oh my goodness.
Love that.
Okay, well
Love
now I
that.
have to look it up. Well, speaking of
Um,
soundtracks, during this attack, we were talking about the bagpipes earlier. Bagpipes are back, baby, and they're back with marching drums. I thought this whole cacophony of just like, yeah, like representing the Atreides, but over like a battle theme, I thought was very cool. I like this whole
yeah.
like music set piece here.
And we get the visual of all the like red and blue flashing lights, like of the
Mhm.
shields when they like
Yeah.
go face to face as well.
I also really like the Atreides soldiers. We get a shot of them on the staircase, and they have this formation where they're like lockstep, where half of them have 1 foot up and the other half have 1 foot down, and then they, keep taking 1 step forward. I mean, they
Right.
immediately get ambushed on the other side by the Sardaukar.
Sardaukar.
Sardaukar. But
Yes.
just, man, such a cool little like attention to detail. Just like, yeah, show me like how these guys fight. What does it look like? Because we see it in Paul, right? We see this kind of, the stances are the same. And it's just cool to like, yeah, see that it's all like together coherently.
You know, that reminds me of Avatar: The Last Airbender, actually, where like all the different like bending elements,
Which is all based off of like kung fu. Like I feel, like I always
different
felt like
schools, different schools of kung fu that like convey these different like emotions and like inherent characteristics of like their nation and their fighting styles. But yeah,
Nice.
I
That's
love
one
that.
I haven't seen. I've been meaning
airbenders
to
are literally
watch that one
like
someday.
Shaolin monks.
Yeah, yep.
It's very cool. I agree. I do like that. It's very sort of martial arts coded. Like the whole way that they fight feels very informed by that.
And it also like harkens back to what I kind of said earlier, where like Atreides,
Our
like
Conan's back.
Hey,
like how they sort of have like this Greek feel to them, and like it's also expressed through this like kind of like
Oh, boy.
phalanx formation
Yeah,
that they have.
yeah.
Let me tell you
Totally.
something. They say that the Atreides go back to Agamemnon, like the fucking
Oh, that's
guy
right.
from the play. Like
Wow.
that's who they're descended from, and that's why they're cursed. Because Agamemnon,
Whoa.
oh man, I can't remember the specifics, but like there's a curse placed upon his house, and there's stories I think
Right.
in even like Greek mythology about
That's amazing.
his descendants, and
Right.
so yeah, the Atreides are descended from him. I also thought it was interesting. This was before, but they say that Leto has great eyes, and their symbol is a hawk. Don't think I missed that. I got eyes like a hawk.
Wow. Hey, do we have any Product Patrol police corners in this at all? I mean,
Yeah,
no.
dude, there was several Dr. Pepper cans in every scene.
What was I gonna say? Oh yes. Well, what we really need here is Patrick Stewart running into battle with a pug, though. I think
Oh my god.
that's really what this scene is missing. I do love that.
1,000,000%.
He's running in with the pug in one arm.
I think I missed the part where
Why,
he runs in
dude?
with the pug.
Why? Yeah, it's during this whole battle sequence. That's why, bro. It's so ridiculous.
Because
But then the 1984 version loses some points because we get this scene of the Baron over Jessica and Paul being like, I just want to spit on your head. Just a little spittle on
Yeah.
your face. And he
Oh,
spits
yeah.
on her
Spits on-
face, dude. And the other guy just comes up and he's like rubbing it into her face. It's like, what the fuck, bro?
I love you guys so much. I was gonna say the process shots all really feed into The how the attention to detail Herbert pays for the technology. All these things you're talking about, the stances, the movement, even the way the weapons are deployed, and the shit with Dr. Yui and the tooth. All of this is a bunch of really sick process stuff that just reinforces the lived-in nature of this sci-fi world.
Totally.
Fuck
We
yeah.
have Paul and Jessica taken into the helicopter. This is a little bit of a Dr. Evil moment for me, of just like, you have the people you want to kill here, but the Bene Gesserit will know we're lying if we say we didn't kill them, so we have to throw them out in the desert. Like, they'll know that too. Just kill them, bro. If you're gonna kill them, kill them.
Well, I think there
The
is
sharks
something
have
to.
freaking laser beams on their head. Of course they're gonna die.
I think there is something to. I get what you mean, but there's something to like that the Bene Gesserit will know whether or not you ordered to kill them, but they won't know that like you like. I think it is a limitation of their power. It's not like they can read people's minds, you know.
Sure. Yeah, no,
And-
it works well enough, and it's rule of cool, as we like to say, the enemy of the
Yeah.
nitpick.
Enemy
True.
of the nitpick. I said that in the car on the way back from the movie. I said enemy of the nitpick, and my friend Jack goes, "What? Where have I heard that?" And I said, I say that in the Tremors episode." He was like, "Oh," he was like, "I was having the weirdest deja vu," and it was
That's funny.
it was great to get two moments like where he asked me about the HJ, and then I said something that threw him off so much because he'd only ever heard my recorded voice say that.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's all the production value, you know. He was just like, "Whoa, when it's raw, it sounds so different."
Yeah.
I like with like the whole wrinkle of one of them is deaf as well, and
Yeah. I
this
love the
one
sign
again
language coming back here.
a lot of insert shots. We get the Yui insert. I feel like done better than the Lynch one. I should just stop saying it because it is just overall much better executed.
Sure.
But I love.
I can't argue with you. Like I said, I do think the Lynch one has a charm to it, and I love
definitely
the matte
does.
paintings. I think it has a place, like it has value. But yeah, I'm with you. I mean, the
In
Villeneuve
my-
one are just like immaculate.
In
Like,
my
I-
heart, 1984 has a place next to Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Oh, nice, dude. I can see
You
that.
know.
Yeah. Little
Yeah,
cozy
for
place
sure.
in your heart.
A little
I
cozy
do-
place in my heart that has Willy
Got a little
Wonka and
And you got a
Fade Rotha.
fire going. Got a nice little
Fade
sing
Rotha
sting.
Sting is
played by
Fade
Sting.
Rotha, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
And Gene Wilder.
Dude,
Hanging out.
the Speedo again. It's just like,
Hey,
why? Dude?
I
Why is
want
this
that
all in
Speedo.
here?
I want that Speedo.
He's so sweaty.
I'm sorry. I
He's so
keep
sweaty.
interrupting you, Fredo.
No, he looks good. No, interrupt away. He looks good, dude. He looks good. I want to rub oil all over him. But
That's what David Lynch was thinking. That's why that's
yeah,
there.
I like I was saying before, Jessica is like coaching like Paul on this, and I love how we get this thing where she's like, you know, she's like, your voice, like your pitch was like off. And it's cool to see that coaching continues. Like, and she coaches him kind of hard. She's like a little hard on him. Not as, you know, probably as hard as Tom Thibodeau is on his New York Knicks. So, you know, I think pretty soon we could see Lisan Al-Gaib, you know, number one on the court.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
Oh my God.
That's the coach for the Knicks. For the New York
B-balling.
Knicks. We all love basketball here, not just me.
It's true. Me and
Yeah, just
Connor
like-
go way back with basketball.
Oh yeah, we were.
Sleeping with
B-balling.
basketballs in our
Yeah.
little beds.
I
And
sold my basketball to get him what do you call it? A thing to inflate his basketball.
A pump.
Yeah, but then he sold his
But-
basketball to get me
to
the same
get-
thing.
Yeah. It was so
So
sweet.
now they're just big. You guys are just big pump guys now. Just
Yeah.
go all the pump converse.
Yeah.
Speaking of pumps, dude, the Duke naked at the like huge dinner
What an
table, just sitting
asshole,
there
man.
unconscious.
Oh my god, putting him
But
on
again,
the
what-
table.
This is another example
Visual
of how the sets
storytelling,
work
yeah.
so well with the huge scale of the table.
Yeah.
And yes, he has been like degraded, right?
Yeah.
And him eating too, dude. Oh, and the sounds he's making. You know that they did it. They're like, oh, everyone's gonna hate this. Like,
Yeah.
Everyone's gonna hate me for doing that.
Yeah.
Can I say though, the Baron's fat suit, not the best, right? Like,
Yeah, I don't
it
know. It
looks
worked for
kind
me.
of
I didn't notice
bad
it.
at some points.
Interesting.
Does it not? Like, it just looks like
I'll have to keep an eye out next time I watch
obviously
it.
a fat suit. You know what I mean? But anyway, small detail.
Didn't notice.
Yeah, it didn't bother me.
Well,
Dude, you're the smartest one out of
I'm
the
a
three of
fucking
us.
piece of shit then. I'll just go
You have
fucking
the-
die then.
You have the most
Fuck both
nuanced
of you.
opinion of the three of us.
Yeah, dude. We're just
We're just simping here. We're just out
We're
here just
simping,
like we're just like glazing fucking Denny Villeneuve, dude.
I'm sorry, I'm just a fucking piece of shit.
That's okay, dude.
that's what we
It's
love
okay.
about you. You're my favorite piece of shit.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, truly, my favorite piece of shit. If I ever could pick one, it would be you. But I can't pick one.
So we have Dr. Yui come in as well.
Get another floating robe scene.
Yeah. Oh wait, actually, do we get the whole remove her gag before this? Yeah, and where they
Yes,
escape.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, for sure. That's what I meant about the coaching, and she tells him like that his pitch was off.
Right. Yeah, I love this whole sequence. I remember it. It's one of those scenes that stood out to me in the book, just because it's very tense. Like they're both, like they've set up just enough of what their abilities are that you know all they need to do is get the gag off of Jessica's mouth, and then they have this whole situation in the bag, and the slow unraveling of the tension around trying to do that is like really well done.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, the wrinkle that one of them is like
Is death.
Death.
Yeah.
but then like pretty easily take care of that too. I love like it was like kind of like a show of power, I felt like as well, where you're like, ooh, this is a fun little puzzle, like, oh holy shit. You know? Like yeah.
Right.
Reinforcing Jessica is like still a very powerful person.
Oh yeah.
Despite her being kind of like, you know, on the outs in a way.
Yeah, I'm scared of her. I wouldn't mess with Jessica.
I
Me
would.
neither, dude.
I could
Back
take her.
back to being naked at dinner. The Baron kills Yui. Big bummer.
Boo.
Leto dies by trying to lure the Baron in lead the Baron in as much as he can. And I just gotta say the effect of them coming into their room where he's up on the ceiling and he's like he looks like a cockroach like up in the corner of the
Yeah.
room. That is
Yeah.
another moment that's just like so visually striking and creepy to me, and it's like, whoa, dude, how did you make that look so cool and creepy?
It's so interesting
Well,
too.
it's-
That's how he survived. He just like huddled in the corner.
Yeah, this
Like, at the
this is
top of the
interesting.
ceiling.
music is really tense when the camera
Yeah.
swings up into
Yeah, I
his
think it's a big part
position
of
where it's like
the. Yeah, that's a
Like,
big part of
oh,
probably why
God.
it's so horrifying.
oh no.
And
Yeah,
the morning the lamentation music comes in again when I
Mm.
think Leto dies. We get the you know
Mhm.
the sort
Right.
of swell of it.
Yeah, and Jessica and Paul immediately know.
Yeah.
Um,
We also get the whole
Really sad.
jihad future sequence. I think
yes, this is when he.
a war in my name.
Yeah, an unquenchable fire, and you did this to me. I love when he has his screaming moments in this movie, because that's what I was saying with like Paul is like kind of a pitch perfect hero in a lot of ways, which he's kind of meant to be. However, he does have this temper, and you see that in his father too, and maybe that's part of just how he was raised. But like he lets it all boil up, and then when his authority is questioned too much, he like snaps and and yeah, I think Timothy Chalamet does a great job in these like screaming moments, these really like angry moments.
You know, I think there's a missed opportunity there.
Go on.
I think particularly because as he assumes his role as the Kwisatz Haderach, I think he takes on this more like quote unquote traditionally like masculine air with like he's like yelling a lot and like being really like dominating and controlling,
Yeah.
you know. But then it's also juxtaposed to like him being a male Bene Gesserit, right? Where like I wish they had sort of woven that into the story where like because he's a man becoming a Bene Gesserit, he could have taken on like more maybe feminine qualities and like kind of like woven that
does have
into his style
a
of leadership.
gentleness to him, though. I think he does have a very feminine style of leadership. Like I would say that Atreides in general, they rule through peace and love versus domination and
That's true.
masculinity.
That's true.
I do think.
But I think it's that contrast that I like with him. That's why I like that he's kind of unlikable in those scenes where he loses his temper, even though it's very well acted. So I'm still like there with him in those emotions.
Much as I'm tired of Timothy Chalamet, honestly, he just fucking knocks it out of the park.
Yeah, he's really good. I like him a lot in this.
What
were you gonna say, Fredo?
I think in regards to that sort of like style of like leadership, I think as well it is meant to like highlight like the struggle too, right? That he feels like the inner struggle is really like boiling over,
Sure.
like being faced with what he knows is inevitable, and it is like, and he doesn't know how to control it. And I do think it does a good job of underscoring the fact that this character is supposed to be 15 years old in like the book. And
I would say this scene is not one of those where he's being authoritative. This is him just feeling betrayed by his mother. He says, "You Bene Gesserit made me a freak."
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
it felt very like teenage, like kid, like having a bit of a meltdown. But I think also like we see.
I feel like I would have a meltdown if my whole life and world is falling apart. My father's dead.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then you start having visions, realizing that this was all planned by your mother and her like cult.
Not just that, but
you'd explode,
eventually
right?
realizing, and like he's also realizing like so many people are gonna die, like, and it's almost like
20. I think he says 20 million at some point.
Yeah, and it's like he has to. The way that he has to kind of like make this decision of like where he wants to position himself, but knowing no matter what, a bunch of people are going to die because of him. Like that is like an unbearable weight.
Yeah.
It is very wild. Very wild. But I think there's also this reversal that starts to happen a little bit in the first movie where she becomes scared of him. And she becomes scared of the power that she like helped so. And I think this is one of those moments where it starts to tip that way, where she like is realizing the true sort of weight of what they've done.
Right. Yeah. Because Jessica is also a victim of, because like the Bene Gesserit really are a cult. Like she was indoctrinated into this belief system from before she was born. Like They literally planned out how she would be born so that they can indoctrinate her with this and then like have her do it again,
Right.
One quick note, really quick. I do remember this detail in the book of the Baron. We were talking about how he survived that scene by like going up as a cockroach. I do remember in the book, he just happened to be breathing out the one moment that Leto exhaled, and everyone else was breathing in. Everyone else in the room dies.
Pretty wild.
I love that the tent has veins. All of that stuff, again, just like really cool technology. Like you see it's like recycling their perspiration and stuff.
The moisture in the air.
It is cool because it's like been set up by the still suit. It's shown again with the tent, and then when they get the still suits, ultimately, like then that's like
And is this the first time we see the mouse? I don't recall exactly, but we see how it drinks, where it collects condensation on its ears, and it takes the water off its ears and licking it up.
Paul sees it in the hologram. In the bush.
That's right. Nice.
Yeah.
Duncan finds them. I'm not sure how. They had trackers on them.
They were given the.
From a Yui,
kit,
right?
the
Yui
beacon
set
kit.
them right. Yeah, that's a lot more spelled out in the Lynch one, I think, than the
Right. Yeah,
one.
he's like, okay, you're gonna go this way, and then you go down here. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
reading out escape instructions.
Right. And now he recognizes that this is Duke Paul. It's pretty big. He has to. Yeah, it is a coming of age story in a lot of ways as well. Um,
Oh yeah, when he
they go to a research center of sorts.
Yeah, this is the place that I was telling you about. That was the sort of ecological research
Right.
station.
Right.
Where because they had the technology to turn Dune green, but that's when they discovered spice.
Right.
Yeah,
That's a cool detail.
yeah, it is pretty cool. The costumes all look awesome, and we have this very clear like visual representation of how Paul and Jessica are like further adopting like they're slowly right becoming part of the Fremen, as we will see by the end of like the second movie. They
Yeah.
are like fully like ingrained in their culture and the major leaders of like the culture actually in a way, wildly enough.
that is a wild detail actually. I don't mean to backtrack, but like I was just thinking about uh just like the choice that society made basically in this universe to be like we could create this paradise, but we're just gonna take the fucking spice. You know,
It's a great
that's
fucking
huge-
metaphor for the world we live in now. dude.
exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's what always hits, like why it really like resonates so much with me is like the how like those themes of environmentalism. I really like. Yeah, I don't know. They're very salient for me, dude. They just really, really fucking
Yeah.
hit home.
I mean, they're more relevant.
Uh,
Like these themes are more relevant all the time. You know, like much more
yeah,
in our face every day than it was when the book was written. So yeah. I will say this is probably my biggest critique of the movie is that I feel like it's a weird Dune is a tough movie to split into two parts because it doesn't feel like a natural full arc in this first movie, and it almost feels like the climax has now happened already. And then like the next, I don't know how much is left of the movie at this point, but like 40 minutes to an hour maybe, uh, feels like setup for the next arc more than it feels like
Oh,
a full arc
man.
in itself.
I think the death of Jameis at the end of the movie was really kind of a masterstroke.
Well,
Personally,
I think it's really it's really good and it's well set up, but it doesn't feel like the final shot of him watching someone ride a worm doesn't feel like a natural place to end the story, I guess. Like it's more of like a promise for what comes next. It's not like there's
yeah, I can
guess there's not a
understand.
big emotional catharsis before that, I guess,
Yeah, I get that.
Sure. I mean, again, I feel like, yeah, I mean, you say emotional catharsis, but like, again, the Jameis moment hits me, maybe it hits me harder than anything, I think, maybe in like the second movie. But like,
I agree.
I get what you mean. I also think it's like, it's the trade off. Like, do you want more time to tell this story or do you want it? Because,
Right.
like I said,
Well, I was wondering
valid complaint.
if maybe like a TV show wouldn't be like some like mini series, like 5 episodes or something, or however much time they need to just. But again, yeah, it's weird to split it because then you have
There
to
is a
still have like
miniseries.
yeah, right, but you still have to do like the end of the episode arc. So yeah, it's just like a weird structure, I think.
I
but
mean,
I guess I feel like the last part, like I'm still very much on board for this whole section, and like you said, yeah, the whole like the fight
you're
and
breaking
his
up.
morality around. Oh no,
I'm not. I can't hear any of that.
how about now?
Now I can.
Shit. Okay. Well, I don't know. Edit point. I think that the emotions around Jamie's, is that how you say his name? Is really impactful, and I love that whole setup of what could have been and the duel there. but I did feel like this last section of the movie dragged for me a bit.
Hmm.
Like I was anticipating where it was going more than like being as in it. It was still great stuff, but
Yeah.
Worked, for sure. And I feel like, for me, that was not the case at all. I definitely felt like strapped in fully on this like ride.
heck
Yeah.
And, like I
The
felt
threat
I felt
of
strapped
surviving
in.
in the desert.
I felt strapped in for the ride, but I felt like narratively it was just like I knew we weren't building up to like the big climax. I guess it just doesn't feel like a big climax for me at the end, but yeah.
Word, for sure. Yeah, dude, honestly, it really I didn't remember the first time I saw it working so much for me, but it really did. This time watching it, I was like, hell yeah, that's a dope spot to end. I'm stoked.
Yeah, well, and yeah, the tragedy and like I don't know, like I feel like that's been a part of at least some cultures, in our world where like, first time you kill someone, that's when you fucking grow up, or just like,
Yeah,
felt
felt
this
like a
part of,
real, very specific point.
this
yeah.
part is like this part of you is dying, this like innocent part of you is dying,
Yeah. Yeah. Like it's still definitely like a climactic moment, but I guess it just doesn't
Right.
like it feels like it's hard to explain. It
Yeah,
feels
I mean,
like
there-
yeah, I
Darth
mean, there's
Vader
no-
cut
there-
his hand off halfway through the movie, and then the rest of the movie is like, or like the last hour is him dealing with losing his hand, and then it ends.
What's
and then
what's that moment though? Then in Dune Part 1 for you,
the
him getting
destruction
his
of
hand cut off.
the destruction of their house and everything they had, and like his father, and coming to terms with that he's going to have to become this messiah.
Yeah, that for me is more of like midpointish, like all is lost stuff, not like culmination. Because all this stuff is happening to him. He's not taking any control.
That's a
like,
good point.
He's not,
Yeah.
and this is what this whole half of the movie is escalating, actually. And it was actually, interestingly enough, one of the things I was going to say is we see Paul and Jessica finally meeting with like the Fremen after they've like crossed this like long sort of distance. And I think with Duncan, he like ultimately takes them. Am I thinking of the right where they get like because they meet with Duncan.
Yeah.
They go through the research facility, everything. We
Yeah.
have these like epic deaths of these characters. But what I thought was a really cool I can't remember where it happens, but Paul like negotiating and Jessica says careful to him. Like I think when he's like sort of negotiating with like Stilgar and stuff, and I thought that was like a really cool sort of moment where she's like nervous for him, but he's like escalating in his abilities, and I think we see
Yeah.
his interactions become surer and surer.
Right. Which is interesting because I think she says the same thing near the end of the second movie when he like goes to the south finally, and he's drank the water of life, and he comes in very hot, like I am like the Messiah, and she's like careful or something like that. So yeah, interesting.
Yeah, and this actually, so this moment that I'm thinking of does happen in the ecological facility or whatever, and then there's other moments of it as well. But I thought also it was interesting. There's this like very cool visual scene where after they leave that part, like and the ornithopter and everything, which is very cool. But when he changes to put on his still suit, she turns her back on him, like, and you see this moment where it's like a realization of like that her son is becoming a man. So like she turns her back on him while he like changes.
That's interesting. Yeah, I was wondering
Oh
what that scene was
yeah.
exactly. I like that. The escape sequence into the sandstorm is a really awesome set piece.
Yeah.
In terms
Oh,
of
yeah.
I was talking about some
So,
climactic stuff. This is an awesome set
It's
piece.
a long, really cool sort of choreographed scene with like the Duncan fighting all the troops leading into like the escape. to the ornithopter, and the whole little rigmarole of like the one wing doesn't work and the wings getting like blasted off, like when they're gliding. All that shit is really fucking sick.
Yes, the wings breaking off one at a time, really stood out to me just because, it hangs on that for so long. Again, just like really great tension building.
They just makes it spin, dude. Oh my god.
The missiles following after them too.
Some of Jameis's best lines are in that scene too, where he says, what does he say?
A good hunter must climb a dune before.
Yes. I wrote this down later in the film.
He says, life is not something to be conquered. It is a process that you become a part of.
Yes. This scene very much reminds me of Luke taking off the goggles when he shoots into the Death Star, where he surrenders the wheel because he realized.
When he lets go of it.
We must move as one with the process.
Yeah. I literally wrote that same thing down. Yeah, this is literally like, that part is so good. Yeah, the mystery of life isn't a problem to solve, but a reality to experience. Yeah, the whole thing. Yeah. Like a process that cannot be understood by stopping
philosophical stuff.
We must move with the flow of the process. We must join it. We must flow with it. So good, dude.
Dude, fucking rap god.
And he literally lets go. He goes, let go. And he just lets go.
Yeah.
Legitimately.
Yeah. And then coming out like above the storm into the sunlight, like just
fucking
fire.
Again,
just amazing visual storytelling. I love it so much.
I don't think we get that as much in the second one.
What I mean? Philosophical monologues?
Well, and just like the narration and the images like coming together like that. I don't
know. We'll have to see when we get there.
But yeah.
Because I mean, I remember a lot of them like amazing visual storytelling, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I want to say
the Baron is very confident they're dead.
Yeah, he is. Also, he's bathing in a bath of black and gold. Made me think of Daniel Plainview.
Balsamic.
What is that?
The balsamic reduction.
Yeah.
Actually,
tasty.
I wrote, quote, nothing survives the storm, and then my next note is, what is this oil the Baron is in? What the hell?
I don't know, but there's like, for his recovery, I guess.
Looks like it tastes good.
Maybe it has a bunch of opiates in it. It's just like a bunch of black tar heroin he's floating in.
I would drink it.
Yeah. I also wanted to say with the ornithopter thing, he's taking his father's place at the helm as a pilot.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah. All really good tension though throughout the whole ornithopter process.
They crash and then they run to the rocks. And I do remember the scene in the 1984 one, liking this part a lot because I think it's at night and there's like lightning crashing and stuff, and it's just like you were saying, it is kind of a claustrophobic movie, but I think we get some much wider shots here.
Yeah, a little bit more for sure. And then this is the part where they change into the still suits and she turns her back on him.
Yep, the worm swallows their ship too.
Fucking sick, dude. And then when
the sandwalk.
Yes.
We get the sandwalk, which is a big thing throughout both the movies.
And the way that it ends with the huge worm, like them face to face with it.
Coming out, yeah. Yeah, the worm confrontation. They get a rescue from without moment in their H day with the thumper.
Jameis's thumper, yes.
I'll confront your worm.
Yes, this also reminded me so much of Tremors with the thumping and the huge underground things.
It's all tied together.
Yeah.
We planned it all out.
We did?
That's the double secret prequel to Dune. Is Tremors.
Well, this is where the worms really came from.
Okay, wildly enough,
they're really called graboids.
I did want to say this. Did want to say this. The worms are not native to Arrakis.
Oh,
what?
That's some lore I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, I have another big one if you want to hear it.
Wow, spoiler.
Okay,
bring it. Or not? I don't know.
They're the reason. They're the reason the planet is like devoid of like greenery, I think, as well.
Mm.
Like I think
That makes
Wow.
sense.
they're an invasive species that was brought there, and like, yeah,
Wow.
pretty wild.
Bad boy worms.
Yeah.
I think that
Well,
might be
God,
extended
yeah.
universe shit, like not like maybe not
See,
original.
Like what is
Right.
Sun wrote?
Yeah.
Well, and then like I feel like a lot of the ways that people claim that Hubert like was trying to subvert like
Herbert?
Herbert was trying to subvert white savior blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know like how big the arc of these movies are, right? And I don't know like what they're trying to implement,
I know where it
in
goes
the
a little
third
bit.
part.
And this is a bad
But-
time. Everything that it's leading to is a bad time from what I do know.
Yeah.
Well, the main story is really about his son, like
About Paul's son.
yeah,
yeah, I don't
Leto
know.
the second,
I don't know much about this, so that's cool.
the God Emperor.
Cool.
Yeah, the first two books are Paul, and then after that, it's his son. And I think
I
Herbert
see.
wrote maybe like 4 or 5 of them. So, well, Frank Herbert did. But yeah, it is really interesting because he does the thing that he's been doing. He calls his shot, and then he executes, and he tells you it's going to be a horrible, like, bloody jihad, and it is. That's what happens. Like, millions of people die.
Yeah, so that's the
a
thing.
jihad layup.
What's so complicated about Paul's journey here is that
His HJ.
his HJ. What's so complicated about his HJ?
His
And we've talked about.
anti-HJ.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. We keep talking about how he kind of like fails in a way almost to like do what he has to do, what he must do. But it does seem, even without Paul in this story, the Harkonnens are also trying to make a move for the throne. So to me, it almost seems like the way everything is tied up with the spice, this war is inevitable no matter what. And it's just that Paul has to make the decision: am I going to be the one that lights the match? And am I going to be the one? But he didn't even light the match because, again, like, he was forced into this situation. So it's just like, there is this sense of like, I guess, Lovecraftian horror of the universe is completely
There's this
indifferent.
inevitability.
Yeah, no matter what you do here, there is no right answer. And so he just dominates instead. Like that's the best answer he can find.
I think it is a commentary on like part of like, it's almost like less people would die in a direct way if things continued as is, which is kind of like always the argument against violent revolution.
Right.
But
Right.
I think there's this idea of like Paul is upturning the system.
Yeah.
Like he
Yeah.
is like revealing all this. Like he is so like, because there is like a lot of like for like the movie and the book do this great job of framing like Paul as this like, I mean, dude, you do root for him, and it's all about this analysis, this commentary on like, how do the characters feel about Paul? How do you feel about Paul?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like, it is weird that you like want him to succeed because he is like vengeful, and he like literally is like, I'm gonna tear the Landsrad down because of what you thought was acceptable, the way that you like took my father out. It's very like speaks to that whole Canley thing, right? Like this sort of like, like you crossed a fucking line, now I'm coming for you.
Right. And there's that part, I forget exactly where that comes up, but Jessica says to him, your father didn't believe in revenge, and he says, yeah, well, I do.
That's right. Cold.
So jumping back to the Fremen surrounding him, they're going to kill Jessica. Jessica is a badass, immediately like dominates Stilgar, which I love. Stilgar starts to see the prophecy signs of Lisan al-Gaib. Am I saying that right? I don't know.
Lisan al-Gaib.
Lisan al-Gaib.
Lisan
al-Gaib. And Stilgar cuts himself. He makes a blood oath.
Yeah. I just love the way he says, I judged hastily.
Is that when she still has him in a headlock?
Well, he says, why didn't you say you were a weirding woman and a fighter? And she goes, our conversation ran short. And he goes, I judged hastily.
Yeah.
And there's this like modern comedic timing to
Yeah.
it that I feel like is good. Like it's a
Yeah.
little levity in the movie
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, Stilgar does like like you said, like in the Gimli reference, like he is a bit of comedic relief, even though he has this like
Mm-hmm.
dark undertone. Yeah.
In the second one, he's much more comedic.
I think so
relief.
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
They set him up more as the kind of leader that Paul needs to win over here.
I do love how sort of unceremoniously Chani is introduced in his real life.
Yeah,
It's almost like this.
Oh, hey.
Are the visions more important than
Yeah.
like what actually happens? Like
Ooh.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of love the way the visions work. How it's not everything isn't perfectly as he sees it. Like
Right.
and then it's reinforced with this whole conflict with Jameis. Like
Yeah. Why did Jameis want it? Just because he was an outsider, like royal class,
No,
or like what? Why did he want?
Well, in the book, it's because he bests him, like
Yeah.
almost like in passing, and like he disarms him so handily.
Oh,
like,
I remember
fucking-
this now. Yeah, I think
he-
I read up
he-
to a little bit past this.
He's thrown into a rage, and he's like, "Fucking honor duel right now!"
Right. That's right.
Yeah. And it's like kind of that's sort of commented on like slightly in like how it happens in the movie where it is like the whole thing of like she bested you, and they do have this the Fremen do have this sort of like hierarchy of like the best fighters like lead.
Yeah.
So like so I do kind of like the way it happens in the book though. It feels like much more visceral, and it is this thing about how like Jameis is like this like hothead, this like fucking like so headstrong, so honor bound, and you're almost like I don't recognize you, Jameis. Like
Right.
you're not the Jameis I know. It's like so tragic. You see this only darkness in him, like when you see him
Yeah.
in reality. Like you only see his good in
And
those
the visions.
visions
That's
of
wild,
what could
man.
have been.
I love that. That's powerful.
Yeah, and I think it kind of like is like that's the last lesson Jameis teaches Paul, because Paul has to kill Jameis to continue. Like it's a necessary step for him. He has to prove that he like can fight. You know, he
Yeah.
has to prove that he has to prove his skills. Like his leadership and his skills have been tested. All the ones
And
that
he
he's
also
acquired.
must just
It is a-
physically protect his mother. So it's like
Yeah, no, for
he's
sure,
just forced
absolutely.
into it. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they do a great job of like, you know, really kind of putting him in that position where he really feels like he has to. But like,
yeah, and again, we
I mean, like from like a plot standpoint,
Yeah.
like or like the what apotheosis of like Paul, you know,
Yeah.
that's like an essential step.
yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, I would say
Whoa.
that
You can't say that.
the apotheosis is the like
Whoa.
10th or 11th step, I believe, in the HJ, and
What
it's like
podcast is it?
and
This is the apodcatheosis.
No.
it's like the
I hate
stage
that
of
word.
of revival for the protagonists on their hero's journey. It's
Oh,
like when
I
they're
see.
when they're
Rebirth.
like reborn is like who like completing their
Oh.
arc as their new character basically. So for like Star
Right.
Wars, we agreed like the apotheosis moment is Luke like accepting faith in himself and the Force and taking off the goggles and blowing up the Death Star, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the Matrix, it's Neo coming back to life as the one after he's been like given the
Right.
love,
I
you
see.
know, and all that.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, is that the same as returning with the elixir or whatever?
The return it's
No.
the return crossing of the threshold that comes after the apotheosis. Yeah, one of the
I
last steps.
see.
Yeah.
I see.
They're all related, of course. 'cause
Right.
They're all a process. Yeah.
Paul sees multiple possibilities. Uh,
Paul sees
Chani gives him the knife as he prophesized, or he knew someone would give him
Yeah,
the knife.
but she doesn't believe in him, and I love this
Mhm.
because in this movie, unlike in Spider-Man and The Matrix, Paul is the one who must believe in himself, like first and foremost. And then what's
Mm.
interesting is actually in part 2, at the end, it is a Matrix sort of Spider-Man thing again, where he only ultimately wins because she is threatened, and that's where he like
Well,
digs down deep.
well, and we'll get
Mm.
there, but I love the because yeah, it sets it up like that, and and that's how it happens in the 1984 one, where it's like he threatens Chani, and then Paul gets the Spider-Man Neo comeuppance on his enemy. But I love in the movie, in the Villeneuve one, he gets his comeuppance, but only after he gets stabbed again. So he actually gets stabbed twice. He gets stabbed and then he gets stabbed
Yeah.
again. So it's not like he just wins
Man.
after that happens. It's like, oh no, this is
No.
a brutal fight that he almost loses, even with that, which I love. Great fight at the end.
There's the extra step too, because I think it is again like almost like another moment where it's like, no, self-belief,
Yeah.
has to carry him through.
Paul holds Jameis's hand while he dies. Powerful stuff. Paul is one of them now, basically. He's accepted.
Yeah,
for the
he
most
says
part.
it even. You're one of us.
Yeah.
He says a
Uh,
life for a life.
and-
Like he killed one of them, and they need a fighter.
And up until this
Right.
point, Jessica's plan was to get them off of Arrakis and back to Caladan, I believe. But Paul knows that his journey is here, and then he needs to stay on Arrakis.
What's up with Caladan? Like,
Yeah,
did
I've
they
always
just move
wondered about that
like
too.
all
Uh,
their shit?
I
Like
mean,
they literally put all the eggs in one basket and then
No, I think it's more just there's regional governors, that are in charge of different parts of Caladan, I'm sure, and whoever the most senior person there was, he's like, okay, you're in charge of the planet while I'm gone.
there's just one guy left.
It's just one dude. Yeah,
It's like
that's a good point,
I
though.
can read my book.
I'm kind of surprised we don't get something about how the Harkonnens are also attacking Caladan.
right.
Maybe the other houses of the Landsrad wouldn't stand for that. Like
That's a good point. Yeah, I guess
Maybe, yeah.
Arrakis is more of just this free for all because of the nature of.
Well, and I think they
Yeah.
probably would have moved like good portion of their army there, right? Like
yeah. Well, especially if
Yeah.
they knew what was coming.
Yeah.
I did really love the scene of them, and there's that epic scale of like we're starting to get an idea of they're more Fremens than maybe we thought. And I love how that's just like planted from the very beginning that the Harkonnens really underestimate their population and their ability to survive on the harsh planet. But this shot of them walking towards Sietch Tabr feels a lot like, you're seeing pilgrims like walking on a Hajj, or like Camino de Santiago in like Spain is like another like really famous. That was just the total vibe I got. It just felt like they're on like a pilgrimage.
Yeah,
yeah.
really beautiful cinematography for sure, and I looked it up. They filmed this in a bunch of places.
Yeah.
I don't have the names in front
The
of me.
caves were done like where the Fremen live is like United Arab Emirates, and the big desert is in Jordan.
But cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
good
Some
stuff. And then they
some
see
good location shit.
Paul sees the guy, the Fremen riding the worm.
It's fucking sick.
It's fucking sick.
Fucking sick.
And I remember watching it, I was like, he's gonna do that next movie, dude.
Hell
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
For the start of
Listen,
part
Al-Gaib.
For the start of part 2, I enjoyed that it felt like almost there was a nod to the like Lynch version because of Princess Irulan doing this sort of like diary reading, which are in the books, by the way. That is like
Yeah,
a
I remember
Oh,
some of
something
really?
that
it,
exists within them, yes. And so
Yeah,
I think it's
It's
Oh,
like
wow.
before
fun-
every chapter, I believe, you get a little
Yeah.
diary entry from the princess.
Oh,
it's
wow.
good shit. It's good shit. You're getting that sort of perspective on like the event that's happening.
Yeah,
And
and again,
so-
like I said, the emperor is so like in the shadows and mysterious, and so this is like the closest we really get to him from what I read up to halfway through in the book is like the perspective from the princess talking about her father.
Right. So it is canon that she's like almost like sympathetic with House Atreides, it seems.
Well, I think the idea, and Alfred has read more than I have, but I think the idea is that she's ready this when she's already married to Paul and all this. This is like after the fact, so it's like through the lens of already being with Paul. I could be wrong there,
Huh.
Alfredo. You tell me.
No, I think. Well, I mean, I don't remember. I don't strictly remember, but I did remember having that feeling when I was reading the book. But in the movie, it does seem like it's almost like a note that she's making during the time, kind of also like pointing to the fact that some time has passed. And I do want to say off the top, I really do like Florence Pugh a lot. She's awesome, and I think really dope in this role as well.
Crushed it in Midsummer. Crushed
Oh
it.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, she's great.
And I do like that we do have in the first movie, there's already the idea set in our mind that like Paul is going to marry, like the idea of Paul like tying himself to the imperial family by marrying into it. And so it's cool to start with that sort of, I'm reminded of that as soon as I start watching the second one.
For sure. And I do want to say, peek behind the curtain, we did take a break between the first movie and this one, so I had a little time to reflect on some of the things we talked about at the end of the part 1 movie. And one of the things I was thinking about is like why I was saying the ending isn't as climactic as it could be. And I think, and you were right, like it is an emotional ending. And I was like, so what about it isn't like necessarily cathartic to me? And I think it comes down to we don't really get to know Jamis too much throughout the movie. Like it doesn't feel like the movie is all building up to that moment for me. Versus like, you know, like Fellowship of the Ring, right? Like that's still like part 1 of a trilogy, and it's all really written as one book. But you could tell you wrote it into parts because it really does feel like everything is building up to the breaking of the Fellowship throughout the movie. And I feel like most of the movie of part 1 is building up to the destruction of House Atreides, and that's why I was saying that kind of felt more like the climax. And then this part kind of feels like it's starting this next part that's building up to the big climax, which is the end of part 2.
For sure, I can totally understand that. And like I said when we were talking about it earlier, it does feel like a product of the format, right? Like as you said, Lord of the Rings is able to accomplish it, but this is the adaptation of one sizable book into
and that's why I was just
two.
Saying that's where I think splitting it into 2 is a tough challenge, and I think like it does harm it a little bit for me overall, but I think that's only if it's split as 2. I think together, like I love them together a lot.
Yeah, I do like again, I will just reiterate, I do like the ending. I connected with it strongly emotionally. I felt like excitement for what was to come, and sort of like
me too.
A true closing on the Book of Atreides when he takes the life of Jamis, which welcomes him into the arms of the Fremen. It's like, I think there's a lot of pomp and circumstance in the way that the Empire is sort of run, and the way that the Atreides goes about things. The way even the Fremen have these sort of like, these are the lines, these are the demarcations, this is the procedure through which you become a Fremen, or this is the procedure through which you do this or that. Like this sort of bureaucracy almost. And I think that's what makes it feel extra appropriate, right? That it's like, yeah, obviously House Atreides has fallen, blah, blah, blah. But I think, and what will come up later on in this movie, is that there is this sort of resignation of the Atreides in favor for the Fremen mantle. And this is the moment that it happens, is at the very end of the first part. But again, to say, you know, I can like, from what you're like what you're saying to me, I do feel like unless you like can really buy into that like nuance or whatever, you know, it might not be strong enough for other people like to
I think like to what you're saying, I do think it is a great like next time on, like get ready because it's gonna be crazy. But like again, that like my thing is the catharsis of the story up to that point.
For sure. And as I'm saying, I do feel like a catharsis of that ending, of like, it feels like putting a bow on it, like you would, you know, in the morning of someone, like in their actual like funeral, not just like when they die.
Right. Yeah, and I see that too. I think it is like a good halfway chapter break point, just from, like you said, the transition of House Atreides into the Fremen, which will be the rest of the story. So yeah, I see that too.
No, but there's a point. It's what you know, where he retakes the mantle of Atreides as well, which I think is dope.
Yeah, totally. There was one thing I noticed. Did you guys? You must have, before the production logos at the beginning. There's just like a weird like alien voice, or like, you know, like some weird. And it's saying power over space is power over all. And I was like, what is that supposed to be? Is that the guild?
That's the like Sardaukar voice, I think. I think it's that like throat
Yeah,
singy
I
voice.
think so.
Interesting. Okay,
It
yeah.
might
I
be
just
the
thought that was
guild,
like
yeah.
I just thought that was like a strange way to open things. Because I
The
was like,
first
who
one
is that?
opens with something like that as well.
Oh, really? Okay, maybe
I
I just
believe
missed
so.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
I think in Sardaukar as well. Like, so they just have that
Yeah.
same sort of thing going on. That's what I was talking about when I said that I really love how like it's like this is like we're like this is like another world before the production logos even. I love that
right.
because I never really seen well with the Matrix kind of having the green logos. I feel like it is that cool thing of like jump into this with us.
Yeah, totally. I like that too. Uh, the this is when the princess kind of goes over what I was saying about how the emperor loved Leto like a son. But he's more
Right.
interested in power, which is like so messed up. The emperor's a dick. Oh yes, man. That this.
Also,
Go ahead.
wait, how did so they said that like yeah, in the beginning they say like everyone died in the dark. There were no witnesses. But then they also said the way that the Atreides died was a surprise to everyone. So I was like, what exactly is going on right now, like outside Arrakis, and like I
What she's
guess like
saying, I think
what are people saying like about what's happened? You know, because I don't think obviously the Emperor is not gonna like put it on bulletin. You know, like hey,
Well,
we all killed the
right. So
Atreides.
we do hear that the Harkonnens jammed, or I guess Dr. Yui like jammed their communications and stuff. So House Atreides was cut off from everyone else, and the Harkonnens aren't going in broadcasting that they're there. Neither are is the Emperor or the Sakakar. So I don't think the rest of the galaxy does know until near the end of this movie that this is happening at all.
I think there's also an
Right.
element in Dune where
Or
they
the
have
universe.
intergalactic travel, but they don't have the technology to communicate across those distances. You have to literally fly places to go like talk to people.
Oh, I didn't know
I
that.
and if I remember correctly, what she says at the beginning is that like it sounds like sort of the reaction of the houses because we do hear later on that people make it back to Caladan through like Gurney Halleck sends some
Oh,
survivors
right.
back. So the
right.
information is spreading, and I think the great houses, are like super like taken aback by what the Harkonnens have done, and we're setting up the princess's sort of like place of like where she's starting from with this, like her like she's in the same sort of place as the great houses where she is like, wow, like the Harkonnens have like betrayed the Atreides and taken over Dune. What the fuck is like going on? And then like she hears like, oh shit, actually no, this is like part of my like we see in later scenes that it's revealed to her that it's part of her father's sort of like plan.
Yeah, totally.
So that's what I
And
think was going on in the beginning.
Yeah. I agree.
Okay.
Does that make
Uh,
sense, Juan?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Cat felt like I was rambling for a second there. I had to
You know what? Like,
take a
You know
deep
what's
breath for
funny?
a second.
you know what's funny? What is it about us that like I don't know? We want to be involved with things where we have to like I don't know, just do so much like extracurricular research about it sometimes. You know what I mean? Not only like
Oh,
with Dune, but like also with
sure.
like video games and like
I mean, you're talking about
you
like
know what I mean?
deep lore or like looking up
Yeah.
how to play a game and stuff like that. Yeah, I think it's just it's stimulating, right? It's immersive. It's like so much of entertainment is escapism, right? And if you're just like focused
Right.
on the nitty-gritty like nerdy lore detail that like speaks to you in some emotional way, that's better than thinking about like a lot of the, crazy horrible things happening in the world.
True. Very true. And indeed, the lines are clear. Like, and maybe it feels silly to say this now, but like, why are the Harkonnens evil? You know what I mean? Because we know that they're fucking evil, bro.
Well, they have a black sun,
You know,
first of all. That's
they
pretty
have
rough.
a black sun. They got like weird liquid fireworks, and
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know. I mean, I think
Those
it's
are
just
sick.
I think-
it's literally the opposite of fireworks, actually.
I take it as just this is some corner of the universe that long time ago got, and they probably have lore on this, so maybe Alfredo knows some of this, that turned into some like Nazi-esque fascist regime, and that survived for thousands of years or something like that. So
Man.
it's just like this extremely dark like government system.
Honestly, this is what the series is sort of going into. Along with the start of the Bene Gesserits, it talks about House Harkonnen. They're this minor house, and like they're not taken very seriously. And I think their like quest for power, like ultimately like completely like changes them and corrupts them. It is cool though. They do go into some of like the old lore about like the sort of like Atreides Harkonnen sort of like how far back the feud really goes. But insofar as this movie, the fucking double moon partial eclipse shot.
Yes.
Oh,
I was gonna
yes.
say I
my
love
God.
this opening with the title card and the whole opening sequence with the shots of the eclipse happening. I really love. There's multiple stories that use an eclipse for like the main moment of the story, and I find the significance of it really profound. And especially in this story, right? This is the coming of a new age. This is like destiny aligning, and now like the little planetary bodies are aligning as Paul rises to his destiny. It's pretty awesome, I think.
I feel like I'm so proud of you. You didn't say Berserk, because that's what I was thinking of too.
Oh yeah, there's Berserk, and then there's another one that I know you haven't watched, Alfredo, so I don't want to say because you I think you're gonna watch it eventually.
Oh.
But yeah, there's a couple great
Ooh.
eclipse moments, in video games too. It's just like it's a cool story thing.
Sure.
Majora's Mask.
In Pink Floyd. Or
Right.
Pink Freud. Excuse me.
Yeah, Connor's wearing a shirt and this is Pink Floyd on it. Just a
Pink
peek
Floyd.
behind the curtain. I like how you said peek
Dark
behind the
side
curtain
of your mom.
because the behind the curtain there's just three dudes with microphones wearing headphones, also
Yeah.
with funky Discord background. I turned mine off this time, but Connor's floating in a cityscape and Juan is in like a hacker basement right now. It's
Yeah, with a
it's
big-
I'm
pretty
in
great.
the lab.
A big piggy on the top screen. Little
He's
I'm in the
alive, he's
hacker
cooking.
lab, bro.
He's cooking. It's the
Looking at my
Discord
hacks.
mascot. We shouldn't plug them, but
Yeah, I was trying to pick the most sci-fi background.
Sponsor us, Discord. Sponsor us.
So yeah, love the whole opening sequence. We get the
Also,
Yeah.
just want to say, great opportunity for obviously doing the tricks with lighting and stuff like that.
Yeah, like the shot of the hill where they have the Sarkar sneaking
I think
up on
they're
them or walking.
Harkonnen.
they're just Harkonnen
okay.
troops. Yeah.
The Harkonnens coming up on them, and it's like on top of the dune with just the mountain, or not the mountain,
Yeah.
with the eclipse behind it. It just looks so good, man. It looks awesome.
Mhm.
Yeah, this movie
Uh,
ratchets up the orange. It's
Oh,
like
yeah.
all right, first movie got a lot of yellows. Let's turn those yellows.
Oh,
Let's
that's a really
saturate
good
the shit
point.
out of those. Make them a little
Because
bit
that's
more
also
orange.
like a darkening of like heat and passion, right, and fire.
It's-
and like
I thought of like the sun setting as well.
right or
like-
sunrise.
Yeah, there's an even they even reference that actually later. I think Paul is like, Arrakis is so beautiful when the sun is low.
No, that's Chani. Chani says that at the beginning of the
Chani?
first movie, and then she says that in this movie, like right before they kiss.
Oh, that's
It's
right.
breathtaking.
That's right.
Paul says
It's their little date that they're having.
it's fucking adorable.
We love them.
Yes, I
We
love
do
them
love
so
them.
much.
Very cute.
I think they got to be my favorite romance out of the 8 episodes we've done.
My favorite romance is Daniel Plainview and Oil / Your Milkshake.
Well, yeah, I guess besides Earl and Valentine from Tremors.
Yeah.
Hell
Dude, but the way they float
Get that
too so
money.
like silently, there's a lot of this sort of evocation of these themes of like isolation and silence, even in these like group shots
Mm.
that are really well done. I also thought it was really fucking sick how even though Paul is like, we see Paul fighting, engaging with the troops, like his mom is still backing up, and like you see the way that she like savagely like aggressively, very like overly aggressive, like just ends that fucking Harkonnen's life. It's It's really kind of
That's
sick
a
to
big
see
old rock.
because she's like sort of like kind of. We see this change, a little bit of a change in her, where like there was still uncertainty at the end of this first movie. Like she's kind of like fully embraced this new sort of lifestyle. It seems.
Totally. And to your point too, we talked about this a lot during the hero's journey HJ episodes, that the road of trials and the failure of them, and I feel like there's a nice little like subtle nod here where all of the other all the Fremen kind of slip away and they don't leave any tracks at all, which doesn't really make sense, but it's also like or time could have passed, it just could be wind blown over, but that like I don't know, it stood out to me that like Paul and Jessica's escape was just so obvious and blatant, right?
Yeah, because they're still like they still haven't fully learned all the ways of the desert as well. I also love the whole water recycling thing, that they're not going to drink their water; they're just going to use it for cooling systems. And Jessica,
right.
don't let it out! Don't let it out!
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I forget exactly when Paul says this, but I thought this was like very sweet and again kind of like tragic where this is all leading. But he says to his baby fetus sister, "I won't have time to fix things before you're coming," and I think that's like a really good like emotional kind of center to Paul. In a lot
That's
of
at the
ways.
beginning of the scene because he's like he has his eyes closed, and he's like almost like dreaming, right?
Mm.
And then Chani comments on it. She says, "You felt well once you woke up," and he said, "I wasn't sleeping," implying he was having visions, sort of seeing like the future potentially.
Right.
Pretty fucking sick. And we do see they like fucking make the huge pile for the worms, and then we get to see Paul insisting on helping like be part of the funeral procession for Jameis.
Yeah. The whole idea of just like this sacred pool that is like the water of their dead, like what a beautiful funeral in a lot of ways. And
Yeah.
like disturbing, but like beautiful.
Yeah, Siege Tabr. I love how when we finally get to see it, all the different all the the people there, you really get a feel like I think for how big it sort of is. There is a quick flash right before this to one of the like Harkonnen the Harkonnen command center, I think, inside of Arrakeen. And I just want to say, because we did do Star Wars, very like, and because there is inspiration both ways.
Yeah.
Well, very
Yeah,
very
I think
like
so, right?
empire like galactic empire coded.
Yeah, totally. But I
We
think you're
know
right
they're
though,
evil.
because the book
Yeah.
inspired the original Star Wars, but like the original Star Wars has inspired all of sci-fi
Yeah.
cinema, so it's
Yeah.
like they do influence each other in a cool way.
Yeah,
good
it's
point.
like what is it? The Harkonnens are just like, I wonder if those are all mentats, right? Because they're all chanting like what I assume is like right, the guys that are standing around
Yeah.
like the holographic like
Yeah, the Mentats are the ones who get
display.
drugged to be like super smart, right?
They're basically like human computers, but they're
Yeah.
all saying the same thing at the same time. Like,
Right.
I assume it's like trajectory and like, spaceship locations and all that.
Maybe maybe like I don't know,
Harkonnens.
because only guild navigators know how to navigate through. Yeah, I was thinking something like that. Yeah,
Right.
that's all. I also love it. Like they did make their language. I feel like it's like kind of Russian-esque, which is a little
Oh yeah.
little funny, but some classic American.
Oh, interesting. Didn't
filmmaking.
notice that. Yeah.
Yeah, it is interesting. A lot of the Harkonnen actors do seem to have like Slavic descent or something. I don't know.
Well, they're doing. I think so. He does. Austin Butler is doing Scar's accent. Like when he does Fade Routha, because Dave Bautista just kind
Right.
of does a very like just like his voice.
Right.
He doesn't really do an accent. But yeah, interesting choices. It's cool to see when those choices are sort of motivated by casting as well. Like, it works for me. Baron
Yeah.
Vladimir Harkonnen.
Yeah, I was super immersed by pretty much every performance, like the way everything's portrayed. Like I just think I have a hard time finding a lot of faults in just like the execution of the visual storytelling and like the uh the setup of like we said with all the costume designs and everything and just like it's awesome.
Yeah, for sure. I think in this second movie, there's only one real big thing that kind of like stands out to me as a thing where I kind of scratch my head, but I'm not even
Sure.
like mad at it. I also I like how we were seeing like Paul learning the language. It reminded me of the 13th Warrior a little bit when that guy, is, he says that he's like not welcome or whatever. He's like, yeah, I got that.
Haven't
That's
seen it.
that. Some of those little moments are like if I'm not in the right mood, those I'll be like a little corny, but okay.
Yeah, I hear that. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think Juan touched on this last time too. Just like there is this kind of like self-seriousness, like the movie's so serious that sometimes, it can come off as like a little much. But I think
Right.
that depends on how immersed you are in it, right? Because it didn't
Like,
feel like much at any point for me, but like I could see it.
What was it? There was one part where I feel like I laughed like inappropriately due to that. I think you know
Sure.
what I mean. Like,
Sure.
it's the part where Chani slaps Muad'Dib, right?
Yeah,
And,
after he wakes up. Yeah.
Yeah, and like the oh my god, something holy and like wild is happening right now. Music starts playing. It's like like after she just like slaps him. I don't know. It was,
I think that's kind of an appropriate response because like the music is on like Paul's side, right? Like almost in this movie.
yeah.
Where it's like
completely.
as an audience person, knowing that part of the intention is to examine this like messianic relationship people have right to these figures it is like this is ridiculous because I had the same idea. I was like, this is so funny, dude. Like,
yeah.
and she's just like so pissed off. She's like, dude, you really fucking drank. We'll talk about it more when we get to that point because I did want to. No, it's a good call out. Like
it's so hard not to like make these connections in the future and in the past because like that's what it's doing, right?
That's a good point too.
That's what that's what the voices say to Paul at one point, man. You gotta understand the past. Our past to understand your future.
Oh, is that the voice of the Reverend Mothers when he drinks?
Yeah, I think so. But I did want to say about the funeral procession with Jameis. We see all of these, like, we see the non-believers versus the believers and, like, all these different expressions of grief. It was a really cool fucking scene with him. And I think this is a special brand of loneliness scene, which is the, like, crowded lonely scene where there's so much happening. But, like, as we see our sort of subject, they seem detached from it, like, in a way, right?
Mm.
I thought it was a cool scene, and also
Totally.
just showing a lot about Fremen culture as well.
Yeah, I like that we kind of just had a little bit of time to just soak it all in at the start of this. I thought that was very cool because it feels like the first one has so much to set up, and now we're just kind of in it, right? You're just living with these people and seeing how they live, and I think that's really cool, immersive.
The elders too, when Stilgar goes to them, and I do love this. There's a little bit of comedy in this as well, where she's like, "Give the outsiders to the desert," and Stilgar, he's like, "No, I've seen signs," and they're like, "Again."
yeah, I did think that too. Oh, this is not new for Stilgar. Yeah, he's just been meeting people his whole life. Listen, Gaib.
Or it's also kind of maybe Morpheus is kind of a nod to that kind of character too,
that's a really good point.
So true. The Stilgar is
like
so
the
Morpheus coded.
Yeah,
Morpheus Gimli hybrid.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Pretty sick.
There's one little detail that I thought was really interesting.
I'm sorry.
Talking about
I just have to share how I'm imagining Gimli in like a fucking like
Still
goth
suit
industrial outfit, and he's shooting like orcs who are like agents, and he's just like, yeah.
Just like leather, just a sweet trench coat on Gimli.
Yeah,
I'm
maybe
picturing
Legolas
him
is there
in the
too,
scene.
and they're like back to back,
But okay, I'm picturing him in the scene where he's hooked up to all the machines and they're trying to break him, and he's like sweating and he breaks out of the fucking handcuffs.
And he jumps out to the helicopter. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, what I was gonna mention is when they're taking the water from the dead bodies of the fallen. I thought it was really interesting that they mentioned the Harkonnens are soaked with chemicals. Did we know
Yeah.
that? Like, so what's up with that?
Yeah, that's a thing about their planet in the lore as well. We maybe don't know so much about that, but there's a lot of like plastics and a lot of like chemicals that are I mean
well,
it's not
I just
something
thought
that's
it fit
super touched
really
on in
well
this, yeah.
into the sanctity of water thing for this, right? I mean, this is all of it. Like the whole funeral and everything is so sanctity of water, but the fact that the very bodies, like the water within the bodies of the main villains, are like corrupted.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's great. I do, and like so, but they still use it, right? They still find a use for it.
Right.
The fucking with the elders, I also enjoy the fact that initially it's like, oh, maybe like Paul can like get accustomed to our ways. Jessica, she's too old, whatever, and then she kind of like bests him in battle, which leads to the whole thing with Jameis. But like then when he goes to the elders, they're really more interested in like a Bene Gesserit because they're like, oh, we got an open slot for Reverend Mother that we need to fill. So
yeah,
then,
good timing. Ours is right out the door.
Yeah.
That's funny.
And it's
Yeah,
also
what?
it's because they kind of choose when to pass. Like,
Yeah,
so she's like
Right.
ready.
They can
She's like
control their
ready to
bodies
die.
so much, right? I mean, it's
Yeah.
established they can control the sex of their children. So
Yeah, they're like
it
Shaolin
makes sense
monks.
they could, make themselves live longer just through sheer will. Pretty wild.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking sick. Pretty sick. I think the whole conversation that they end up having and us seeing that huge pool, 38 million decaliters is what he says, I believe.
Wow.
But they would
Correct.
never drink a drop. Fuck, man. Such good stuff.
Yeah.
And then she sheds a single tear, and he like grabs it with his thumb and like
Yeah.
licks it.
Right. Don't even waste a tear for the dead or something like that, right?
Never give your water away, not even to the dead.
Yeah, I love that.
Exactly. It's very good. It's I think right before that though, there is a thing that I want to mention which is awesome. The food is too spicy for Paul when he has like the like
but
sudden
that knows
vision,
too, yeah.
and it's just great,
But it also has
Everybody making fun of
spice
the
in
white
it,
guy. Yeah,
It
no, it
also
literally
has-
does, yeah.
like the spice.
Yeah, the spice melange, yes.
Man,
It does.
Do they call
If
it
the
the spice
spice-
melange in this, or do they just always call it the spice?
I don't think they do.
Yeah, I don't
No,
know.
they
if
just
I
call it
heard
the
the
I
spice
don't think I've
melange.
heard it.
That's interesting.
If I was introduced to the spice, I would be sensitive to it.
Oh yeah.
As these two gentlemen know, I'm very sensitive to hallucinogenic materials.
Yes, sir.
All right?
Yeah. I mean,
I'm always the one freaking
and
out.
your mom is a Bene Gesserit, so I don't know. It
Yeah.
aligns.
Can I get the Benny's Gesserit, please?
Yum.
That's gonna be our
Uh,
brunch place.
We also and Chani stands up for him about the spice, which is like you see her starting to warm up to him more and more. And I mean,
Oh, yeah.
how can you not? I mean, Paul's
Ju-
so great.
She says, don't mock him. He's a good fighter. And
Yeah.
that's also
Again-
integral to their hierarchy, right?
Right.
Is whoever is
So-
strongest and
The fact that he bit Jameis in a fight is so important because something Stilgar brings up to the elders that you see them actually like consider, and it's also like what gets Chani to sort of start to respect him, right? And she's gonna end up being his sort of Jameis, and we have a scene that will sort of mirror this in like a little later on actually, but
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that, again, we were talking about how there's this kind of lack of control over your own destiny in a lot of ways in this movie. And so, like, even Jessica's choice to
Yeah.
become Reverend Mother, she does it
Yeah.
specifically because Stilgar threatens to kill her.
yes, no, it's great. It is. it is also good where
Right.
he's like, and I love how he uses the prophecy of like, oh, you want your son to fit the prophecy, you should become a reverend mother because Lisan Al Gaib's mother will be a reverend mother. And then she's like, and what if I don't want to? And then she's like, well, then he's not Lisan Al Gaib. You might as well return your water to the well. It's like, damn, dude. Damn, just because
Cold.
you said all
Ice
poetic
cold.
like doesn't make it any exactly
Yeah.
any
And-
less ice cold.
And Javier Bardem's like delivery of it is just like so good, man. Because he does it in a way where he's like a little tongue in cheek about it, but you can also tell he's like very reverent to what he's saying. So it's like
Yeah.
It feels a little, but also like offhanded a little bit, like kind
Yeah.
of just like very casual,
yeah, exactly,
you know.
yeah.
And then we do get the cool sort of like cut to her, like him, Paul asking, "It's an honor, though, right?" Like, and she's like, "Well, it's," and then she puts it plainly for you. It's a choice between life and death, right? And we talked about this
This-
last time as well. The whole thing that becoming a reverend mother is different in different cultures. I think. So I think maybe Juan asked
I
about that, or
had-
was it Connor?
Yeah, I
Well,
was wondering if, because I think Juan was wondering if this is how, or if the Reverend Mothers are all aware of the worms and like the significance of the worms, and I was saying they must be because they drink from the water of life, and you were saying that, well, not all of them.
Right, because it seems like, see, this is where I was actually just about to bring this up. I had trouble like reading Jessica in these parts. You know, like does she really not know what's going on? You
What do
know,
you
I
mean?
mean, she's
I
like a
think she
fucking
knows-
Bene Gesserit. You
She
know,
knows
like,
what's going on. She just is. I think it could kill her.
but she
right?
didn't know like what the water of life was
Well, because the water.
before she took it.
Yeah, I'm not sure there.
No, I don't know if she does know, but she knows immediately when she drinks it. It's like, I guess it's almost like they're like, she doesn't need to know where it comes from because she'll know after she drinks it. I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
curious
just
what
because like it seems like a disconnect there between like these Bene Gesserit who are like these all powerful kung fu witches like controlling bloodlines and pulling strings and shit, and like I don't know. I just thought that was a strange detail. I'm not.
well, maybe the
I don't
Reverend
know, I don't mean
Mother.
to, like
No. Good point. I mean, what I was gonna say is maybe
know.
the Reverend Mother knows because the Reverend Mother is the head of the Bene Gesserit, and she has connections to those Bene Gesserit agents that are still seem to be. It is implied later on that are still embedded within the Fremen culture. So maybe the Reverend Mother knows, but Jessica isn't like the highest member of the order. She is. She just has the She has the training, right? And for
That's
sure,
true, yeah.
she's a schemer. But I think, like I've said with some of the other movies, I love how like we have people who are clever, but there are limitations to their cleverness, and that's. I think this is sort of like Jessica's journey in this movie is she takes that next step where it's like, no, dude, she has like this unbridled fucking, dude. It's scary, dude. It's scary, like what she becomes.
And I would say this is her apotheosis. And it, again,
Yeah,
when
absolutely.
it happens to Paul, right? Like this is her rebirth. This is not the same Jessica after this sequence, which is kind of sad because it is scary, and I really liked the vulnerable Jessica. So she's not like the same character after this, even though I still find her extremely interesting with everything that's going on with her baby and stuff. But it does feel a little bit like you're losing the humanity of her a bit.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I do just love that sudden turn. Like it's just
Yeah,
like,
well, no, I mean,
yeah.
it's sad as it's sad narratively, but that's what it's meant to be. So like,
yeah, for sure.
Right.
I'm just like I mourn that character a bit, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Right.
I guess what I'm
for
saying is
sure,
I'm
me
like
too.
I'm almost like wrestling, like in like a wrestling mode where I'm like, yeah, vulnerable Jessica, we know her, but man, who's about to come out on the ring? You know, oh
Yes.
shit,
Well,
dude,
that's-
off the turnbuckle, you know.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about last time too, with just this kind of push and pull with this movie of like, something's wrong here. This is ominous, especially if you've seen it before. This is all leading up to bad things. If you've read the books, you know how bad the Holy War is and all that. But you're still like, yeah, it's pretty cool to see Jessica get even more powerful and unstoppable and badass.
Yeah. For sure. And the whole setup is cool too, because we have these exterior shots of the believers versus the non-believers, the northerners versus the southerners,
Right.
and then cutting to the inside as the sort of ceremony is happening. And I love, you see the peace on the Reverend Mother's face as she's about to pass, and then boom, suddenly she realizes, like, what did we do? She's
What if she's
pregnant.
pregnant? Yes, that's such a good moment for her. And just the fact that
Oh man.
Jessica did this when she was pregnant and didn't mention that she was pregnant. Wild.
Well, because okay, now I'm having a flashback to the miniseries, and the miniseries,
Which
made
I don't
it
think
seem
Fredo
like,
you haven't seen the miniseries, right, Fredo?
No.
Yeah, so I think Juan, you're the only one who's seen that, and I'm very curious
Oh.
about it.
well, I hold all the power then, don't I?
You do,
You're like our Bene Gesserit
yeah.
Reverend Mother. Let's just stop. Let's sit in this moment for a second and let us experience the overwhelming power that is Juan's knowledge.
You ready to eject me into a sarlacc?
Yes. Yeah, Sarlacc's feel inspired. It's just crazy how much like sandworms in general, like, you know, whether it be Beetlejuice or like video games or just like the sandworm is such a classic thing now. And
It's
I
a
feel
great,
like
yeah.
that's Dune, right? I don't know what else that would be from.
Maybe like some ancient mythology of some sort.
True.
Hmm.
Yeah. I mean, you can never count mythology out. Dude, the music too, the scene with the Reverend Mother fucking exchange, the music crescendoing, like I was saying, the shots outside and in, like a lot of great like tension building.
Yeah, when Jessica drinks it too, and you see the inside of her womb and the fetus being covered
Yucky.
in the blue. That is so intense. And again, it's like I talked about this last time. It's like I'm wondering how they did this. Like, is it all digital? Because it looks so good.
Yeah.
So they say that the Mahdi, and that's another name for Lisan al Gaib, I believe, right? It must be Fremen, which I think is interesting. Or some of them believe that at least. And like you said, they've established that the Northern Fremen do not share like the Bene Gesserit teachings for the most part. It's really in the south where that's bigger, but there are exceptions because Stilgar's from the south too.
Yeah, but they're less just religious is the thing. It is like they just don't follow, like they're not as like and you even see Chani is aware like that the people know that the Bene Gesserit have like sort of planted these stories because she calls it out at one point, and it's like it is really cool because I think it is a commentary on, and I think this happens in society. It's just like, dude, people, there's all the information out there. There is transparency on these things, and people will still choose to believe, you know, like
Yep.
just blindly sort of like follow. Or I mean, you know, it's also like I don't want to say it, just put it like that, because that feels a little disparaging. Because I do like I think that like
I don't blame them at all for believing in this legend. I mean, look where they live. Look at their life circumstances. Look how desperate they are. And here's a promise of everlasting green paradise. Like, it's something to believe in.
Absolutely,
you
yeah.
know?
Yeah, absolutely. And that was exactly what I was thinking. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's totally...
Fuck yeah. Dude, the green paradise thing, too, just is...
How do you feel about the Fremen response to like being basically controlled by the Bene Gesserit, right? Like
well,
when
go ahead.
that just feels like there's a sadness there.
Yeah, well, I think some of them are more skeptical, right? Like, I don't think Chani really buys into the Reverend Mother stuff, you know?
Same with Shishkali, who by the end will like be a martyr, right? Like Chani's friend. And I think she's a great example of a northern Fremen and sort of her journey to belief. And I have grown my family's from Latin America. I know several people who are, Peru is a country which is a very large mixed race and indigenous population, and a lot of those people have adopted the Christian religion of the people who came and sort of conquered the lands, right? And
oh my God.
it's easy to see it as like sad when you're looking at it from there, but I think for those people, it brings them joy. Like,
It's
and
how they're raised. Yeah.
yeah, I think it is this sort of thing where
Yeah.
like you have these different perspectives where you can sit up on your fucking lifeguard chair and you can be like, oh wow, look at those fools like drowning out there, but really they're like
Swimming.
when you zoom in,
They're swimming.
yeah, they're
dog.
like they for them, like I think they pity you for not like being able
Getting
to
in
see
the
the
water.
world that they do, you know.
Yeah, you're out there in the dry dunelands. They're bathing in the sanctity of water, baby.
I mean, that's what it makes me think about is like, the way
Yeah.
Christianity has been spread to like
Yeah, it's a good take.
all of these other countries. And when I talk to these people, about their faith, and sometimes, mixed with a lot of their own traditional beliefs. So I imagine the story of the Kwisatz Haderach is like, Lisan al-Gaib is like infused with a lot of their own sort of like mythos as well, right? So
Sure.
I think the
And
movie
yeah.
does a good job with the sort of back and forth, and it never says that it's right. It never that's the thing the movie really has going for it. It actually like even
but-
at the end argues that it's like
I
a bad tool of manipulation,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think it's
don't know if I
Ver-
got that.
really. I mean, the
'Cause,
whole
like-
movie is about Paul
I mean-
basically telling, like being so angry at the Bene Gesserit for what they've done, but like he's so far in, he can't do anything else because they've set up this situation. And I feel like that resentment carries through even to when he accepts it. He's like, it's like there's a bit of like a fuck you underneath his accepting it.
Before
Right. But I
the
guess-
food too spicy scene for him too, he says like, "Look at what your Bene Gesserit propaganda has done to these people," and we do see his duality immediately because he's like, we have to like find a way to like get the non-believers
Right.
on our side so we can avenge my father, and that's where that line like your father wasn't something about revenge, right?
Your father didn't believe in revenge.
Right, and he says, "But I do."
Yeah.
But you say
But
you
then I
don't
guess-
you don't get the manipulative part,
Well,
or that it's shown in that light.
what I take away from the film is just like how you feel about it, like how Chani like feels about it, and like all those dissenting voices, right? Like it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know?
that's what I was talking
Like,
about. This might have been off.
fanaticism, like won.
Yeah.
and like
And we-
and like the fucking the plan of the Imperium like won.
right.
You know what I mean?
Well, so we were talking about this off tape, I think, but I was saying that one of the things that kind of bums me out about this movie philosophically is I do think it's pretty cynical and hopeless.
Right.
And yeah, I think it is supposed to kind of leave you with this like downer feeling in a lot of ways, but that's what I was saying
Right.
is so compelling about this narrative is that it's pulling you in two directions at once, where there's dissonance to the horror of what is going to happen and the epic achievement of our main character and protagonist.
But I will also say this. I think that like I get what you mean with like the plan of the Imperium one, but I think there's two things to this. First of all, the Fremen are essential in Paul's rise and into him becoming the Kwisatz Haderach. Like they were key in his metamorphosis. And so that they do have this crucial role. Like they partook in these sort of like plans. And I think like at the end of the movie, we see Paul's like he's gonna like, I'm not saying this is better, right? But he's gonna take down the entire, like all the great houses. Like he's gonna take the system apart and he's just gonna be the figurehead at the top,
Yeah, so it's like one it's actually, it reminds me of the very beginning of the first part. One of the last things Chani says, right, is who will be the next oppressor? The answer is Paul. So it's like,
Yeah,
it's the old system's gone.
absolutely.
Yeah, I think the Imperium loses actually, right? Because the Imperium was the Emperor and the Bene Gesserit, the Imperial Bene Gesserit,
Yeah.
and they all lose. They weren't backing Paul. So it's really just the new order, but is the new order that much better
but
than the
like
old order?
the new Imperium,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, with the Fremen in a crucial position, you know, as like
True.
the warriors, the holy warriors spreading the message of like the emperor.
Right, and it's
Guys,
the
can I
trope
tell
of
you- can I-
the oppressed becoming the oppressors, right? Like that is,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a statement, and yeah, it is sad. Like it is cynical.
You know what's interesting? In the book, Chani's name is Chani Kynes because she is Liet Kynes' daughter. Isn't that wild?
Oh,
Oh.
really?
Yeah. Oh, and also just to
What?
follow
They
up on this. Well, never mind. I'll mention it later. But yeah, that's in the book, I guess.
Interesting.
Chani Kynes.
Well,
Chani
yeah,
Kynes.
and that'll be mentioned at some point. But it is mentioned that Chani's name is also part of the prophecy as well. And so like
her
another,
secret name.
yeah, another one of these kind of eclipse
Desert
moments, right?
Spring.
The stars are aligning, everything's coming into place, like the prophecy is being fulfilled. I love all that interweaving.
To snap back to reality, oop, there goes gravity. Again with the North versus South thing, there's the whole didn't you hear his accent when he asked about what about Stilgard, you know? And they're
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
he's from the South, didn't you hear his accent? I also think it's a very cool starting place for Shishkali. She's made fun of fucking Paul because his food is too spicy. Then she like really kind of like makes light of this very serious situation, saying like she's gonna drink worm piss.
Yeah. Yeah, she does.
It's
Yeah.
fucked up.
I mean, that kind of shows
Right.
some of the irreverence, right?
Yeah.
What's her name again? Johnny's friend?
Shishkali, I think.
Shishkali. Yeah, so at least Shishkali and Chani, they're kind of like the representation of the descent in the Fremen of all this prophecy stuff. And Shishkali is won over more than Chani is. Chani never really buys
sure.
into it the whole movie.
Which
I love.
Yeah, I almost
Like in
yeah.
a lot of ways,
Yeah.
Chani's kind of the hero of this movie, right? And Paul is an anti-hero in some ways.
It
Yeah.
reminds me of there's a scene in the Hyperion series where it's the far-flung future and like the Catholic Church is basically like the Imperium. Like
Right.
imagine like Swiss Guard, like stormtroopers.
Right. Isn't that kind of
in
how
space.
Warhammer is too? Space Pope hierarchy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Cool.
So much,
And,
much cool shit.
Yeah, I want to
The,
read Hyperion
the-
eventually. You turned me onto it for
the-
sure.
The fucking cyber pope is like reborn for like the 13th time, like literally like reborn.
That's
And
awesome.
and he chooses the name of like what is it, Pope Urban the 14th or something like
Keith
that,
Urban?
because that was yeah, Pope.
Carl Urban. From the boys, it's me, Carl Urban, the butcher.
In a fucking Pope hat and like a Pope robe that's like way too small for his body. And so he takes on this new name, and because it's a historical pope that was, I think, associated with the Crusades,
Mm.
because like he's reborn and then he like announces like the fucking crusade is beginning, and like one of the main characters, this guy, his name's DeSoya, is just like weeping while millions and billions of people are applauding and cheering, you know.
So he's
And
like
that
Chani.
same, exactly.
Yeah.
Epic.
And
Love
then
it.
it all escalates to the shouting match afterwards, right? They're all shouting at each other as she like lays there sort of like lifeless in a
Mhm.
way. And we get a lot of this sort of like verbal arguments of like, you know, there's nothing special about what she did. And then we have Paul sort of like continuing this thread of exhibiting these sort of leadership qualities, right? Where he's like, this isn't special. My mom was trained to do this.
Yeah, and that is
Right.
so sexy for them because they're like I love how he tells them all that he's not the Mahdi and like the next
Next
shot or
scene.
something is like still gonna be like he
As
doesn't
written.
as written he doesn't believe or
He's
he's
too
too
humble.
humble. Yeah. I love that. I don't know where
Ugh.
this line is exactly either, but it's fucking hilarious. Stilgar is warning Paul about the jinns out in the desert, like the demons. And
This comes after the scene where he's about to go out and like survive in the desert for a little bit.
and he's telling him, he's like, don't listen to the jinn. And he kind of like laughs it off at one point. He's like, no, but it's true. Like, because Paul is like, what, bro? It's so funny.
Yeah, it is.
Great
It's great, and
delivery, too.
right before that, there is that starting of her talking to Alia, and it's like
Yes.
so sort of like unsettling, and him, like, him being told like you have to do what I did
Right,
now.
yeah, you must drink the water of life. And yeah, just when she says she talks to me, like that's so creepy, dude.
Yeah.
What a creepy idea. I love it.
Yeah.
She believes in you.
Yeah, all that stuff is so I don't quite understand it. I don't understand how the water of life would work when like, the brain is barely developed or whatever, but it's like, I don't know, sci-fi
She
goodness.
She also so in the book she is like born shortly after this.
Right, yeah, I had heard she is born in the book, right? So the 1984 Dune adaptation is closer in that way.
It's just so creepy. That's why I thought it was a good choice actually in this movie to keep her like just like pregnant, just because it's I think a little bit easier to like you don't have to work with like make a baby do like wild things.
Yeah, I mean the little kid in the 1984 one is like pretty
Yeah.
pretty awful.
Because she has like this weird accelerated like maturity, and she does have like all the memories of all the Reverend Mothers before her.
Right. So
So
maybe
it's
she's
almost
a
like the
little further
Co-Reverend
along
Mothers.
in the book for her to be able to. I just struggle with like a little like peanut-sized head being able to process all this information, but like
For sure, but this is the kind of sci-fi that's a little magic,
yeah, and that's why this is a big nitpick. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
because if it was a
this is just,
fantasy
like-
story,
Yeah.
if it was a
That
fantasy story, you'd
baby's
probably
brain
be like,
is
sure.
way too
Exactly.
small.
Yeah, it's only because like a lot of this does feel like more hard sci-fi. Like it gets into the space mechanics of folding space and all that, and like how everything works. That like when there's those more magical things. But yeah, you could easily say, how do the Bene Gesserit control people like scientifically with their voice and stuff like that? Like it doesn't
Right.
really
How
matter.
the fuck
yeah.
do they control the sex of their baby?
Yeah, well, that actually makes more sense to me, even though it's still a leap, because like there is the thing about like, yeah, like the Buddhist monk who sets themselves on fire and holds their meditation the whole time, like having such control over your body that like, I can see that there's this like, like it's still magic, of course, but like I could see the like relational step to what you can.
I've only
change
ever heard
the-
of self-immolation for like suicide as like a show of or like a sort of like statement.
Oh, well,
I've
I know.
never heard of it.
Well, but it's usually like, it started with like in Vietnam, right? That was the first case, but it was like a Buddhist, I believe, that had like practiced in, like that's why they're able to hold so still while they're on fire.
Word for
Hmm.
sure. Yeah. Word. I just don't want to lose the part where he's killing himself. I feel like
Right.
that's
I
an
just
important
I just mean
aspect of it.
I just mean mastery over your senses is all I'm talking about. Or like I
Yeah.
think there's
Well,
even
I mean, they can
tests.
control their heart rate.
Yeah, and I think I've
they're able
heard-
to like slow their hearts.
Yes, yeah, and I don't know what happens in between. Oh, I do like when Jessica tells him to drink of the water of life. She says, "You must see the beauty and the horror." It's like, whoa,
yeah.
dude, that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Jeez Louise.
But then is
Very
when we
scary.
get the whole spiel about the like djinn and all the different things in the
Yes.
desert that can fucking kill him, and we see
And-
Chani is like worried about him.
She has
That's
a very much
real-
like a "he's not like the other boys" line here that I thought was really funny.
And jinn are real. That's real like mythology.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
Like
Like
Robin Williams.
yep.
yeah.
Yep.
Oh my
Yep,
god.
yep.
Yes, sir.
What if Paul met The genie is Robin Williams in his trial.
I think. Remember what I was saying earlier about Jameis and fucking Chani is actually this iteration of Paul's Jameis, right? Like, and so he's having this sort of vision of Jameis up on the hill, and it's actually Chani, and you hear she says, you sandwalk like a drunken lizard," and I think it is this sort of idea of like the passing of the mantle as Fremen, sort of tutor, because I think that's something that maybe doesn't come through so much in the movie, is that like Jameis is this like guy who teaches Paul so much about like the Fremen ways, right?
Man, I just thought of something when you said that she like Chani is standing where Jameis was, and I was thinking about in the first movie where we see the two different paths that Jameis's fight could lead to, and no, even earlier that it's the kiss and the knife blade from Chani, two different paths, and so it just occurred to me that, and maybe this is in the book, I don't remember because I think I did read up to this part, that the choice of if Jameis did become his master, maybe somehow that pushes Chani away from him so that they don't fall in love. And since Chani is so against this Messiah stuff, if she's not in love with him, she will kill him.
Maybe the person he would have killed, the life he would have taken to be accepted in the Fremen would have been Chani's, perhaps.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, pretty wild. I love all that.
A life for a life.
Yeah, I love all that kind of multiple possibilities stuff. It's just a really cool way to do future prophecy things, because sometimes what's interesting is one of the things about destiny, fate, prophecy, things that can grind against me in stories is that it sometimes just feels like, well, now none of our characters have any agency, and so like the decisions they make aren't as impactful. And here, that is the case. They don't have much agency in a lot of ways, and yet it has these like this twist on the prophecy where no, there's like infinite possibilities. So they are making the choices still, but like, you know what I mean? It's interesting.
Yeah. It is really well summed up later on after when he has his transformation. And you know, as we like to say, we'll get to it.
We'll get to it. That's our catchphrase.
Hell yeah, baby. I love the whole thing with, we get the really close up of Chani's feet moving on like the sand, showing him how to sandwalk. And she's like, "You got to break up your rhythm." And he says, "Oh well, the film books."
Yeah,
and he like literally tries to well actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I love
not
that.
just mansplain, but like he tries to like outer culture explain.
Yeah,
right? Like
just
you know, it's just like
trying to correct the person who's been doing this their whole life. Yeah,
White
it's very funny, and I love that he like immediately like is like, never mind, I'm an idiot. Go on.
It reminded me of it just felt like, you know, an interaction you would definitely see two like teenagers have with each other as well.
Yeah. And
then the wind traps as well, like it's all so cute, like the way he's staring at her.
That part's really sweet. I mean, that's when they start to fall in love, right? Like that moment there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's literally my note. Him obviously falling in love with her, and she's like, "Stop looking at me like that." And there's so many reads in this movie where you're like, "Oh, that's cute. Stop looking at me like that." But no, like, stop looking at me like that because like you're going to like completely ruin my life.
Yep.
And lots of people's lives, you know.
Right. Totally. So then we have the Jessica and the baby plotting, where she's like,
they're scheming.
Yeah, which I love. It's just such a cool idea that she's plotting with her feet. It's just like
the shot of the mother with the children.
Yeah, man. Oh, it's so good. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
like,
fucking.
What is?
What? Give us these nitpicks. What you got?
Well,
maybe it's more of a nitpick if it's like philosophical disagreements with the story.
Well, maybe that's what it is. Yeah, and also like the story isn't like complete.
Yeah.
You know, like
this is just the first chapter of a greater epic. Yeah.
It still has a chance to like you know,
is it
have a resolution in an interesting way, which I hope is interesting, which I hope will be like different than just like I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Where?
Yeah, I mean, there's also like there's the books as well, and there's the ones that Herbert wrote. There's the one his son wrote after
Right.
that. So for conclusions, I would say first and foremost, look for how this conclusion makes you feel, because this is like a story in and of
Yeah.
itself, right? There is like
Yeah.
places where it goes, but I don't.
So I guess
Yeah,
are you trying
I don't know.
to like? Is your assertion here that he's saying this is a good thing? Like, I'm a little confused. What you're like? What is the philosophical thing that's turning you off
Yeah,
about
that
this?
I was gonna ask that. Do you feel like Frank Herbert is saying you should exploit women and children's like belief systems to get what you want?
No, I don't think so. I'm skeptical of the story, how the story is potentially undermining, like, ideas of like colonization and like white saviorism and blah blah blah. You know.
I think it's aware. I think it's like
Yeah, to me, it's almost like a cautionary tale of that.
I'll say this as well. Like I think we have to. Well, we don't have to, but we a question to ask is like, is it a qualm with the story, like Herbert's story, or is it a qualm because like the people who made this movie in the year 2024, that like you have an ability to interpret these things in a specific way and present them in a specific way and make these choices. And I think that's what I'm more interested. I think that's what's more interesting, right? To say like this is the source material you've been given. This is sort of like the commentary that it's making. How do you want to present that? And I feel as like a Latino, like someone who like knows, like has lived in places where we all live in places where you experience these sort of firsthand effects of like colonization and post-colonization. I, for example, will say to you, I appreciate, and maybe I'm easy, maybe I'm an easy sell, but I appreciate the casting of the people of Arrakis in this movie a lot. I think they're mostly people of color, and I think that to have that set up and also have like, I mean, it's not like this exclusive sort of thing where like all the people who are in charge are like white, but a lot of them are, and I feel like it I don't like I appreciate that sort of like look at it, right?
Yeah.
Also, the ones being colonized are the victors at the end. So it's like they overthrow the colony.
But it is, I think it is. So it's
but
like
then also he's like, in their like spiritual like center, just being like, yo, B-words, I'm the fucking Duke of Arrakis, like a
Well, that's the part
foreign
that,
title, right? Like
that's the part that's supposed to feel gross,
like,
right? And Chani's reaction to that, I think, is the message of the story. Chani is kind of the emotional core, I think. She is disgusted by all this.
Yeah. And I mean, I just want to reiterate, I liked these movies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I guess I'm just struggling to see some of your perspective on it. That's why I'm like asking questions and posing stuff,
Sure. Yeah, of course. Best classic format.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's keep going through it, and if there's things that if there's like specific details that stand out to you, where you're like, see, this to me is kind of enforcing the issue I'm talking about. Like, I'd love to hear more of that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. We'll keep that in the forefront of our mind as we truck along. And I am like I said, I'm genuinely curious. Like I feel like I like this so much. I want to kind of be
challenged.
I want to like it less. I like it so much I want to like it less.
I don't think that makes me like it more or less. You know what I mean? Like,
Interesting, because they sound like critiques.
there's things I can that for sure. I mean, they are, but like also like it doesn't take away from the fact like how fucking cool some parts of this fucking movie are.
Gotcha.
You know, like
Hell yeah.
holy shit. Also the well, fuck, we'll get to it. Damn it.
Word.
Again,
No, it's all good.
it's at the end.
It's all good.
What scene are we on again?
Jessica is plotting with her baby. The next scene I have
That's right.
is the sand mouse on Paul's straw. This is a like it's the smallest of nitpicks because there's 1,000 different ways they could figure this out. But they keep showing them that they're underground and waiting for the enemies to arrive. And I'm like, how did they know that they were gonna be right here at this time? How long were they waiting there? And it happens again near
Right.
the end of the movie when like it shows how they approach, how they attack the capital at the end, and there's already people waiting underground, and I'm like, wait, wasn't the whole thing that this was all attacking them at once and like you use the cover of the storm and everything, but now you were already underground? Like, how did you guys get there? I don't know. That's just like one little nitpick. I don't know if it's an actual nitpick, but
Sure.
I think with the spice fields, those are like, I think it's not like they don't like move, right? I think that there are places that are good to go like harvest spice,
right.
and maybe they just know the like Harkonnens routes or whatever.
Right.
and-
There's like I said,
and
there's enough
post
ways
them.
where they could figure it
Yeah.
out, but
Dude,
it's one of those things
the
where I
power
wish
of
they would give you,
tunneling.
they would tell you, you know.
They can also survive for so long, you know, like with the still suits and everything. Sand snorkel
Well,
is sick though, dude. Love
well,
a sand snorkel.
Actually, to bring up some historical context to this, and unfortunately, it's like also very politically relevant and hot right now. But Hamas and how they operate in Gaza and like the nature of the soil there, that like it's so diggable, right? That there's just like these fucking massive networks of tunnels that like, you know, they'll collapse and then like they'll be redug and like
right.
it's just
Or the
like,
Taliban in the Afghan mountains and all that, right? Like
right,
or
exactly.
the Viet Cong and you know the jungles of Vietnam. Yeah, I mean it's the home
And just
advantage. Classic
and just
classic foil to conquest throughout all of history.
I do think that the implication in the later battle is that they like go and get set up beforehand, right?
Well, the problem I have with that is that the whole thing is that they're going to see us coming, so we need to use the windstorm. So it's like, wait, did you need the windstorm? Did you come before the windstorm? Did you set up during the windstorm? Or not the
I think it's the windstorm
sandstorm.
is for the amount of the sandstorm. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun. I think the sandstorm is for like the amount of troops, because the Fata Kin are the ones who
yeah,
have
but
been
like wouldn't they have
who are
seen them
under
set
the
up?
sand.
You know, they have all this like all their tech is set up on the perimeter of town to be able to see enemies coming and stuff. I don't know. It's we don't need to get so
maybe
in
they
the
slipped maybe
weeds,
they
you know?
slipped in during like the explosions or
Yeah.
or something like that, you know.
Yeah. Just something that stood out to me because I'm not going to nitpick this movie very much.
Sure.
So that's one of the like few nitpicks I have.
yeah.
I'm trying to remember how it
I'm the
happens in the
fucking
book.
nitpicker. Don't take my job.
You guys can nitpick. You
Stepping
can
on my
nitpick,
toes.
You can both nitpick as much as you want, but
That's a small
it
one,
is
for sure.
cool. It is cool that like I like how quickly we jump into this and it is like established. Oh, he survived his little test. That's cool. And then him and like
Oh, yeah.
Chani working together. I love the whole mechanism, the blocking, all the tech, everything
As an
working
action
together.
sequence, yes. Just like this is what I want for more action sequences: is using the environment to make interesting situations, like the moving of the legs being used as cover, the helicopter with its shield. Oh my god! When she pierces through the shield and it blows up inside the and it's just like the flames are stuck inside the shield for a moment. Like it
Yeah.
just looks so cool. All that stuff just really
yeah.
like elevates these action sequences.
Oh my god. And it looks fucking beautiful.
I
doing
think
it
it's
at the same
necessary.
time.
I think it's necessary in a Herbert adaptation because a lot of his writing is centered around the process and how technology works
Right.
and how things develop, or like, you know, those sort of things. So I think you want that very thought out, methodical blocking and this like attention to detail with the technology when you're tackling this sort of
Well, that and
material.
just like the
And
tactics
I think the amount
that the
of
heroes
care.
are using, like it's so cool to see them how they survive the situation by using their environment around them. Like so many like combat shootout scenes, it's just like the hero behind some cover, the enemy behind some cover. They go out from the cover, but the hero keeps getting all the bad guys, and the bad guys keep missing them. Like this is an example of like how you do this stuff really well, where this was a feasible setup for how our heroes survive the situation, not just the bad guys suck at shooting. They're not just stormtroopers.
I think that I think that the care that's taken with all of this is to highlight Fremen ingenuity and like the ingenuity of like Paul as
Yeah.
well. Like these sort of characters are very
Mhm.
resourceful
Yeah.
in like in a land of very little resource.
Totally. I also really love the gun that like shoots like these huge like almost like triangle blasts, like these. You know what I'm talking about? It's like a shotgun, but like just like an imprint of like 100 bullets or 1,000 bullets in one little section. It's very cool
Yeah.
looking.
It's well, it reminds me of the flak cannon. You know.
Oh yeah, where it shoots. Yeah, but
Um,
like much more precise, like much more like sci-fi feeling, where it's just like it looks like a cookie
Right.
cutter like kind of shot. They're just tearing these
Right.
perfect shots or perfect little things out of the world. Yeah, really cool.
Yeah,
Uh,
good stuff. We get some really cool wide shots of dunes. You know how I feel about those
yeah.
wide dune shots.
Need
I
to
also
need to
I
shoot
also
some
like
desert.
Chani. Chani
mm,
does not like being bossed around. I love that. You know, she's a little headstrong, and I like that
Yes.
about her.
Yeah, she's stubborn. I like her. I like that about her too. Then we have kind of Paul's. He's been initiated already a little bit, but like feels like a true initiation. This is the scene where he gets his name.
This is absolutely him becoming like
A
he
proper
is being
Fremen.
accepted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, not just a Fremen. He like they make him a Fedaykin.
Right.
You know, one of the warriors.
Totally. Usul
Fedaykin.
is the name they gave him. Pillar of Strength. That the meaning. Pretty cool. I love
it's
that he chooses
the base of the pillar.
Oh, awesome. Love that he chooses the
Yeah,
mouse.
Muad'Dib as his name.
Right, and that's part of the prophecy too, I think.
I love that he chooses that name and it becomes so important for the rest of the movie because that's the name that he's known by. Like that's sort of his like
Muad'Dib, yeah.
folk hero name, Muad'Dib, because
Yeah.
his Fedaykin warrior name.
Yeah, it's
And it's cool to see everyone like accepting him, especially after we had all these like different forms of grief that were being flung at him during the like Jameis death like procession. You know, people like screaming, "You killed Jameis!" Now everyone's like, you know, accepting him, and it is really cool. Like she's out of it's a very narrow depth of field, so like she's out of focus, and she like comes into focus and just like whispers in his ear. Usul.
Dude, yeah, I wrote that part down too. 'Cause it's just such a like tender moment between both of them that I just love so much because it does feel like so real and like I don't know, yeah, the romance is just so good.
Yeah. The next scene after this too, we get to see Stilgar shredding that gnar, but
Oh.
it's pretty sick, dude. I love all the fucking worm writing looks
Yeah.
amazing, and I just love how it like escalates throughout the movie because the first one we just have it at the very end, but in the second one we see it like happen several times and in several different formats. But we do have Paul solitary on that sort of dune talking to his father, and this is the moment that I felt was very important where he puts away the ducal ring.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah, I wasn't
It
thinking
is this
about it in
sort
that
of
light, but yeah, totally.
he's like what I sort of see it as like he's hung up being an Atreides and he's traded it for being a Fremen. And I think there's going to be some very beautiful things about like the simplicity of Fremen life. And like even though it's very harsh, there's something charming about it. And you can see that he really just wants to just like be like live that sort of day to day, like, and it's gonna be like a big struggle for him later on. But there's also the part where we get again, you know, he says, she says to him, you know, Arrakis is so beautiful. My planet is so beautiful when the sun is low.
Yeah.
God,
And they have
poetic as fuck.
and like just how the like beauty to her or the like the mystery and intrigue of him coming from a planet that's mostly water and like she just like wait,
Yeah.
water falls from the sky? Yeah, right. Like I love that.
And this is the part where she tells him that her name is Sihaya, which is desert spring.
Yep.
And she even says it's from a stupid prophecy.
Yeah. I love her just being this, like, she's the last holdout of all the characters that just like won't buy into it, even though she and Paul are the closest, which I just think is so cool.
Yeah, I mean, she also like says to him, "Only Fremen ride worms," and she's like, "Maybe I could teach you what." Oh, it's so cute. And then they finally fucking kiss,
Yeah,
and it's
I think she says something about like, "Oh, you're like a highborn or whatever," and he tells her, "I'd very much
yeah.
like to be equal with you." Which is like, oh,
She
I
says,
mean, how do you not kiss
she
this
says-
guy? And she's the one who initiates the kiss.
yeah, she says his blood comes from dukes and great houses. Here we're all equal. We do what we do for the benefit of all.
Mm,
And then he says, "I'd very much like to be equal to you."
I love that.
Yeah. And she said, "Yeah, it's fucking, it's really, really adorable." And they're sitting there on the dune together. It's adorable.
I love it.
Very cute.
Great romance. Good stuff.
What do you think? What do you think about their love, Juan? What do you think about Chani and Paul's love?
Oh, it's very cute. I am absolutely charmed by it in those scenes.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just, God damn it, fucking Timothy Chalamet's goofy ass face when he's like looking at her, you know?
Oh, yeah.
You have a bone
Yeah,
to pick with
yeah.
this guy,
Like,
huh?
stop.
No, there is this scene where she's showing him the wind traps,
it is,
and
it
he
is
is making
sweet,
a
though.
super goofy face.
Yeah.
It-
Oh,
it's-
when
it-
he's
it-
just
it is-
staring at her and she's like, "Stop looking."
When
at me."
he's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
he's just beaming at her. I was just like, wow, he's a good actor.
He is.
He just captured that so well. Just like
Totally.
just that look of like sweet admiration.
Yeah, it just felt.
and it carries throughout the film. You know.
They're both so good, and everything between them just feels like really natural and organic, and
yeah,
like, great
yeah,
chemistry.
They do have really good chemistry.
Yeah. In this next sort of part, we have some time passing. There's this
yeah, little
awesome
montage
scene of the sun
You know how I feel about
high
montages.
over the pilgrims. We all love montages. And I do like that it starts with Paul following Chani, because she's sort of his mentor in this like new sort of like culture that he's learning. And then we see like them continuing their war against the Harkonnen, and we see the belief starting to grow in Paul. Like people see that he can handle himself. And him and Chani being cute together. Then there's finally that scene where he pulls the binoculars off and he's got the blue within blue eyes of Ibad.
Love it.
It's fucking sick, dude.
And
It's really great, dude.
Baron throws a temper tantrum, kills some women in anger, threatens Raban
Oh my
to
God.
figure it out.
Oh. And it's an off-screen death that it hits so hard.
Yeah, you just
The
walk
sound
in.
of it.
Yeah, it sounds horrifying, and you just see him floating. You don't see the bodies for a while. It just shows him dropping into his pool, and you're like, what just happened? And so like, and then you see them over in the corner. So you like, it's just so creepy, man. The Baron is so creepy.
Disgusting.
Yep.
He's a disgusting person. We don't... Hey, can I just say something, guys?
We don't stand the Baron.
This is... No. This is an anti-Baron podcast.
Controversial.
Okay? I know, it is very controversial. We're an anti-Baron podcast. But I just wanted to get it clear now. He does also say something really badass. He says, "Tighten your grip or feel mine on your neck."
Yeah.
And I spelled neck with a K at the beginning for no reason.
Love that. Yeah. Yeah, all
Thanks,
the
dude.
dialogue is so
Thanks.
good. And I do wonder how much of it is straight from the book, how much of it is original. Not sure.
Definitely feels like a mix.
Yeah. Okay. So next I have Paul has a nightmare. Time has
Oh,
passed, as we
no.
said through that montage. It's the nightmare of the Holy War.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Poor
the
little
night.
Paul.
This is the early morning of his big day where he's going to try to become a worm rider. Do they have an official name? The Worm Riders?
They might, yeah. But I do love how comforting Chani is to him. Like
Yeah.
we get some of that sort of like, hey, let's show what, let's show some
The
of
relationship
the
is like
soft side
now that
of
they've
this
developed
relationship.
more.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also made clear that this happens, or has happened a lot, because I think
Yeah.
she says something along the lines is like it's been a while.
Yeah, she does say that, and this is where, like I was saying before, their lifestyle, despite how rough it is, there's something so charming about it. Like
Yeah.
their tent, them like they're together, like her like comforting him. And I think that is the point. There's this like, oh man, sort of like yearning for what could be, but
Right,
cannot.
and that's what Paul wants, right? For
Yeah,
so
that's
much of
like-
this movie, that he
that's
just
like what I
wants
was
to
saying
keep
before.
doing this. Yeah, it's like he just wants to live his life with Johnny, basically. But
just fighting destroying spice harvesters and hanging out with his
yeah, I
his
mean,
GF.
yeah, I mean, there's quite a few like exciting incidents there, but we'll get there in a bit. Worm riding day.
Yeah, time to
they
fucking
don't
ride, baby.
Tell him not to embarrass us. I think Johnny says that too, or maybe it's Stilgar. I forget.
No, that's
final test is what I wrote
no,
down as the road of
That's
trials.
Shish Kali.
in terms of-
Shish Kali says
Ah.
don't embarrass us.
I'm a big fan of Shish Kali. Shout out
He's
to
pretty
Shish
great.
Kali. Yeah, final test of the road of trials is because I think someone even says this is your final test. And I was like, on the road of trials. But I guess he does have one more test, which is just surviving the life of water. Water of life, sorry.
Keep that in
the
double.
water of life.
The worm is too big. It's too freaking big. It
Oh,
is a
no.
big
I think-
worm.
I think before that though, I think I really like the part where he's like punching the ground and you like hear the way it
Yeah.
kind of resonates and she says lower and then but he knows and he like moves to
Yeah.
a lower point and he hits it and you can hear it, the sound
How-
design doing everything to like sort of reinforce that sort of resonating thing. What's your question?
I got a nitpick.
Bring it on, baby.
How is sand hollow? How does it make a more hollow sound?
Wait, to move to more sand? What do you mean? I think it's just to a part where it's more of just the hill that's been washed off by the sand, I think was the implication. Like
What I
go
got
to a
was
more
that
rocky section.
I got less rocky section, more sand, and it's kind of like the sound is penetrating
Mm.
deeper.
Okay.
That's what I kind
That
of
makes
got
sense.
from
fucks
it.
That
with
makes
that.
sense too.
That was my read on it. I do
I-
love
I-
how he says he goes, "Whoa, not that big."
Yeah,
Stilgar's fucking hilarious, dude. He's my
he
favorite.
is. He's really good.
He's a
Yeah.
little rascal.
I
He
mean,
is.
yeah, it's funny because I didn't really think of it as like, oh, this is the standout performance, but just the amount of times we've talked about how good Javier Bardem is on this, it's like he might be the standout in some ways.
He's just
But
in
no,
a
I don't
very
know, Johnny
dour
and-
film. In a
and
very
Timmy
dour film, he's
Chalamet
very
is-
fun.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Maybe it's just that comic relief I'm enjoying so much.
It's welcome for sure.
This is one of my favorite like action sequences. Him, the worm coming through the dune, and the scene of him. It's like all one sequence of him running up to jump up on it, and the way the sand falls all around him in this like waterfall as he lands on it, and just the whole sequence. It looks so cool, man. It's
He
so
also like
amazing.
trips. Like he's like not fully in control of his fall, and then
Yeah.
he's able to get one thing in. And wow, dude, the way that they're able to do this compared to the Lynch one, it's just like fuck, man.
It's insane
it's
how
wild.
good it looks. It's again, just I have a hard time understanding how you do this.
Yeah. This I do get like once he's like finally and the whole process again just underscoring this sort of Herbertian like utility of like the future. I just love all that shit and like the way that like tools work and the way the whole process works, like exposing more of the worm so that it turns and has him on the top. And it's explained in the book, and that's what's cool about it is like that it's explained in the book in this way that I feel like has been translated well to the screen and done really efficiently. I did get some Mad Nausicaa vibes. You know, him with
Oh,
the
yeah.
goggles on top of the
Yeah,
worm.
that's awesome.
Sure.
I was
Yeah.
wondering. I was speculating because I didn't read this far. We're now ahead of where I got in the book. I was thinking that part of this is a connection with the spice between the user and the worm. Is that correct or incorrect? Like in terms of this bond they form with them.
From what I can remember, it's pretty mechanical.
Interesting.
I think maybe later when he takes the water of life.
Because the worm are so like, they're so magical. Like they feel like
Okay.
this
Also-
Lovecraftian horror, like I talked about.
Like he like gets the hook thing in, right?
Yeah.
And then he's like peeling back like the fucking worm foreskin. And like
yeah.
No.
and like, and
yeah,
then
you have
well,
to say it like that.
well, and then you peel back the foreskin, and then there's fucking nostrils,
Yeah, little noses in there.
little nosies in
That's
there.
That's a good point.
Why?
Hey, man, you
Why?
gotta breathe.
Why?
Probably to clean out their little spaces, their joints.
No, it is, and it is explained in the book. Like I was
Oh,
saying.
really?
Yeah, that was my main question actually. It's like, did they mention those little
Yeah,
spooky nostrils in the book?
Yeah. So the reason it turns upright is because it doesn't want to get like sand in those, and it is, I think, because it has something to do
Oh.
with like
wow.
how it breathes, right?
That's
and so
wild.
the way that the scales are like they like are like covering it or whatever, right? While
Right.
it like goes through the sand. I think so that's what it is. Like it's an uncomfortable thing for the worm if sand gets in there, so that's why it turns itself upright.
That's
And then that part
wild.
isn't revealed. Yeah, it's cool how he like kind of was like,
And then-
how do I want to make this work?
The sand gets in there, and then the worm is like,
yeah, I was just thinking some sneezes.
That's
It just
funny.
like blows up half of Arrakis with a spice bomb.
It actually sneezes like achoo. It has like a tiny little sneeze. Achoo. Yeah, dude.
So, and then we see him standing up, like
Yeah.
such a climactic moment. Just feels so empowering, like mastery over this life. It felt like a master of two worlds in certain ways, even though there's even more. He almost becomes a master of three worlds in this story.
Yeah. It is also cool how claustrophobic it is. So when he finally stands up, it does feel like this. We get those super wide shots. It is like so freeing, and you really get that sense of like the tension that was built up, like has been released. It feels great.
Yeah, it's a
You're
really,
a
really
writer.
good sequence. One of the best sequences, I think.
Very fun.
Johnny sees them worshiping him, like a bit. Like they're more and more. They're like, "This is the Messiah," and there's a shot of just like her, like looking more concerned. And I think it's really great. We've talked about it already, but really, really great visual storytelling throughout the movie of Chani wrestling with this, and like they do talk about it at times, but a lot of it is just like her face.
Yeah,
and
a lot
how
of
she's
cool
acting.
visual. Yeah, some just like cuts to her reactions. I do think that him cutting to the carving of the prophecy of Mahdi riding Shai Hulud is like so well
yes.
done as well.
Yeah,
and we
where it
see
cuts to
Jessica,
the-
and Jessica's got all the face tats now, and she's gathering all of her like fucking followers, and like
She's
the
scary
person
now.
runs in.
Jessica's
Yeah,
a very scary person now.
Jessica's
Did
sick
they-
as fuck. I would
Yeah,
let
she is.
Jessica. I would take Jessica out on a date to a dive bar. Somewhere in the Central District, probably Twilight
Okay.
Exit. Shout out Twilight Exit.
So I am the nitpicker. I am also the guy that asks questions about deeper lore, apparently. But like, the face tattoos, like what is that? Because they all have them, right? Except, is that just a Fremen thing? Because I guess the like Imperial,
The Imperial Bene Gesserits
Like
don't
the-
have any face tattoos.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it's
But
just
the
like a
weirding
Fremen
women-
Bene Gesserit, it seems like.
The weirding women of the Fremen do seem to put like adorn their faces with tattoos. I don't know if that's a book thing.
Yeah.
I did think it was a cool like sort of like visual tool where it's like, bro, she's like,
She's in
like-
it now.
yeah, she's full on in it. And I do
Yeah,
love the
I like it
women,
too.
like, because the woman who runs up to her also has some face tattoos as well. Like, I wonder if it's
Mhm.
just like
Oh.
sort of like a a sort of like step of like I
I
am
think it's like
taking
a holy thing, right?
right. So it's sort of like bearing this mark as like a show of how dedicated I am to like my faith in Mahdi,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And she comes and she
Wild.
tells him, he wrote a big one. He wrote a grandfather worm.
Yeah, grandfather worm, largest ever, they say.
It is really funny though.
Largest ever.
Of course, it's the biggest one ever, right? Because
Yeah.
it's him. It's fucking Jesus Christ come to earth
Yep.
to save us all.
Yep. And now they want to go south, and that's what like this starts to become more of a struggle is this is the kind of the final stretch of Paul really trying to resist the Messiah path, and more it seems like they're gonna have to go south, but he just doesn't want to. He doesn't want to take that step.
Yeah, Jessica too, when she's doing some more of the scheming with Alia, says the Kwisatz Haderach will be born in the south.
God, and when she like removes her robe and like the sun like shines through, and like she's like waking up. I mean, it's like it. I mean,
the
I don't
baby,
know. It
you mean,
is.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's unnerving.
It is.
It's unsettling.
I wish it. Yeah.
You want it to be cuter?
I want it to be. I want it to be more maternal. I want it to be cuter.
It's meant to be
it's
scary. Yeah, I mean,
I think that you have to think about the fact that they're intellectual equals now. She's not like it's like she has her twin sister in her womb now.
It's
Like
so
that.
crazy.
I know
it's
it is wild.
This is
But
so
I think they
creepy.
do a good job of representing like that.
No,
This is
I
her
mean,
like equal, like
obviously they
mentally
do
her
a-
equal.
a good job because I'm just like very creeped
no,
out.
yeah, it freaked me out too. But
Yeah, Loki kind
like,
of a
that's
sick
what it was trying to
fucking
do.
move for like a super villain, right? Where it's like there's two of her in a way,
Yeah,
right? Like they're
yeah,
scheming
it's
together
it's just
too.
really
Like
cool. Yeah, I like it a lot.
imagine if she had
Very
been
creepy.
like pregnant with twins.
So, okay, this is the type of thing, though,
Whoa.
in the 1984 one that I
Whoa.
saw when I was a teenager. I did not understand what was going on there at all. Like, they do explain that, or do they mention the baby talking to her and stuff in the 1984 one? I was trying to find it in my notes.
They
I think so. She's
They
also born
might.
like she's also born in that movie. So and
Yeah.
you see her talking like perfectly.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Guess who bangs?
Oh,
You're never
yeah,
gonna guess who has sex.
we
You're
cut
not
to
gonna
them
guess it.
post.
Will you always be with me as long as I
as
breathe?
long as I breathe? Yeah.
God. And then
Yeah,
we do hear say the way they look at you, they worship you now.
She,
You know?
yeah, she says there will be trouble. And he's like, "What trouble?" Like, "No, I don't want this. Like, I promised you," or something that. Like, there's a couple scenes like this, so I might be mixing up some of the scenes.
He does, and he at this point he does say like, I'm a Fadakin, and I just want to live my simple life as a Fremen. You know, like I like
Right.
not in so many words, but yeah. And Chani is sort of confronting him like, hey, but your mom is like spreading all this talk about you, like and
Yeah, and what are you doing to stop her? Yeah.
What
I
is-
think that's what she was implying a bit.
What is interesting is that you don't normally see couples being shown in this position, I don't think, regularly. Like with the woman on top and the man on the bottom.
Hmm. Interesting.
That's interesting.
really
That's a cute little thing. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know.
the movies I watch.
No, I know what you mean. No, a lot of the time it's
well, I
like
just mean like
they,
men and
they
women
just
like
finish,
holding
and then the
each
guy
other,
will roll over,
like cuddling,
and that'll
you know.
and then they'll both pull the blanket like over their chest. You know.
Right.
It was cool how they're like her head was above his, and they're like talking
yeah,
and that.
that's what
It's
I'm
a
saying.
cool
is,
framing,
like,
yeah.
she takes on the more like kind of like masculine, like per se, like I don't know, and you know,
She's his guide still, dude. She's like still sort of showing him the way,
yeah, the Fremen ways.
And so Paul does go to his mother, and the baby is
Nice
the one who
segue.
confronts him, which is just so creepy and awesome. She's like, Jessica says that the baby is saying that he's blinded by love
Yeah.
and wondering why he doesn't believe who he is. It's just like,
Yeah, the
"You're a
baby's like
baby."
the baby's also kind of low key reminding him like you need to save yourself for like some sort of like political marriage if we need to do that.
That's right.
Yeah,
Jesus.
and I think this is the scene where he screams again. Like I said, he has these kind of like temper tantrum outbursts every once in a while.
That's
and
not
I
hope.
Yeah, and I think his delivery is just so good as Timothy Chalamet, just knocking it out of the
For
park
some
with these
reason-
like intense moments.
It irks me a little bit. I don't know why.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I think, but that's what I was kind of saying. Is this is like a weakness of his? I think in a way where he
Yeah.
loses composure. That's
Sure.
what I liked about it. Is like it. It seems like him losing his temper, but I like it in this scene too because it does. I do feel a little vindicated in this scene because of what we've been talking about. This is him pushing back. That's not hope. Like this is fake. This is wrong. And the anger that he carries, that he's been forced into this, like all coming out. And
Yeah.
you know.
Well, it all starts because he says they deserve to be led by one of their own. What your people did is disgusting. And she said, we gave them something to hope for. And that's when he screams, that's not hope.
Yeah.
I almost, I don't know. It felt like this sort of like, yeah.
You're not supposed
I
to
think
talk
it's
to
not
your mom
just-
like that.
No, for sure.
Or your sister.
Or your
You're not,
or your
you're not,
Yeah.
that's true. But I will be brave enough to admit that I have, like, I have
Oh,
gotten
man.
into
Oh yeah, I've
I-
lost my
I-
temper for sure.
with people that I really care about, and I think
for
you
sure.
know it is a scary thing to see from him, but I feel like with someone who's so sort of like cool in a lot of scenes, it is just sort of a little bit more humanizing, like almost like a reminder of like,
Yeah.
you know, this is something so like he feels like he's being cornered, right? Like
Yeah.
he's like he sees that there's no way out, and even though he's saying like, no, I'm not going to do it, he's slowly realizing like there's only one way, you know?
to survive this, basically.
Yeah.
And
It's hard.
you get an awesome caravan in the sandstorm thing with
For
like
sure.
Yeah.
Jessica in the cool like tent on top of the worm, which I think
And
is
her
just
palanquin.
so cool. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, the group travel via sandworm is
It's
fucking
pretty
amazing.
cool.
Yeah,
I'll
I love
admit it.
And again, we're getting like a step up from last time. We're seeing several of these worms like, you know, being used to
Yeah.
like transport this huge population. And I love how they
Totally.
refer to the storms as the guardians of the south.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good call out there. Oh, is this the part
Raban-
where Raban comes
He's
for
getting
them?
it from both sides, dude. He's getting it from both
Yeah.
sides. His uncle's on his ass, lost a lot of spice, you know. He's frustrated, dude. And the guy's like, the Fremen demon is, because we get this really cool shot of like the sort of base. We hear the bird sound, which we've had set up already, that Stilgar makes all these bird sounds, which I love. I wish I could make the bird sounds.
Yeah,
like a
you
Stilgar.
make some great bird sounds. Yeah.
Huge
Yeah.
explosion. And
Yeah.
yeah, that's when he like fucking goes after them. The whole Muad'Dib, show yourself.
Yeah, I love this so much because Raban is such a freaking coward, and this whole movie he keeps beating up. We haven't really talked about it much, but both of these movies he keeps beating up everyone around him who's failing him, but not actually getting in the dirt. You know, not getting into the front line. Like, you know, Darth Vader will kill people when they fail him, but then he'll go fight. You know, he'll get down and dirty. Raban doesn't do it until here, and then when he does run out there, he just immediately like sees you know, they kind of get the jump on them, but just immediately turns into a flight mode and and runs away.
Yeah, the dusty battlefield, the fucking
It looks so
Fedaykin
cool.
picking people off one by one. And then and then when Muad'Dib emerges and Raban
Yeah,
starts to
it
run
looks
away.
great. Yeah.
At that point you hear the lamentation wail again.
Yeah, and they also show on the ride there, they show like the Harkonnens, they're puking and stuff. I think it's showing that they really are afraid of the Fremen at this point, and of Paul and his persona.
He calls him
and,
the
like,
the Fremen demon, you know? He says the Fremen
Yeah.
demon might
Oh,
be out
God.
there.
I
And
love
I think-
sorry, real quick, just like the
No, go ahead.
the pilot's mask.
Oh yeah, it just covers the top, like his eyes.
Mm-hmm. And how he's like interfaced in with the
Yeah.
vehicle.
And
cool little
Raban
touch.
kills him, dude. I fucking like that. they do all these like just like wow, so shittily unnecessary, like constant disregard for like
Yeah.
human fucking life, dude.
Raban is the worst in a lot of ways because he's like I said, he's kind of a coward. He's just beats up everyone beneath him. He's not super cunning. Like at least like his brother and his uncle are like on top of their game. Like I feel like he's just like
I disagree. I
Re-
like I like I like Raban the most as far as like who am I gonna have a beer with? Raban, definitely not the other two
oh
guys.
yeah well yeah
That's a good point.
yeah. I agree. But I just feel like yeah, he's the worst human being, but like he sucks at being a Harkonnen, I guess is what I'm saying. Like not only does he suck as a person, he sucks at being a Harkonnen. The other two are at least like good at being a Harkonnen.
Hey, they
Hmm.
all ultimately fail, broski.
That's true. And the Baron
They
is a
all
coward.
died.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Baron is definitely, but he's very cunning. And I like
He
Fate a
is.
lot because he's kind of like the mix of the two. Like
I'm too grossed out
he's
by him.
cunning. Yeah, he's really gross, but he's
Yeah.
very cunning and he's extremely like fearless.
I'm grossed out right now thinking about him. I love also
I'm just
the,
thinking
the
of Sting in his speedo. All
Yeah.
grossed
I'm-
out.
I'd have
that's hot. I like that.
yeah, I'd sit next to him at a bar.
Oh yeah. At Twilight Exit. Shout out Twilight
Yeah.
Exit. I
Shout
do
out.
love how we see how like zealous his followers are becoming that the Fedaykin fucking jumps onto the Thopter after Raban, right? Like
Yeah.
full disregard for their own life to try and like fucking, Muad'Dib, does it for fucking Mahdi, bro. Very cool, like an intense like way of sort of like showing that.
Totally.
And then there's a hard cut, and this is like in the middle of the movie. There's a hard cut to Florence Pugh and Christopher Walken
Mhm.
having this detached analysis in the middle of
Yeah.
the film, literally
it.
sipping tea. I
I
love this.
love
It's
it. I love it. And
so-
every time they cut back to the like the Imperial Palace Gardens or whatever this place is, it's just so gorgeous and like such a nice contrast. And it's just again so removed from all of the conflict, but like still so intellectual and plotting. And I just really have always liked Machiavellian like type storytelling where you have all these schemes and everyone trying to play chess against everyone else. It's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, we really see how like smart like Princess Irulan is like at
yeah.
this point, like because she has her whole back and forth with her father, and he's kind of like,
Yeah.
well, what should we do? Like we've had prophets before,
she's
not like
more
this.
on top of this than he is.
Oh
for
yeah,
sure.
she acknowledges the power of faith, and he's like, should we send assassins? He's like, no, they get stronger when they die. You need to let war erupt, and then bring peace. And I love how then immediately we have the like after like this sort of like debrief with fucking the Reverend Mother. Yeah,
Yeah,
and you
and-
could see I love the part where she realizes with the Muad'Dib thing, like what if Paul Atreides
Yeah.
is still alive? And I
Yeah.
like that the implication is that it's an unusual nickname for a warrior. Oh, Paul is small and scrawny. Oh, like
yeah, it's really good.
It's kind of silly, like when you think about it, but yeah. And she does a good job of like that, having that moment of the eureka moment on camera. Really like the
Right.
princess. Princess is a very cool character.
Yeah, and like you were saying, the Emperor kind of recognizing her. He like I think the last line he says is, "You'll be a formidable empress." Kind of,
Yeah,
like
for sure.
solidifying, and which is interesting that she's the heir. So is she's the only child, or is it primogenitor male leaning, or like what is? Do you know what the?
No, I think it's I think she definitely has siblings, but I think she is like the like favorite to ascend
Like crowned princess. I love that.
the throne. I don't remember exactly how that works, but it kind of is very quickly irrelevant as the Reverend Mother, because Reverend Mother is stressed, right? Where it seems
Yeah.
like it, because she's like, the Emperor's pretty much like fucked,
Toast.
Yeah,
he's done.
and she's like, what hope is there? And then so when we
Right.
get
We
Fade
don't
Routha
hope.
brought up.
We plan. I
Yes,
love that line.
exactly.
Yeah, really good.
And they ask themselves, can we control him is all we really care about, Fade Routha. And we get one of those awesome moments where like a question is asked like, oh, she says he's psychotic. And we're like, Okay, and then immediately, boom, scene
This
starts. You're like,
is
this guy's psychotic.
this is such a strange structure choice for a movie, and I really like it, but I could see this not working for a lot of people where you're how I don't know how far into the movie we are at this point. But
Halfway,
it's
roughly.
yeah, and then it's just like
Yeah.
boom, here's 30 minutes or so of like a completely different story. But it's so cool like that it completely works for me. Like I love this setup here. Him going into the gladiator match with the 3 drugged slaves and the Baron hasn't drugged one of them because A, if he dies, well then he wasn't gonna make it anyway. B, if he lives, now he's set up as my heir, and I can
He
use him
says,
to
"Show
take
them,
Arrakis.
show them who you are."
Yeah, I love
And then
that.
later on, he says, "Now you're a hero," right? He's kind of like putting him through like the Paul sort of like prove yourself thing. And I will say the whole thing with this, and then Margot Fendring and her like, I love the psychedelic shots in like the like hallway and stuff, but her like securing the bloodline and everything. I think it makes a lot more sense in a book setting because you can have a lot more of that sort of intricacies. And I'm glad to hear it worked for you. And I do like it ultimately, but like it is the thing that I
Yeah,
would
is this
most
section
easily.
in the book?
I believe it is. Well, it definitely is set up that Fade Routha is like, I think, because it's even in the Lynch movie they mention this sort of thing that Fade Routha is like another potential candidate or whatever.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But
Oh,
not
well,
all
he
the
keeps showing
stuff
up in a
with Margot
speedo. Yeah.
I don't remember though. I don't remember. It kind of feels like it
Understand.
definitely is. Or if it's not, then it's like in the next book it's like mentioned like that it happened before or whatever, you
Yeah,
know.
I will say the first time I saw this, it worked a little less for me. Uh, but like I still thought it was really interesting and cool. This time around, since I knew it was coming, I was actually looking forward to it because I just remember the visuals of it being so interesting and like it's
Yeah,
such a intense setup of a villain in such a short amount of time, and it's like
Yeah.
so unconventional that I find it
'Cause
interesting.
he's not in the first movie. For me, I think all of the gladiator stuff, and then we get the picadors. That's what they're called, the little like
Oh, with
chattery
the
guy.
moon hats, yeah.
I called them.
Those guys
I
are
call them
trippy, bro.
murder jesters.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, the little murder jesters dancing around them the
Wow.
whole time with those little like hook, whatever those weapons are. I don't even know. They like leave a little thing in you.
Yet another Warhammer 40K inspiration, possibly. I don't know.
Gladiator ring or what?
No,
aspect?
the murder jesters.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
What do you
Uh,
I have to say this. So like okay, I think all of the stuff with the Colosseum and like he kind of has to prove himself.
Yeah.
Like that. I feel like easy. Like of course you keep it. Like I said, I still like the Margot Fenring sort of like secure
Yeah.
the bloodline thing. But I'm curious. Like it is like him. I feel like the movie might move a little quicker without it. I don't know. You know,
Yeah.
I kind of
Yeah, I can
reticent to
see-
say it. I'm curious what you think,
Yeah.
Juan, about the like. What did you feel about that part, and how did it feel with the pacing and stuff to you?
Just the whole section with her trying to
Fade.
infiltrate.
Well, like I'm saying, I
Like-
feel like there's two components to it. I feel like it's very easy to have that sort of like cutaway couple of scenes with the Colosseum fight, and then his conflict with the
Interaction
Baron.
with the Baron, yeah, and cut
But-
out the Bene Gesserit seduction part.
Yes, and then they do get into the thing with his mom too. He killed his mom, you know. That's
Yeah,
why it's a woman for him to fuck.
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
I like I hear you. I think it's a little bloated, and I do want to hear Juan here, but I guess I'll just say like I I think it's cool to keep the Bene Gesserit at play here because what else are
Yeah.
they really doing in the background without this kind of Harkonnen possibility of them trying to make the Lisan al Gaib or what's their name for
Kwisatz Haderach.
Yeah, Kwisatz Haderach.
Well-
Go ahead, Juan.
I think it also accomplishes two things, right? Like it does keep the Bene Gesserit in play, and then it's also like checking in on the Harkonnens, right?
Yeah.
Which is like, I think that's efficient and interesting use of the screen time.
Word.
Because it's setting up who the Bene Gesserit are backing, right? And why they're backing.
Yeah, and how they're
And-
like being conniving, right? Like and just
Yeah. I do almost even
Bene Gesserit.
I almost even have a pitch, which is like he sees her in the hallway, cut to I secured like the bloodline almost like, you know, or
Yeah.
even just like someone like, you know, Reverend Mother, Lady Margot Fenring has secured the bloodline or whatever, right? And then she's talking with Irulan. Not like I'm not trying to like reinvent the wheel, but it is like a part where you're like, this is 247 and you felt this was essential, you know, like, but again, you got two movies to play with.
I get that.
It's a fun little sex romp. I'm here for it. I'm sex positive, you know.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if that comes into play in the rest of the story. That's what I was wondering about, because she's pregnant with his baby.
There's a Harkonnen still out there. Yeah. Oh, I also wanted to say that the whole part is shot with infrared cameras, like the black and white stuff. That sort of like grayscale gives it that alien
I was really
feel.
curious. Yeah, I was like, why does this look so weird? Like, I know it can't just be like a filter. Yeah, that's so cool.
Love that shit.
Yeah, it looks amazing. I mean, it's just super visually striking.
And the prisoner guy that they send out
so awesome.
is indeed a specimen. They announce him as a specimen, right? And he's just like fucking ripped. Or the guy, the biggest of the Atreides or whatever.
Yeah, I was wondering who these guys were.
They're just soldiers who were captured.
I see. Yeah, I kind of wish that like one of the guy who goes up against him in the end would have been set up in the first movie somehow or something, but like
sure.
because it's such a focused scene, but like
he has a name.
He's
too.
awesome. Yeah, I forget his name, but like it's
like Landfiel or something.
He has such a like heroic, epic death that I'm like, this feels like it should be more of a character.
Yeah, for sure. I feel it.
A bit of a missed opportunity there, maybe.
For sure. And I love that Fade is laughing as the knife is coming at him, like insanity being one of our themes. I talked about that last time with the Harkonnens. Like
he's such a silly
these guys
boy.
are insane. He's a silly goose.
Yeah, I mean we get the we do get
the
eventually
Baron and him free the spice, I'll make you emperor.
No, that's not what I was gonna say. Later on, like Margot Fenring does say that he's motivated by that he wants
he's sexually vulnerable, I believe.
Yeah, but she also says that he like wants to hurt so bad or whatever, like he wants pain, some shit like that. Ugh, yeah.
Miss that.
Yeah, it's gross. It's very gross.
He's a sick man.
Yeah, he's
I do think the
he believes deeply in honor.
Of the three.
He did that. I'm sorry, this part already happens.
Yeah, where he says, "You fought well, Atreides." I like that a lot about his character. Again, like just a little touch of humanity here and there goes a long way in bringing villains to life. You know.
You know, I gotta say, it felt very plastic in a way from him because he's so pissed when he realizes that it's not drugged, and he's like, "Okay, well now I gotta do it because I gotta prove myself." And then he's like, once he defeats him, he's like, "Yeah, let me show honor now that I won." I'm kind of like Pshaw.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a slave that's being forced to fight to their death. So like,
it's a real sliver. But
what kind of honor can you really have here? But I do get the sense that he does really appreciate prowess, and so he respects it. Like he doesn't care about this guy, but he respects his prowess.
Like Margot says, he believes deeply in honor, you know, and I do think this is sort of this. Yeah, I mean, it is setting up this ultimate conflict between him and Paul.
Yeah.
And then like you were saying, the whole like he's gonna give him fucking Arrakis. He makes him the governor, and they kiss on the lips. But then Fade has to kiss him harder on the lips.
And I gotta think that when the Baron tells him he's gonna make him the emperor, he's lying, right? The Baron's gonna be emperor if anyone's gonna be emperor.
I don't see why Fade Routha couldn't be emperor while his uncle feels like he's gonna be able to like
The
manipulate
Emperor.
him.
There
Yeah,
is
that's a good point,
only
too.
one Lord of the Ring, and he does not share power.
Power.
Hell
I
yeah.
love that the Gom Jabbar comes back. I mean, I just think it's one of the coolest like things.
That was
just
wild.
something about
That
yeah, they're testing him to see if he can be the Kwisatz Haderach like bearer, right?
and he
If he's worthy.
succeeded.
Yeah.
Does that happen?
He
in the
loves
That's what I'm
pain.
book?
saying. He's capable.
Well, no, she also says he loves pain. So it is kind of because he is like this masochist. Like
Does
he
does that happen in the
intense.
book?
Yeah.
What
Fade Routha
the
is supposed to
fuck?
be Paul's ultimate test at the end of the first book. It's like the last thing he needs to like overcome before like, he just flattens the empire with his like jihad.
Well,
Yeah, dude, it's fucking sick. Next
it's
we got
pretty
fucking
sick.
we got Gurney. I forget what the name of this instrument is, but I love how he's singing.
They do kiss. I forgot. I thought you were just joking because they're so like
No,
cute with each
I'm
other.
being
But
for real.
I wrote Baron Fade Smooch.
Yeah, and he
Yeah,
says,
that's
"Rid me
right.
of this Fremen demon." Okay, now let's get back on track. Like I was saying, fucking Josh Brolin is singing about his still suit being full of
Yes.
piss.
I love this. I love this little scene here.
His face
so
is in the
much.
shadow too. It feels very
Yeah.
like in a tavern, or like
Yeah, and that's one of the things I loved about it so much is it's like we brought up A Song of Ice and Fire a couple times now, but it's like those parts where you get to see the peasants' life a little bit more, some like the working class people a little bit more, and it's kind of cool to hang out with them because it's so just in the high houses of the nobles for so much of it, and this felt like a grounding moment where it's like, Gurney isn't like the super low class or anything, but like he's just like
they're
living.
smugglers. He's working
They're
with
smuggler.
smugglers.
Yeah, exactly, and it's just like cool to see that little, just a little slice of a different section of the culture and lifestyle.
Yeah.
Yeah. This whole sort of process is great too. I love how he goes out there. You can see that it's really like thick with spice. He goes juicy, juicy. And you can tell he's unsure and he's taking these careful steps. The camera takes its time to focus in on his feet, his footsteps. He's sketched out and he goes like, hold. And we see all these magnetic mines
Yeah,
fly
those
onto the
look
fucking
so
sandcrawler.
intimidating. Yeah, and he shoots one of them, which is badass.
Yeah, and he screams, "Don't run, fight." Classic Gurney. Classic Gurney Halleck.
Oh,
yeah.
Gurney.
The Fremen attack.
Paul
and
trips
we
him.
get
Yeah.
we get the "I recognize your footsteps, old man."
That's what I'm
line
saying.
again.
The camera focuses on his feet,
Love it. So good.
Yeah, and he says, "You young pup." He almost doesn't recognize Paul. I
Yeah,
love that
he doesn't.
aspect of it.
Well, I took that as a moment of he's lost so much hope and faith that he won't let himself believe in this moment that Paul
I don't-
lived. And
I
that
don't
he-
think
he
it's
has
just
hope.
that. I think it's also that Paul has changed so much as
Yeah,
well.
and
Like,
the eyes.
he has
yeah,
grown.
too.
I mean, in the
For
book,
sure.
I think there. I
It's
mean,
like
there's
years, right?
I think a couple of
no?
years, perhaps.
Yeah.
Maybe a year. I don't know. Still an amount of
You
time where you'd be
young
like, "Holy
pup.
shit, you young pup."
It's such a sweet like moment of embrace, and
Yeah.
I love it.
Gurney Halleck, the
We
smuggler.
love male on male affection, here.
Yes, we do for sure.
I love.
Um,
have you guys
and
seen
woman
that?
on woman affection.
No.
Oh.
No.
No, no.
That's where I
draw the
line.
I love that Gurney also he stays back for revenge. He's working as a smuggler, but like he ultimately stays because he wants to get revenge on what the fucking Harkonnens
Yeah.
did to them.
Yeah.
And that's
He's
when
just stealing
he-
their spice.
he also says something that there's these great line when he says that he's heard about Muad'Dib, a lot of stories, most of them like not good, and he says when our resources are limited, fear is all we have.
Fear is all we have. Yeah.
And fucking,
Love that line.
yeah, it's again like with those sort of themes of like self-reliance and being resourceful, and again this whole sort of like focus on like what tools you have at your disposal.
Yep. And he again is rejecting being the prophet. He tells Gurney that he doesn't want to use that influence.
And Gurney
Uh,
immediately sees how it could work to their benefit
Oh,
to
yeah,
get
and I
revenge on the
love
Harkonnens.
exactly. I love Gurney as a character here because he is like one of the good guys, but there is just like this undertone of this guy really wants revenge really badly, and that's driving a lot of his motivation here.
I think what's also set up within the story is this idea of Canley and like this like sort of like blood feud between houses. So like it's not just that he's like that, it's like that's what their culture is like. When
True.
you've been
True.
wronged like that, like when
Yeah.
you've been like you demand
Absolutely.
satisfaction, you know?
Totally, and I don't even think you need to have like a culture that like focused on that. I mean, if someone wiped out everyone I knew, like I could see wanting revenge too. I could see trying to get back at them by stealing their spice melange.
There's a scene that's left out of this, which is when I think it's when Gurney meets Jessica for the first time. After everything, like around this moment in the story. And he like pulls a knife on her basically. And it's like, you
in the
Benny
book?
Gesserit
Talking
witch.
about?
I saw it represented in the miniseries. There's a cool little
interesting.
scene where she has to like talk him down, or I don't know if
Interesting.
she
Do you
like
remember that
uses
from the book at all?
the
Alfredo?
voice on him or
No,
not.
I don't remember.
But I
Interesting.
thought that was a cool little insight into like, that also supports like just his obsession with revenge, really.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Totally.
Why is he mad at her?
He thinks that the Bene Gesserit were working with the Emperor,
right, or like he thought that, she had something to do with
And she
their
helped
fall.
betray her husband.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, that makes that might be in the book. That's probably is in the book if it's in the miniseries, and I could definitely, yeah. I mean, I could see the seeds of that being sown as well towards the beginning of this, like the story when the fucking that the shit comes down,
Yeah, the Reverend Mother.
Yeah,
Gurney knows where the nukes are.
Gurney does know where the nukes are.
Chani says, "You promised you don't want power."
Yeah, when he says the thing about he who can destroy
my
a thing.
allegiance is you, is what he tells her.
Yeah,
Or my allegiance is to you. Yeah.
yeah, but he does also say he who can destroy a thing has the real control of it.
Yeah.
Where
which
we're really
is
starting to get a peek
dark.
into like that there
Yeah.
is that in him,
Yeah, it's
Um,
coming out more and more, for sure.
There's also a really funny like line that Chani says about Gurney when he's trying to blow up his tent. She goes, "That's a lot of water."
A
fun little line.
Subtle dig. Yeah, I like that a lot.
Yeah, and we get like this moment. This whole part is really fucking Gurney like verbalizing like, "Bro, there's only war left, man. Like, so you gotta just like." He says, "War is coming. What will you do when you feel its breath upon your neck?" So like, it's time to choose, time to decide what you're gonna do, And what's
Right,
interesting too is we do get this sort of doubt from Chani, like doubting Gurney for being like a foreigner, and ultimately she is kind of right because Gurney's the one who's gonna push Paul like over the line in a way.
No, that's what I was saying is so interesting about him because he's like a hero, but there is this feeling of him being driven by bloodlust and pushing and kind of corrupting Paul's decision here. Which I like that contrast. Again, I mentioned this get to you guys offline a little bit too, but I think that really is like one of the things that stands out to me so much about the story, and especially this book. I mean, not this book. Part 2 is that I really love, or like, who was it who said that the only thing worth writing about is the human heart at conflict with itself, or something along those lines, and yeah, that's what drama is, right? Like the human heart at conflict with itself. And I think that this movie does a really good job at making me conflicted, my heart conflicted, where I'm torn by like the story it's trying to tell here with Paul and his rise to power and the corruption behind that, and rooting for him while being like afraid of what he's going to do. And I think it's just good character writing with like Gurney, that there is this like, yeah, he's one of the good guys, but there's also like kind of a sinister undertone with this relationship as well.
Yeah, I also think with his conversation with Chani about, he who has the power, I did feel like you see this peak of like, I do believe that he wants to do it for the Fremen, like at this moment. Like I think there's a point where he like you see him get lost in the sauce and he's like, I need to embrace it to be able
Yeah.
to like embody it. But like at this
mean-
point I'm like, dude, it feels very like genuine to me, and it is
Oh,
like
I think it is. I think it's genuine the whole time. It's, at least in this movie or in this part of the story, I think it comes down to them or us. They're going to slowly, like, because the kind of inciting incident for him to finally decide to go down this path is the bombing of, I don't know the name of that settlement where all the water
Siege
was and
Tabor.
everything. Yeah, and it's like, they're just going to keep picking away at us unless I do this. And so, like, I either do it or I let these people and myself die.
As I was saying, I feel it is genuine, but there's going to be this moment later on where I feel like that makes it all the more heartbreaking, because it does feel like what I said about him getting sort of lost in the sauce. He like fully, like, he knows that to accomplish it, he must like cross the line, and he does, and it is like at that point where it's like hard to know exactly what is driving him anymore when he has that so much awareness and so much power. So I think this is like one of the last times he is like a fully sympathetic character to me, I think.
Yeah.
I love Gurney
Yeah.
and Stilgar, two
Indeed.
comedic heroes together, dude. It's right under everybody's noses, not clever, you didn't find it. That's not the point, like, still not clever. Love their like back and forth. I could watch an entire movie of JB v JB
Actually
again,
I was writing down the exact same thing. I want a spin-off of Stilgar and Gurney.
It's called
yeah,
No Country for Old Men.
Right, exactly. Like, especially since we had
Stilgar
just
and
watched that,
Gurney.
just like seeing like their horrifying existential relationship in that movie versus the relationship in this movie is just like, yeah,
Yeah.
they're back together. Yeah.
Yeah, and we get Gurney saying that there's enough atomics to blow up the whole planet, and we get that look Chani gives him where you're like, fuck, dude, not a good choice of words.
And still scared.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
and
then
then we
when-
get
with-
the
With the vault, there's an emphasis again
Yeah.
on his blood, which again, like I
Mhm.
said, he shed Atreides to like focus on being Fremen. Now he's made the choice. He's accepting again that he's Atreides. This will lead up to him ultimately rocking the ducal signet once more.
yeah, and we get the worm, the little baby worm, and because what is his sister's name again? The unborn child, Aldia.
Alia, but before that
Alia.
we do have the princess, where she gives a little bit of this
Oh,
reinforcement of this idea that southern
Yeah.
Arrakis is barren. Nothing can live there without faith.
Right.
But she
That-
then also mentions that she's aware, the Bene Gesserit are aware of populations there because they have missionaries who are working in the fundamentalist tribes, and she says that they're getting information back from them about Jessica spreading the gospel of Muad'Dib. They don't name her Jessica, but they say a Reverend Mother is sort of spreading this.
Right, and she also puts like, the proverbial foot down on like the tension of the story with the just saying like war is coming because the Fremen are successful. They're letting you know they're successful at
Yeah.
stopping the spice trade, and that can only go for so long because the entire universe runs on spice. So
All
like,
points to war.
yeah, which is just good stake building, good tension setting, and it kind of feels like we're going into the final act here in some ways.
Yeah. Exactly. And then the young worm shit is, as you said, is very cool, very well done. And I love how we saw her drink it, and now we see how they get it. There's this sort of like, oh,
Very
okay.
uncomfortable
Yeah.
like ritual.
They have to drown
drowning
it, yeah.
in yeah, and then they put this long pull down. Like, it feels very like
Invasive.
invasive. Yeah.
Feels disrespectful to the worm. man.
It does, yeah.
But again, I
rude.
think it
Justice
is, you
for the
know,
worms.
Yes.
I'm sure that there are other cultures on Earth who would see that and be like, oh yeah, I see the reverence like in that, you know.
Right. And she does do it like reverently. You can tell this is like a
a
spiritual
ritual.
practice for her. Yeah.
Hey, what's your morning ritual? You know, every morning I wake up, I get a baby worm, drown it in a little pool, and then I drain it of its water of life, brother.
Big
Sick.
yikes.
I like how they walk with the worm too.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
That's
wrapped
rad.
And,
around
and she's
her.
and
yeah.
she's clicking at it because it's clicking. Right.
It's like
And
chittering, yeah.
yeah, and she's making noises back at it with her mouth, which is just like, whoa. That's some cool, again, just like awesome world building, very cool culture, lore stuff.
Yeah.
Paul dreams of Chani dying, and this is really kind of, like I said, the inciting incident of him choosing his path ultimately. They bomb their sacred home, and
I
Faye
do want to say I like that we have this mirroring of like she's up on the hill watching the atomic destruction, like, and she like gets hit by like the radiation, but then he wakes up and sees her on the hill watching, off
Yeah.
in the distance, the explosions of Siege Tabata being destroyed. Made me so sad, dude. It's such a beautiful place too, like, you know.
Yeah,
It's
I love
the grandeur
great
of
setup
nature, you know.
right. Yeah, they set up this place of reverence, right? And it starts the movie there, and it like you said, the emotional end of part 1 leading into this funeral here, and now this funeral is desecrated. Like,
Yeah.
good final like set piece to trigger Paul's decision.
Yeah. I think it's funny though that the Baron says old-fashioned artillery, genius. Like, what?
Yeah, I didn't understand what
they
he
just
meant
didn't
there.
They just didn't know where they were before.
Yeah, that-
I
okay,
feel
that
like
was- Along with
Right.
the like how they got underground and breathing, this also annoyed me that they didn't show it all why Fade started doing so much better. Like, he just found where they were and like
Right.
and then apparently keeps winning now, but it doesn't show why or
Yeah.
how.
right, which is in the book. There's more detail, of course, about that in the
So
book.
there's a potential trade-off of maybe, exploring that other part of the Harkonnen we were talking about earlier with the arena and stuff.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
That's a good point.
yeah. Maybe it would have been good to see
or-
that instead.
Or maybe just give this movie another 20 minutes, baby.
Yeah.
I think do 3 parts. Fuck it.
Yeah, fuck it.
I do think that he says he slices the guy's throat and then says to put him in his room because his pets are hungry from the journey. So those 3 ladies we saw before with like the black teeth, they're like his like human cannibal pets he feeds people to. What the fuck?
Yeah, I was wondering about that too, man. He
What
is
the fuck?
extremely twisted. I mean, just that we didn't even mention it. The way we meet him, where he just like, he tests the sharpness of his blade on the woman
2
standing
women,
next to
yeah.
him. Yeah, just like, wow, okay, that's yeah. I hate this guy. I guess that was a effective way to immediately introduce a hateable villain.
Psychopath, yeah.
Oh yeah, and he comes to Arrakis, kiss my feet, brother. When Raban
Yeah.
shows up, kiss or die. And again, yeah, Raban just kind of like folds to him, which is the wise move.
It's fucking disgusting, dude.
Yeah.
I do like next immediately we see all the displaced people like from like Siege Tabor, like everyone like nursing their wounds, and it's like this sort of big, I think, visual moment, right? For like Paul like feeling further and further cornered. Like now they have to go south because that's all
Yeah.
that there's left. Like literally there's nowhere for
Yeah, they
them
say
to
the
house
whole
themselves.
north is hit, is what they
Yeah.
say. Yeah, so
Yeah,
it's not
on the
just that
radio.
one spot. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's fully called to it, and like I
And
love.
he wants to stay behind.
Yeah,
I love
it's so
that.
wild.
Yeah.
He says, "I didn't see it coming," too, and it's this beautiful moment of like contemplation, isolation. He's like looking off. It is like full on desert vibes, and because it's like him waiting to ultimately make one of like the most important decision in the entire fucking
Right.
like movie.
And I
you
love,
know?
and I think it's so cool that the final thing he says, I think, to Chani, that is him deciding to do it, is what Jamis told him in the vision. Is that right? He says a good hunter climbs the highest dune to see as far as he can see.
No, he doesn't say that, but that is what Jameis says to him. So Chani says to him, "The world has made choices for us," and he says, "If I go south, I might lose you." And we finally hear him voicing his fear, his resistance, and then, she says like, "You'll never lose me," or whatever like that, and then he's like, "Okay, then I'm gonna go with you, and then I will do what must be done."
Yep.
And that's him like finally surrendering to the prophecy.
Right, we just get a vision of Jemmy saying that to
Yeah.
him. So and I wrote it down there because it stood out to me.
Yeah, he says a good hunter. Yeah, says that. He also says he needs to see as far as he can see, and then he says you need to see. And this is after we get the psychedelic thing of you see only fragments, cannot see future without the past. You know, him being told to drink the water of life.
Right.
There's also after Siege. The Siege gets attacked. Stilgar is like wounded, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
that
he's messed
whole.
up. And they got Shishkali.
Yeah.
But she's about to die in this next scene, I think.
There was also
because they kill the birds with the flamethrowers, which is really sad.
And then I think because Stilgar gets what is it? Because the councils are calling for war in the south, Stilgar makes the suggestion of Muad'Dib
Sending Paul
killing Stilgar.
Oh, that's right.
To take his
he
place,
does say
so he can
he
speak.
said he literally says something about how I would be easy to pick off right now.
Yeah, he's like, I'm
so
weak right now.
Yeah, we have the idea planted that like Paul should defeat Stilgar in like the Amtal to take his position as the leader of the Siege, right? But Paul's like, no. And I love his answer later on as well. It's really great. Like, do you smash a knife before you go into battle? Fucking sick shit, dude.
Yes. Yeah, I wrote that line down too. It's a really awesome line.
But yeah, if you didn't hate the Harkonnen before, you definitely hate them watching them fucking flamethrow some fucking birdies. I wanted to say too, it is really cool seeing Shishkali's full arc go from like so doubtful to like true believer.
Yeah.
She also says something, I think, before Chani goes to talk to him, or there's just this moment where Shishkali says something about how like no one will leave, like they'll all stay with him if he stays, like he needs to go, and I do like that there's that extra element of it, like these people are so starting to become so zealous that they won't leave their guy, right? So he needs to go south, so they go with him,
right? And it's like not even just religious, like this guy is a military tactical genius who is keeping them alive and can like see like the future, so there's the prophecy side of it, and just like Paul is an insanely valuable resource.
Totally.
for sure.
Paul goes to drink the water of life. There is that before Shishkali dies. Fate does say to her, I don't think she says anything during this whole thing. She's just like mean mugging him. He says she killed 9 Harkonnens with one blade. It's just like, damn.
Yeah.
So all these Freemen are just like extremely badass.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, she's also a Fatican. She's one of the like
right. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like the Fatican warriors,
greatest
really
of
badass.
warriors. I do think it is very cool. Oh yeah, what he says is, I already know everything I need to. Only pleasure remains. And then he's holding some weird. I was like, is that an air gun? Like from No Country for Old Men. But yeah, the visual of all the worms, and then we see like Chani and Paul kind of making eye contact, and Paul on his worm pull off away from like the same path that they're going on.
Actually, in the subtitles, it says flamethrower turns on.
Oh,
really?
Wow.
Oh,
It
wow.
does.
He's gonna burn her to death.
Yep.
And there's a very cool fucking, like, we see him approaching the temple, and like see him like, you're not allowed in here, stranger, and then I should be welcome. There's a really cool J cut to "If you drink, you shall die."
I love
As
that.
our listeners know, a J cut is when the scene when the audio from a scene that is coming starts in the scene before.
Yeah. It's really good stuff.
Kind of
I'm a fan of the J cut. I've learned.
Fan of the J,
from,
fan of the L.
Fan of the J cut. I learned from There Will Be Blood because there's a lot of J cuts in that.
Good J cuts.
Really effective.
Yep.
I love this whole sequence. So I wrote Anna Taylor-Joy is sister, and quotes I love you in parentheses I'm scared. She just like whispers I love you on the beach, and it's just like very unsettling and eerie.
It is great how it is the whole green paradise, right? Sort of thing. And I love how you can hear the waves. This sort of like repetitive sort of like vibration as he like before he sees it. And dude, it is stunning to see, especially in the second movie where we haven't seen Caladan since like the early moments of the first movie.
Yeah,
it's
that's
like,
a good point.
Wow, dude, like it's been hours since we've seen this much water. It's breathtaking. Love it.
And Chani comes to Paul. What I have written next. And then we have this whole again, lack of control over the situation, lack of agency. Jessica forces Chani to give him his tears, with the voice, which is so fucked up.
I do like there's this moment, right, where it feels like there's an almost softness to her again, where she says, you might not believe in the prophecy, but you are a part of it. And then she resists, and that's when she fucking goes, do it, and uses the voice. And it feels like,
it feels wrong.
Oh, yeah, it hurts, dude.
Yeah,
and Chani's tear is like
the Desert Springs tears.
It's less about Paul and more about her own sort of autonomy taken away from her, because Chani is someone who values her autonomy so much.
Right. Well, it's both, because she also Paul's dead, so it's like she was in mourning and at the same time dealing with his autonomy.
Don't give a fuck about Paul. Paul's just a fuckboy. She's just in there for a good time.
Just a sad piece.
I do love how then the tear goes into the water of life that is then given to him.
And then she just brushes it on his lips. Nice visual.
It's wild how quickly he wakes up, and it is very kind of unsettling the way he wakes, and he's looking past her too when he wakes up. And then the part that we talked about.
And so it's funny. It's funny you guys took the slap away, because I was actually really immersed in this scene, because the way Chani's relief turns into anger, I thought Zendaya fucking nailed that scene.
No, it's great.
There's a long shot of her face, and I just saw the anger come in. I'm like, oh, it's coming. I could feel the slap coming.
It's super well acted. I think for me, it's like the sort of shock of like, wow, dude, those moments where you're able to step into a movie and really be like Chani and be like, you fucking drank poison so that you could brainwash all of my people into helping you carry out your blood feud. Like, dude, it's like kind of like
we don't really bridge this gap between them the rest of the movie. Like they're just kind of cold to each other after this, which is really fucking sad.
What is
but they end up together. It's fine.
Yay!
What is?
He even says it. He says she'll come around.
What now?
He literally says he literally says it in the movie. He's
I forgot.
She'll come around.
Real quick, what's the significance of mixing the tears with the water of life? Like what is that?
I took it. This is I'm curious what Alfredo's, if he has an answer here, but my interpretation, not knowing, was that it was like love mumbo jumbo with life, it was the love they shared. So a little bit of like which, and we've talked about in previous episodes, I'm a big sucker for that stuff. Like I like just like the power of love being the final link to make the thing happen.
Yeah, I think it is. I think the first. Sorry, guys. Edit point.
Okay.
The first time I saw it, it was very easy for me to be like, he needs, because they're like in the first movie, she gives him his knife, and she says that she doesn't believe that he'll win, but like that, like she sees something, she wants him to have an honorable death. So there's like a little bit of belief there. And then in this moment, even though she is forced, I did feel like ultimately he needs her to like believe in him. And even
Yeah.
though I think it being forced is sort of underscoring the whole
The
Bene
perversion.
Gesserit maneuvering of
Yeah.
like like forcing the prophecy.
The prophecy.
And honestly,
yeah.
Jessica, who in a way, even though as I said before, I think she really did give Leto a son, because like for
Of love.
sentimental reasons, there is this whole argument that she has exhibited hubris by trying to like because then she starts teaching him Bene Gesserit shit. Like
Yeah.
that's when you're like, okay, there's not just
Yeah,
sentimentality there.
That's a good point.
There is
yeah.
some like scheming there.
Because that was my interpretation of first, but then I did remember that from the book as well. But yeah, I do think it's a little of both, probably.
If I could say this, I love my mother, but like,
If she genetically engineered you to become the messiah of a culture and start a holy war, how would you feel? Do you think?
No, that's not what I was going to say at all. What I was going to say is that, like, I think that what's compelling to me is that, like, my mom, I have a good relationship with her, and she's always been a very big fan of mine, and she has always been, like, very supportive, and she's always said, like, you know, you're so bright, and you have this way of seeing the world, and encouraged these parts of me that I think have really helped me, like, become the man I am today. And so I think that aspect of it is compelling to me in Jessica, that she's like, I believe in Paul. If anyone's
Yeah.
going to rule the fucking world, like, let it be him. He's a good man. Like, I love him, and he cares, right? Which is, again, tragic, you know, in the whole sort of like scope of the story.
Absolutely, it is tragic. Yeah, and you see it with Jessica, right? The transformation from the woman who wants to take care of her son first, to, like we said, she's a new person. It's like she's more of like the
Yeah.
embodiment of all of the knowledge of the Bene Gesserit with a little tinge of Jessica left in there, you know.
Yeah. Yes. There's this really cool shot too. After she smacks the shit out of him, we see Jessica with the light behind her, and then she like closes her eyes and the light dims, and it's like a match cut to like the next scene where she's still standing there and he's sitting
This is
like
when
on
we
the
get
steps.
Where he's like doing this is like with the hand motion, saying there's a narrow way through that he can see through all the possible timelines.
Timothy Chalamet has the best 1,000-yard stare. Hands down. He looks a million miles away.
Yeah, it's really good. I think it's really the only time they explain
Serves
that
him
it is
well in this
multiple
movie.
timelines, right? I think this is the explanation you get of what it means to be the Kwisatz Haderach.
Kwisatz Haderach. Yeah, we get the background about the Harkonnens,
Yeah,
and
he's-
you know, he
says
says,
he-
I saw the time, like I saw our bloodline mother
Written across
and
time. Yeah.
and he asks her if father knew, and she's like, I didn't even know until I drank the water of life, dude. Which I kind of liked, that we have had sort of like Jessica be like so like cold and single-minded, and he says this to her, and you kind of see the hurt of it like still like there present, where
Yeah.
she's kind of like, yeah,
And-
like it's like obviously like it was, there's so much going on, but like that's something that was hard for her. And then he
Yeah.
is like, now we're gonna, it's almost like that's the only excuse he needed to be cruel, is to
Yeah.
be like,
Yeah,
I have Harkonnen blood, okay, time to do what Harkonnens do.
Yeah, that was very disturbing to me. Except he needs to be a Harkonnen. I wrote that down as desolation of spirituality there, where it's just like, well, I'm going to become my enemy to destroy my enemy. I
Yeah, the
love that.
baby, there's the cute little baby, and she's so scared of the Baron, like the shadow comes over. Oh,
No.
poor
And
baby.
I also think that the scene of learning this twist that the Baron is Jessica's mother is made more impactful by the whole Fade Bene Gesserit setup of the pregnancy and all that, because it ties into like the Harkonnens have been tied into this for a while now, and there's something that the Bene Gesserit see within that, and that's why they're pursuing that over Paul. Partially,
Yeah.
I guess, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, she fully explains why they don't pursue Paul, because they can't control him anymore, because the Atreides are gaining too much favor. They're becoming too like sort of like free-willed. I wanted to say, in the next scene we get a lot of like dots of green, and what's so cool about it, you're like, it's a desert planet. Why is there so much of this? And it's because it's a bunch of people, right? Like, is that just me, or is it like huge groups of people like gathering? Like the big wide sweeping shots.
Yeah, I didn't notice the green. I
I
remember.
think it is people people gathered outside a siege, right?
I think Juan, I think you're right. It is all of them gathering into the meeting in the south of all the leaders.
Yeah, that's what I remember. Just a massive crowd of the people. I don't remember the green you were mentioning. But
Well, it's just like a super wide shot,
yeah,
and from the wide shot, like I wish I could just like show it to you right now, but it
Yeah.
looks like there's a bunch of like shrubs and trees.
oh,
And I was like,
interesting.
there's no way, right?
Right.
And then I was like, oh shit, that's like the millions of fucking Fremen that are on the
Right.
planet.
Right. Which is wild. Yeah, they've all been hiding down here. Or not, I guess just living life. Like, I mean, for
Living
how
a pretty
long?
like
Chilling,
yeah,
chilling tough.
just straight
Yeah.
just straight up.
I mean, it seems like they're not battling the Harkonnen, so it seems like things aren't too bad down there.
Nah,
I did think
they smoke
when I saw all of them,
blunts.
I did think desert power. You know, like his dad
Yeah.
said.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the catharsis of the whole story. Like, everything's been building up to this, right? Like,
The culmination.
yeah, the culmination of this whole prophecy coming to fruition here. Well, I guess there's a lot more. There's more books. But Paul
I
epically
like-
walking through the crowd, epic
Yeah.
music.
I like Stilskar's little sun hat. He
It
look-
seems
for
to be some
reason
sort of
it's
like, official like garb of like the leaders of the Sieges, right?
Is it? I think so. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think it is.
The other guy's also wearing it. The
Oh,
like
that's funny.
Scottish
That's
Fremen
right.
guy.
That's right.
I also liked all the different Reverend Mothers from the different Sieges. All have these like really awesome outfits,
Oh my
all
god,
like with
it's
their
so
faces
cool.
covered.
The accompanying ones are it's very like scarab-esque.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. There's so many fucking people, dude. It's so wild. All the like big shots of like just the huge crowd around the center circle.
Yeah, and I love that we get Chani. This is kind of her last real pushback against this thing. You know, they're trying to, like, multiple people are trying to shut her up. Eventually, she screams to everyone, this prophecy is how they enslave us.
And then Gurney pulls her down. Before this part, though, there is Paul with the huge worm behind him and all the
yeah.
people looking at him. And like you were saying, him walking through that huge crowd. Another one of those sort of instances of like that very lonely full shot, right? Like a
Yeah.
huge crowd, but like he's so present and
I
lonely.
feel like what we're really missing right now, though, is the Harkonnens poisoning a man and forcing him to milk a cat to get the antidote. I think that would really tie together what's happening in the plot right now, if we could get that part in there.
I think you're right, dude. I think you're
Is that
absolutely
okay?
right. It's a necessary component for sure.
I don't know if I hate the Harkonnens enough yet, so you gotta bring in some weird cat milking stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Paul comes in hot. He
Oh my god.
immediately they're like, well, you have to kill him. You're not in charge until you
Yeah.
kill him. And yeah, the whole you mentioned earlier. Do you smash a knife before battle? Love that line.
Yeah, I also think it's great that we get more of this sort of like pioneer politeness. Like there's a way to do things. We have
Right.
like the reason we've survived is because we have rules and we follow them.
Yeah, and it makes sense. Like, that their society would develop this way when so much
Yeah.
of it is like around your
And-
strength.
And even Stilgar is like, it is the only way. And then Paul says, I'm pointing the way. He screams it. He's like, I'm pointing the way. And it's
Yeah,
this is
this
where
is-
you're like, oh my God, full blown, like, oh my God.
Now
This
he's
is the guy
Messiah.
I've been backing the whole
They all
movie.
Yeah,
they all draw their knives on him.
yeah, I love this.
They're
Yeah, and he
like, "Oh,
challenges
hell
all
no."
of them. Because he says I could like.
There's no
forget
one who
exactly
can
what
face me.
Yeah,
And
it's like,
Chani was ready to
whoa.
whoop his ass. Chani and Gurney holds her back again.
Yeah, I love yeah, Chani's so good in this. Cuz yeah, I do think she's again the kind of more emotional center for the audience because Paul and Jessica, who were kind of our two main characters before, are now not the same people they were, right? They're
Yeah.
more mysterious. They're covered in intrigue and what it like what are
Occult
all their-
figures.
Yeah,
esoteric practitioners of occult magics. I also think it's fun, speaking of, that his whole thing that he does is kind of the classic charlatan evangelical TV preacher thing. You know?
Where he starts like reading their minds and
Sorry,
stuff.
yeah, your mother's warned you of my coming, dude. Oh, it's
Right.
really, the verbiage is all very religious and epic and badass, so quotable, you know.
Yeah, I love this how he wins them over because it's like it's horrible to behold, but like amazing to watch because it's so fun to just see this all-powerful being that you've been rooting for have complete domination over the situation.
You mentioned this last time as well when she said careful, like whispers careful. This time when he says I'm pointing the way, she goes slow down. Like she's still coaching, you know?
Yeah.
She's
Love
still
it.
coaching him. Yeah.
Oh, and I would just when they finally accept him here, I wrote just yay for Stilgar. Like he's so happy, dude. He's like basically in tears. Like he's just like this is everything he's wanted his entire life coming to fruition.
And I
because
love
he tells them, "I will lead you to paradise."
Yeah.
And
Green
Chani,
what do you see for us?
looks
Green
so-
paradise.
Chani just looks so betrayed, bro.
We get these different reactions where we do have the Stilgard, what do you see for us? Green paradise, show us the way. And then Gurney is super proud because he puts on the ducal signet. He refers to himself as the Duke of Arrakis. And Chani, she looks super uncomfortable. And Jessica is just scheming. Like there's this look on her face where she's like,
Her
plans
and the
within
baby.
plans. Yeah.
It's really good stuff.
Yes, it's quite for me. It's quite tragic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
I think it's supposed to be.
it's just
right?
like
I think maybe me and Connor are reveling in how like in how
Artistically
gross-
tragic it is. Yeah. I just think it's so
Yeah.
epically tragic. It's just like this great drama. I love it.
The dialogue, like I said, just the way when he says, "I'm pointing the way," you know, because Mahdi means like the one who walks the right path or something like that. Ah, fuck.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Because again, it's like this is not the same Paul, right? This is a different Paul now who knows it's like Dr. Manhattan, right? He's seen all of time at once, so it's just like how can you hold on to your humanity when you're just like I know exactly what I need to say and do, and I know I would have regretted this at some point, but I don't like I know I won't later, so it's fine. Like
He's like holding the ant farm, you know, and like screaming at them. I will say this: my parents didn't. I was raised without religion. Both my parents are atheist, and I think the whole thing about me saying earlier I want to like this less is that I do get like worked up and I get stoked and I see myself like, man, wow, it'd be so cool to be part of this like group of people with common beliefs that have this strict code of conduct and to like fucking wield a knife like a badass and like and I like look at myself like, whoa, bro, who are
power
you, dude?
fantasy
Slow
part
down,
of it.
man.
Yeah, and it's that
That's
push and
not
pull.
me.
That's the conflict in the heart I'm talking about, right? It's like really like challenging your feelings, and it's one of those reasons I love like Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul so much. Just like the story of like, yeah, you're rooting for Walter, but oh my God, is this guy a horrible person? The way it tears at your heart. Powerful stuff. I love.
oh my gosh, I've been rewatching Breaking Bad recently.
It's so good, so freaking good, bro. What season are you on?
The 5th one.
Oh, bro, it's so good.
And Walt
Is an
was
asshole.
a piece of shit from the beginning.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah. So the cutting to the Emperor reading the message. I love how this part is shot. Just him like
Very cool
letting
edit.
it fall out of his hands. Yeah, him holding
It's also
the
like
scroll.
he presses it. We see the eagle of the Atreides, and then like it like is in his hand. Very cool.
And he
little
challenges
cut.
the Emperor, which I think is super interesting lore-wise. I didn't quite know what that meant. Can you just challenge the Emperor to like a duel? Is this a formal thing within their universe, or is it more just like, hey, I'm coming for you, buddy?
Yeah, this is supposed to be the kind of society that is like drenched in like formality and like canly the sort of like art of like blood feuds and shit, you know. So
Okay, that's what I was
yeah,
thinking.
definitely see there being a because as you can see, there's the whole thing about like, you know, they're pretty quickly when they get in the situation like, all right, who's gonna fight for me?
Yeah, it's very. That's what I like. That's they don't explain it at all. So that's why I was so curious about it because it seems very much like the reason he's so distraught, the reason he just lets it drops out of his hands is he knows he has to accept the challenge. But I was like, oh, but why? Why does he have to? It's interesting.
Yeah, and it is the whole question of like honor, right?
Yeah.
And like how you present yourself, like your
Uh,
image to other people, which is what these films are about. Well,
Yeah.
the story is a lot about like image and how others perceive you, you know, and how important that is and how much power you can wield through your manipulation of that.
Right. And speaking on that power, Reverend Mother here reveals that to the princess that she was the one who advised the emperor to get this whole thing in motion and have the Harkonnens attack the Atreides and all that.
It's expressed in a great way because she says, "Did you tell my father to do this?" And she's like, "Why else do you think it happened?"
exactly.
Like as in like your father doesn't do anything that I don't tell him to do.
and that she's a little like, come on, you know this, like you're smart, like why I shouldn't have to explain this to you.
Very interesting too, the whole way that Irulan feels about this because she is sort of like challenging the Bene Gesserit
Yeah.
and saying like this
She's
and that.
well,
and
she
then-
loves her father and she wants to protect him.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. But like I was saying, she is talking about the Bene Gesserit and sort of like challenging them. So you get this idea that she doesn't fully buy into what they're doing. But then at the same time, when she's told, you know, no matter who prevails, the Emperor is done. And she's saying like, you're going to have to do like, you know, what needs to be done, implying that she has to marry whoever wins out in this, obviously. And
Which
she
is
says,
wild.
you've been training me all my life. So there is this like acceptance. And that's what I
Yeah.
was trying to get at, was that there is this like resistance, but like
Mhm.
almost like acceptance that because she is like it is so much bigger than her, right?
Yeah. And I wrote down here that the Reverend Mother is the true villain of the story, like for putting all this into motion. And yeah, I love this
Hierarchy is
this
is the
Machiavellian
villain in this whole series. Hierarchy.
These dominoes.
No gods,
Yeah.
no masters,
Following.
baby.
It's really good stuff. It just makes me really want to get into more. I just want more lore and stuff and like see more
There's
of
tons.
this kind of plot development.
She's got sick metal headpieces too, dude. I
Yeah.
love the way she's dressed in the movie, dude.
Oh,
It is so fucking sick, dude.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the outfits again.
The costumes.
Yeah, costumes. Just so good.
Good stuff. Yeah.
Uh,
I do have a note about how you always hate to see your girlfriend and your mom not getting along, you know? Chani's
I'm
fucking pissed. And I
Yeah.
love how
Oh,
they
man.
say that they wanted to wish each other luck. But then Chani's like, but it looks like you've won your battle.
Yeah. And yeah, she tells her, I'm fighting for my people, not Paul. Which again, yeah, I love that Chani, like, yeah, holds on to her individuality here and, like, holds on to her beliefs. And, like I said, she's kind of the hero here in a lot of ways. Even though she, like, is kind of also powerless to stop it from happening. But, like,
It is
a
interesting as well
moral
because
hero.
she comes from a very strong collectivist culture, and it is almost like she holds on to her individuality as a form of holding on to that collectivist identity of
Wow.
the Fremen as a self-reliant, self-made people.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I love that.
Like she can't stand like it like fucks with her honor and her sense of pride so much that like a fucking foreigner is the one who finally made this all happen. Like she's like, we could have done this ourselves. We didn't need him. Like if y'all had been listening to me way back when, like we could have done this a long time ago.
And I think the fact that it is so, like, spiritual and religious, I think that's the part that, like, makes it
I think
just that
that's-
much grosser for her, where it's just like,
Yeah,
now
I
you're
think it tears
manipulating
at
my
her,
people.
yeah. I think it tears at her as well because I think deep down inside she knows it couldn't have happened, or like she has that doubt that maybe it couldn't have happened. This was the way that it happens.
Yeah, it's almost like she's just mad at the world, like, more than any, like, just mad at
Yeah, she's
her
by far
helplessness.
the most interesting character in the second movie. She's just like such a great stand-in for us as the audience.
Yeah, I love her.
Why don't you marry her?
I would if I could.
Ooh.
Too
Paul
bad.
foresaw.
Chani is with Paul. You can't.
Well, I know. Okay, I know. Don't remind
Challenger
me.
situation. I have a note about challengers later on, actually.
Paul foresaw the massive storm coming for the Emperor's arrival. This whole ending set piece with the Emperor. Again, I know you had some beef with Christopher Walken in this role, Juan, but I really like him as this kind of looming, shadowy figure. And like that you do start to see a little bit more of his cunning and his wit and his like power and like the way he holds himself and his majesty as you see him on his throne, like talking to the Baron and all that. It's like really good.
Yeah, he's
character
asking
building.
him. He's asking him like, he's like, what do you know about this? And he starts saying something. He's like, more, give me more. And I actually did have a note this time. I was like, I do see what Juan means about this because it is a very more. He's just doing the full on Christopher Walken voice.
Totally. Yeah, I hear what you're saying there too, Juan. It like for whatever reason it doesn't feel out of place to me, but
you know what
but
it reminds
I
me
know
of?
why it would.
It reminds me of in 2049 when Jared Leto was
Yeah, one of the
he was the head I think he was one of the heads
Wayland
of,
Yutani
like,
Company.
yeah, and just something about him like it just felt out of place in the future. You know what I mean?
I can see him.
Just
Yeah, I
like
can see
his
him.
face.
His band
In
is
the
called
future.
30 Seconds to Mars. I think that's very insensitive of you.
Oh,
I also like that
that's
that
ironic.
that when they're sort of pressing the Harkonnens, what they say, they're like, Muad'Dib is either dead or he went into the storms to the south, which is the same. Like basically, the south is so irrelevant to the Harkonnens, and they've been like sort of hammering that.
Oh.
And we do get this cool part where the truthsayer says, yeah, they're telling the truth, and then fucking the Emperor's like, no, you know what? Actually, we found that the south is much more populated than you guys originally thought. And I imagine the like Bene Gesserit probably helped occult that sort of stuff, spreading the idea that like that it was uninhabitable was beneficial to them,
Right. Oh, and we also do have a nice little. It's kind of the Baron's last little play here, where he sees the Emperor's arriving and he realizes that this isn't going to be good. I don't think he knows what it's going to be, but he knows it's not going to be good for him, and so he leverages his power knowing that the Emperor was the one who signed off on killing the Atreides by warning all the great houses, tell them the future hangs in the balance. And so that's why and that's just such a nice little, again, it's like what I was talking about in the not last episode, but the last part of this is like the lore and the world and all these little like intrigue things have woven such a complex web of chaos that it just keeps adding the tension onto it, and that's the reason we get all the the house's ships hovering over the planet at the end, because it's like it's all building up to this, all the chaos is coming to its fervor, which is so cool.
Love it too. And I love that we had the whole thing about how it's a great grandmother of a storm. I love that aspect of their language, that they refer as big things as being like iterations of grandparents. And then they say that the huge storm is going to interfere with the shields. Like we have that set up, and then we get the fucking sick sort of lone shot of like the Thumper. And I meant to say this earlier. Once he takes on the mantle of Lisan al-Gaib, we see the raising of the Atreides banner once more, and like Stilgar in religious ecstasy, like with it. And then we get again. Like I said, we have the lone Thumper, then like the lone Stilgar, and we have a couple of these really cool tilts to reveal huge crowds in these next couple of scenes as like they're like gathering the fucking troops to execute their plan, which I also love. We love a fucking heist style plan with a map, little tokens, and it's cool how it's like, it's like, Stilgar's got his people that he's going to lead. And then, like, Chani with the fucking Fadakin, and of course, Paul leading the fundamentals, which we see then is like the biggest part of the army. Like, when they fucking pull, like, when the camera moves up and shows all of those people over like the fucking cliff, and he goes, "Long live the fighters!"
Yeah.
Oh, God, it's fucking horrible how badass I think it is.
It's epic, man. It's epic. And yeah, it's again just like that push and tug of that feeling of unease, but epicness.
Yeah, and Chani does look like unsure. Like,
yeah,
as they go into battle, and you see how sure Paul looks. So fucking sure.
Yeah, yeah. This is his destiny now, and he knows it. And I love. This reminded me of the end of Star Wars with the Death Star about to blow up. Where they warn I forget his name, the commander, to flee the ship, and they also recommend the Emperor goes back into orbit, and he like waves him off with his hand, just like dismissively. I love. It's just a nice little twist on like, that was your way out if you were more cunning. Maybe like the princess probably would have like, foreseen that it was safer to go into orbit, but he's just like, I'm fine. I got my army all around me, and what are they gonna do?
Whoa.
I think it's also a question of honor, too. Perhaps.
Yeah, true.
Sorry, I got the movie pulled up right now, and it was just showing that scene of like the Emperor ship touching down on Arrakis.
Yeah, it looks really
It
cool.
looks sick as fuck.
The fucking reflection of mountains, like
Yeah, it's so cool.
in it.
Yeah, it's just the visual effects.
So wild.
I mean, Villeneuve,
so fucking wild.
like top tier when it comes to sci-fi visual effects. I don't know,
The
like,
storm blowing
gets
and
it.
the like shield dragging behind it too, like the tail of the shield looks so fucking sick as well. And I love, like I was saying, Paul like looking so sure. There's this really cool scene with the huge explosion in the background, and that is the moment where I'm like, all right, dude, the beginning of the end. Let's fucking do this, dude.
Yeah, and the Baron gets like cut off of his little like floaty device here, and he's on the floor, and it's just like he's such a pitiful like we mentioned in the first movie where he's like up in the ceiling like a little bug. Like he really does feel like a little bug for the rest of the movie, just like so pathetic and weak. He can't even hold himself up by himself.
Crawling to the fucking
throne, yeah, just so pitiful.
To the fucking throne.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I do love that even though he's so fucked up, he's still crawling. And also we've already had set up a couple times like Princess Irulan is obviously, despite all of her training and her wide breadth of knowledge, uncomfortable because like, she's not a fighter,
Yeah.
And we see how she like is worried not just about like, I think mostly for her father's sake, like.
Yeah. Because she knows this isn't going to end well for the Emperor. At least that's what the Reverend Mother told her, and she probably has a lot of faith in her at this point.
Yeah, I love the way the Sardaukar disappear into the dust, and then just the Paul and the Fremen emerge, and Paul just walks straight to the Baron, exchanges glances with like Fade, like knowingly, and then he just like calls him Grandpa, and just fucking stabs him in the neck, and says, "You die like an animal." What the fuck, man?
Yeah, horrifying. Yeah, and
That's,
like good revenge. Like it's interesting because it's like he wanted again. Yeah, you wanted the Baron to die by Paul's hands, right? For everything he did and how horrible he is, but they make it like unsettling and creepy and like the dehumanization of him there. You died like an animal. Like, oh man.
We don't even see the Baron's
face. It almost
face.
feels too good for him.
The death the Baron gets, yeah.
Yeah.
No, because I think we see Paul's honor is still there because he does kill him in a sort of like way where I think he will die quickly. And you see his, like I said, you don't see his face, the Baron's face. His hand just like shakes and then stops moving. And also Paul has his face still like completely wrapped, and we won't see his full face until like the next scene where
he's so sure they won't stab him here. I was nervous walking next to the spears. He's like, "Nah, they're not gonna try."
They're so scared of him, dude.
Yeah. I wrote down Gurney Wrecking Ball here. He's just plowing through. We see him just being a badass.
I love how quickly he kills Raban too.
Yeah, because again, Raban is like, what do we see Raban doing? He's about to flee.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then he comes up and just like immediately smokes him. Yeah.
For my Duke and my friends. And he also says to Chani that Raban killed his family and gave him that scar. So I think he has
That's
like even further history.
Oh,
with
I forgot
him.
about that.
Because he even says when Raban sees him, he says something to him like where he like recognizes him.
That's right.
Oh, he says, "Look who's back from the dead." That's what he says to him.
Right.
Yeah.
barren covered in ants.
Yeah.
Very horrifying,
sunrise.
unsettling.
Well, what it is the sunrise
Yeah.
cutting to the barren covered in ants. And what I liked is that it looked very peaceful from the wide shot of the ants kind of
Yeah.
crawling over him, and then we get
And
the
then you
close up
zoom
where it's
in, yeah.
disturbing and sinister.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that's the like movie statement on his ambition, right? Just getting
Yeah.
eaten by ants.
For sure. And then the big final showdown, and I love how it starts with Chani congratulating the other soldiers congratulating Chani, but she's like so uneasy. Like you can tell that she knows that the worst is to come, you know?
Yeah. And Paul has that line to her, "I want you to know I will love you as long as I breathe."
Yeah.
And
Because he knows what he's about to do, you know?
and just the look on her face of just like, so doesn't know what he means, but that's such an ominous thing to be told by someone you love. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
Jesus.
And we have like, the emperor making his last stand saying, you're facing a full invasion, Fremen, because the houses are coming down. And Paul's like, how can you be sure that they're here for me? Like, perhaps they're like here for you. And then he shows his card that like, I'm going to like just threaten them with all the atomics that we have. And the emperor still wants him to like bow to him. And Paul's like, no fucking way. And he's like, you're going to give me your daughter's hand in marriage. And I did have a note, Paul, some guys just want it all, And you can see in Chani's face, she does not love this. She does not love this idea.
I wrote right there in parentheses, Chani frowny face.
Oof. Big
Ethical.
oof.
Did he talk to her about opening up their relationship, about ethical non-monogamy? I don't think so.
No.
You have to have that talk.
No, he saw
have
it was
to
gonna
have that
happen in the
talk.
future. He knew it was gonna work out, so it's fine.
Yeah. She'll come around.
She'll come around. That's what he said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. And he does say to him, you have to answer for my father.
Yeah, and he says Leto lays it out, or the emperor lays it out to him here that Leto ruled with his heart, and he was a weak man.
Yeah. And then here's the whole champion thing. We see this whole sort of like rigmarole of like honor duel, right?
I love that the emperor gives him his personal dagger to fight with.
Yeah, he says, I'm here, I need it. He says, stand or choose your champion. And Fade says, I'm here, I need a blade. And the emperor says, accept mine.
Yeah, it's really good.
And Gurney, I love Gurney's fucking, do not stain your hands on this
Yeah.
animal.
And he says, my burden, Gurney, which I love. He knows he has to do. I mean, of course he has to do this.
It's the way of Mahdi. Mahdi is like a hands-on,
We've talked about this in some of the other films. The music cutting out during
Yeah.
these really like important big fight like set pieces, and it's just so impactful here. And I remembered
Yeah.
this from the 1984 one because the music also cuts out in the 1984 one. And it's just like such a
Oh, really?
yeah, pretty sure. I can double check my notes in a little. It's such a good. This is one of my favorite fight sequences. Like the choreography, the stakes of it,
Yeah.
just like it's just so well done.
I did really draw like this big sort of like mirror between Fade and Paul. Paul is like, he represents order, sticking to a code. He's all about honor and ritual and proper etiquette. He even says, happy to meet you, cousin. Immediately contrasted by Fade being a maniac and saying, you wouldn't be the first relative I've killed. He's this chaos, this insatiable appetite for power, who like does still like hold on to the mantle of honor in a way. So it's like almost these two sides of the honor bound coin.
Yeah, and they're the two candidates. Or no, well, I guess Fade isn't the candidate. It would be his son that would be the candidate for the son Ala Gib.
No, Kwisatz Haderach. No, he is also, I think.
Oh, he is also? Okay.
Yes, he's
Interesting.
in consideration, yeah.
Gotcha. So yeah, I love that. Yeah, it's this face off. Like you said, it's like the final boss, and it feels like. And I remember when I watched the Dune, the 1984 one, for the first time, I was like, who the hell is this guy? So it's like because the final like 30 minutes of the 1984 one is like this entire movie.
Yeah.
And he just comes
Right.
like, and it's like you've seen Fade around in the Speedo, but now he's not in a Speedo, and I didn't even recognize him the first time. I think I was like, who's this guy?
That's Sting, dude.
Who
You don't have to
is
turn on
So-
the red light.
It's just so not set up at all.
Wait, dude, you don't have to turn on the infrared camera.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. And we talked about this. We talked about this earlier, but what I do love is we do have the fucking Matrix Spider-Man moment where he's like, "She's your pet," and like threatens him.
Yes.
And he gets like the encouragement to do it. But ultimately, why I think Paul wins is because he's willing to sacrifice so much for it, which we see by him taking the knife. Right? He sacrifices his life of happiness to do this.
Yeah.
Fade could never understand.
This is a trope I've seen come up just a few times in storytelling, and it's always like such a satisfying way for the hero to win the fight is that they leave an opening in their stance to take a wound because they know that's the only shot they're going to get is if they accept a non-life-threatening wound and kill their enemy. I've only seen it done a few times, but every time it's like, that's so fucking badass. I love that.
Well, there's like some movie where the sword. I mean, I think this person ultimately dies, but like they it's like the pulling the sword closer into you to fucking stab him.
Right. Yeah.
So fucking
really
good.
Awesome.
So well
really
done.
Satisfying. Yeah. Spoilers for Samurai Champloo. That's like a big moment in Samurai Champloo. Just completely unmatched. There's only I'm not gonna beat him unless I do this one outrageous strategy. I love that.
And I do feel like when we get the whole Lisan al-Gaib after he defeats Fade, Chani looks so fucking scared of him. Like the power he wields now is so intimidating. We get the very cool like two Reverend Mothers talking to each other, and you know, she says like, you should have like picked the right side. She's like, you of all people should know there are no sides. And then she refers to her, she acknowledges her as her equal by saying Reverend Mother.
Yeah.
Good shit.
I almost took that as not even equal anymore. Is like, you won. You're the Reverend Mother now.
Well, there's multiple Reverend Mothers, right?
Right. But I took it as like a stepping aside of sorts.
Wow. Yeah. I doubt it, but yeah. Once you got the power.
I gotta point out again Timothée Chalamet's performance here when he's stabbed, and just like they decided to go for this like deep like like breathing, like it's so tense. It just feels like he's about to die, and like there's no hope here. It's just like visceral. I like it a lot. Yeah,
and I did say earlier the thing about Stilgar looking so stoked with religious ecstasy and the banner, but this is where it comes up when they do say they refuse to acknowledge your ascendancy, you know? Although I'm so sorry, I hate to jump around, but when everyone kneels, do y'all notice Chani and the princess are the two who don't kneel? Yeah, and that's the moment that she leaves. It's so heartbreaking.
It is. It is. Yeah, I mean, that it's a tragic love story in a lot of ways. Like,
indeed.
And Paul looks back at her like,
I'm kind of glad she doesn't see him in that moment when then he says they refuse to acknowledge your ascendancy, and he says lead them to paradise. Because like, wow, that is like his darkest moment right there, right? And then we get Stilgar stoked, the ship's taking off, and Jessica saying the holy war begins.
Oh yeah, and there's the moment of him stomping his foot to get the emperor to bow to kiss his ring. Just like, and it is like, it feels power. Like, how do you deny this guy any further? Like, you know, like I love that stomping foot. Like,
felt like the power of the worm, you know, like the thump of like the thumper. Like, you know, it is sort of like
Chani goes out and places down a thumper.
Yeah. And she rides that fucking worm. She has to go back to what she knows. And I had a note that said, all this thruple shit is new to her. She hasn't been in Challengers yet. But in all seriousness, it's so interesting. The last shot is of her, not of Paul. And I have a take on this.
Yeah, I was curious about this, actually.
Well, the rest of the story, the next book is about Paul as well. But the rest of the Dune story is about his son, his children, and she is the mother of his children. So like, she does still have such a central role to play.
And
in the
you know,
rest of
now
this.
I'm definitely gonna read the books soon, because I'm very invested in this story after this rewatch. it's so good. It's so interesting. It's such a cool world, and I love all the philosophical stuff. I had one last note right before the ending, just in terms of the music and like we've been talking about, like what is the statement of this story? They're talking about how the holy war begins. I think that might even be the last line. And there's this like amazing triumphant music that's mixed in with a very like sad sounding theme. Like it doesn't feel triumphant. It doesn't feel like here we go. It feels kind of like now 20 million people are gonna die, but hey, we won.
Yeah.
I think that's a nice, very like bittersweet, like very bitter, little sweet ending to this insane story.
Right.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, love this movie. I love and then and then it starts raining, and they all live happily ever after.
They all kiss.
They all kiss. Well, that's the
Yay.
David Lynch one, right? They just what is the ending actually?
The sleeper has
The ending.
awakened.
The ending
yeah,
is
there you're
her
saying it.
riding off.
Yeah. No, I'm talking
Right?
about
Or her waiting.
in the 1984 one.
Father.
Yeah. The sleeper has
the sleeper
awakened.
has awakened.
Does it rain at the end of that movie?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it starts raining.
That's so funny. I forgot about that.
And-
the quiz outside a rock.
And I don't remember why I wrote LOL the outro of the end of the David Lynch one, but I don't know. Apparently there's something funny. Sorry,
Probably
at
the
this
music.
point we watched
It's-
it like I think actually like 2 weeks ago is when I watched the 1984 one at this point.
Oh wow. It's probably
Yeah, I
when
watched it more recently.
the little girl was like, he is the quiz outside a rock.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man, what a weird just touching on the 1984 one really quick. It's just like such a bizarre ending with with Alia like out and about, and she's the one who pulls the Baron's heart plug. I mean that could be in the book too. I don't know.
I think she
but
might actually. She might kill him and calls him
I get-
grandfather in the book.
I could see that.
I think in the miniseries she jabs him with a Gom Jabbar, actually.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Uh,
So he does die like an animal.
And also in the
Indeed.
David Lynch one, the Emperor goes to one of the turrets to fight too, which I thought was pretty cool. He's like, "Oh, we're fighting, all right," and he goes up to the rooftop.
Who said to us that
Interesting.
Christopher Walken played the Emperor in both of them?
Someone said that.
Someone said that, and I was like, no, that's not true.
No.
But it was really funny that they thought that. Okay,
I don't remember.
Let's,
That's funny.
let's talk tier rankings here.
Yeah. Who wants to go
do you-
first?
I can go first.
Okay.
Well, wow, we're doing 2 movies. We're doing 3 movies.
We're doing 3 movies. Yeah.
Okay, so for
mean, I already got-
David
Okay, go ahead.
David Lynch's Dune, I might give a D tier to.
You disliked it.
Yes, this time I did. I did
That's
dislike
fair.
aspects of it.
I can see that. I can definitely see that.
And there's
should we
2
do?
more
Okay,
movies.
how about this? Yeah, should we do
like-
one each? Like we'll go around.
I just sure, but let's be brief with this one. I feel like,
Yeah.
there's a lot here.
This
so.
already is like a 7-hour episode, so.
Yes.
Yeah,
Indeed.
I was struggling between a C or a B for the 1984 one. I feel like there's enough like weird
Wow.
stuff in it that
B.
there's so much stuff in it that I didn't enjoy with the acting and like it's just a lot of weird choices that it did lower it a lot for me. But I just love the story of Dune so much, and having watched it first, like it was cool to jump back into Dune. So it's like it still has all those amazing philosophical lines and stuff. So like that elevates it. But yeah, I think I'll give it a C. I think.
Word.
Seems. But like I did
Juan-
like it. I enjoyed it.
Juan, do you want to participate? Would you like to give it a tier ranking?
Indeed. Yeah, I think the 1984 one for me is a B, because that's what it is. It's a B movie.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I mean, to me, just the camp, the charm, the practical effects, fucking Kyle MacLachlan, fucking Space Navigator, Vagina Mouse.
You also know that do you know that Princess Irulan in that one, oh no, sorry, Chani is the girl from Blade Runner.
Oh, cool. No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh.
The replicant, Rebecca or whatever her
Oh.
name is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, sorry, spoiler
catch
for that
that?
movie.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to?
Alfredo?
Do you want to? Well, I was gonna ask Juan. Do you feel prepared to go with the modern one?
Yeah, part 1 and 2. For me, it's A.
Both of them?
I know. Yeah. A for both of them.
Yeah.
Double A, just like the battery. And I think, I recognize that it's like the movies are achievements, in a lot of ways. And I'm really
A is
happy.
high praise, brother. A is
Yeah,
high
A
praise.
is great.
I'm really happy for I think like hardcore like Dune fans out there, because
Yeah.
I've heard that a lot of them are pleased as peaches, and so
Absolutely.
that's sick to see. I'm not like super duper invested in the story, but yeah, I mean, it's fucking beautiful. If
Yeah,
if
I mean,
anything,
at the
it's
very
fucking
least, just like
gorgeous.
yeah, the cinema, but what's the word?
Cinematographically.
Yes, it's gorgeous, and like yeah, as we've said, the costumes, like special effects, just like it's amazing what they accomplished with this.
Yeah, I mean, you're
Insane.
walking
It's
there,
insane.
dude. Start running.
All right, yeah.
Tell me what you think.
I because of my feelings on how part 1 feels incomplete, I would give it an A tier. And I give part 2 an S tier. I think it's absolutely amazing. If you put them both together, what would I like if they were just one movie? I'd still go into S tier because especially this watch, it got me emotional. It got me thinking a lot. It's extremely conflicting. It's beautiful. The action set pieces are amazing. I really like the music. There's just like so much going for it. And Villeneuve is one of my favorite directors, so loved it.
I think I give them each individually an A tier, and together I give them A plus with consideration, with some time to think about it, to potentially rise to S.
Wow, I was not
Whoa.
expecting to give the highest ranking here. Wild. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, awesome. I mean, we all gave like besides the David Lynch, we all
Yeah.
gave like awesome scores. I mean, they're great movies.
Yeah, for sure. I have a little something here that I put together. As Connor sort of indicated, this is a couple days after we recorded the first half of the episode. I had some time to gather some of my thoughts about desert movies, and I have sort of
Yeah.
a final little rubric I created, heavily inspired by everything we've talked about.
Love it.
And I'm just gonna go through that really quickly,
Yeah. Please
if
do.
that sounds good to you. Okay, so I've combined some of the themes, so you will definitely recognize Connor's 9 matrices in here, but they've kind of been reconfigured in a way that sort of made sense to me. So, isolation and silence is the first category. Within this, I also grouped hopelessness and futility, and self-reliance and survival. For sort of visual things, we want a lot of these to what's the word? To show this sort of shit. We really want some wide shots with lonely subjects, big crowds where the subject is obvious. Those sort of like crowded, lonely shots I was talking about, where they sort of stand apart. I also love in sound design, thumping resonance as a sort of reiteration
Yeah.
of that sort of loneliness. With the hopelessness and futility, we have the scarcity sort of fed into there, which is going to feed into some of the other categories later on. And within self-reliance and survival, we want those close-up survival procedural shots. We want ingenuity via cat and mouse, and we want community displayed through one-on-one dialogue, where sometimes we can use framing of isolated subjects. Second sort of category here for me is spirituality. The desert is a place of contemplation, feeding again into isolation and silence. It's also a place of revelation. We're going to see this sort of reflected in somber music that is sort of used to meditate over. It's also a barren place, not just of resources, but spiritually, right? Where though it is a place for revelation, it is sort of like peppered throughout, not like overflowing. Then we have within spirituality the sanctity of water. It's the blue-beige color palette that contrasts sand versus water, and the representation of purification and cleansing, just like it can represent other liquids like oil can represent a corruption. The third sort of part I had was nature. Again, these vast landscapes that provide sense of scale. We're going to talk about its beauty versus its harshness. These beautiful sky blue contrasted with this barren beige once more. We're going to talk about resources such as water, oil, food, money, silver, spice, literally anything necessary to survive, but also things that are able to bring you and amass you power, and how that feeds into then a abuse of power, an abuse of consumption from the earth. And then we have man versus nature, and how man is nature, and how that feeds into one another. And the last thing is that indifference of the universe. We have these vast, harsh, brutal, barren landscapes, and within this we have the whole discussion of chance versus destiny. And with this, you want some more of those big sort of contemplative isolating shots, but this is sort of like my concluding thoughts on like what we've been talking about.
Harsh, brutal destiny.
Yeah, and I love that. And I didn't prepare anything, but just like listening to you talk through it and reflecting on these 4 movies, or I guess, 6 with these 3 movies we've done, I'm reflecting on like what does it boil down to the most for me? And I think it's both the indifference of the universe with the examination of spiritual awakening and spiritual desolation. It's examining the human soul against a barren landscape. What is a man laid bare or in a harsh environment like?
Sounds like
I think the perfect
Buddhism
scene is literally a guy. Yeah, for sure. Totally like part of that. Like I think a great visual is like a lonely pilgrim walking through the desert, right? Like, and it's so funny because we get back to images of Jesus and Moses and Muhammad, which are so central to like our Abrahamic religion, like centric world.
Totally.
But that is that's so true. I hadn't even put that little cap on it, but when you put it like that, immediately that image in my mind of like, you know, Malcolm X on the Hajj or the walkabout in Australia, you know?
Absolutely.
It's about self-discovery.
Yeah. Yeah. And I feel like I discovered a lot about these movies. I discovered a lot about myself. I've had an awesome time talking about these desert movies. Thank you again, Juan, for coming on. And thank you for all the listeners. All the listeners is generous if this is a 7-hour video. Whoever's still listening to this is an insane person, but thank you. Now we are coming to something Alfredo and I have been very excited about, especially since we had to spread out doing this over a couple days. We're going to spin the legally distinct movie roulette wheel to determine the next 4 movies we will be watching.
Oh my god.
I'm so excited.
Go ahead and share my screen with y'all.
I'm so excited.
Oh my god.
And we'll recap really quick what the choices left are. There's 7 choices left, I believe.
We've got It Could Be Anyone, People Who Are Good at Stuff, Out of Order, Movies in Motion, Aliens, Trapped, and Aquatic Film.
Heck yeah. I'm so excited, man. I've been wanting to know, especially like after how intense and heady these 4 movies are. I'm very like, okay, what is this next ride?
Wait, no, Tremors was not Tremors.
I know, not Tremors. Tremors was a super fun ride. We should have put it in the middle of the 3 movies, probably. Great stuff.
Are you guys ready?
Let's do it.
I'm so ready.
Okay, here we go.
Oh man, it's spinning.
Oh, she's spinning. She's spinning.
Gosh. What do we got? Oh.
Yes!
Oh, guys, we're doing aquatic
As
film.
written. As
As
written.
it was written. Lisan al Gaib. We had talked about this. Was it the last episode, or maybe it was even the first part of this? We were talking about how, or maybe not even on camera, but on audio.
Just you and me. I think we're talking about it when I was doing some design stuff.
Yeah, we were saying just like how we hope the next category is aquatic film because it's such a good, perfect balance to desert movies. Yeah, especially with the sanctity of water and all that and stuff.
Dude, the green paradise is here.
Yes, that's
Oh
so
my God.
wild, man.
As was
so fun.
promised.
As was
No, I'm gonna be
promised.
super religious.
And so the first movie we will be doing next week is Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh, shit.
Oh, another Hans Zimmer, right? It'll be 2 Hans Zimmer compositions back to back.
Zimma,
Man.
yeah.
He's kind of
In middle school, I would come home, make some cheese sticks, put on Pirates of the Caribbean. It was a good day.
I'm very
Hell
excited.
yeah.
I haven't watched it in a long, long time, but it's a very fun movie. And like I said, yeah, it's a perfect way to balance out these desert movies.
I'm so excited to only watch one movie.
yeah, 3 movies was dumb. We love you
Yeah.
guys for listening. But
Yeah.
it was a lot of fun to talk about.
If you
I
listen
definitely
all
lost
the
some
way,
steam there.
if you listen all the way till the end, find me on social media at Fredo Rips or at Cinema Forecast and let me know. And I will send you something. I'm gonna figure it out. I don't know what. You know what? I'm gonna throw together like a couple of like Cinema Forecast shirts. If anybody reaches out, I will legitimately send you a fucking Cinema Forecast shirt.
Love it.
Cut
Hell
that out.
yeah.
Keep it in, double it. All right, guys.
I
It
love
was so
you.
fun. Love you guys. Juan,
Hell
thank you so
yeah.
much for talking to us for
Thanks for
7
having me.
hours about these movies you hate. No, I'm just kidding.
Fuck yeah.
No, it was a
Fuck
great
all
time.
y'all.
Thank you.
Awesome
Thank you
movies.
so much, dude.
Awesome friends.
Can't wait to have you
Thank
back
you.
for
Awesome
Blue
times.
Blue
Yes.
Velvet, dude.
Oh,
my
yeah.
God, yes.
Oh, yeah.
If we do,
All right,
I
yo.
guess.
I'm going to go make some cheese sticks.
Let the spice
Beautiful.
flow.
Let the spice flow.